1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Good afternoon, Diplomacy fans, and welcome to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network's coverage of the UK National Championship 2025. I am Brandon Fogel, one of the co-founders of this network. I'm joined today by Mr. Ed Sullivan, coming to us from Houston, Texas. Ed, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you.
Patrick Jacobson. Patrick, you're in the Bay Area, is that right?
Yep, happy to be here.
Welcome, Patrick. And Brandon Austin joining us from the other side of the world, at least from us in, I don't know what city in Australia you're in. Brandon, where are you?
I'm in Canberra, in the capital, sort of between Sydney and Melbourne.
Thank you for joining us at 2 a.m. your time. Is that right? Roughly?
Yeah, that's it.
Are you a vampire, nocturnal animal, or some other creature?
I think sleep is overrated. I've been trying to run on Darcy time, which is pretty much no sleep while the sun is down. So yeah, happy to tune in and hopefully see him do well in this tournament.
So are you just waking up now, or will you go to sleep right after this is over?
No, I'll stay up and I'll head off to go to work after this. So yeah.
Okay. All right. Brandon Austin has discovered the secret to existing without sleep. Hopefully you won't lose your mind at work, but we appreciate you being here, Brandon.
It's all right. My boss is fairly forgiving, so it should be fine.
All right. Well, we hope you do well tomorrow. So it's Monday morning already, your time. It's Sunday here in the United States. The event we are covering is not on either of these two continents that we are on. It is in Europe, or at least in the UK, such as it is still part of Europe. And this is the national championship for the UK. It's a tournament that goes back several decades, although it hasn't been run continuously. It was revived last year by Bradley Grace, and he is also the tournament director for this year. It's the second year in a row. Does anyone remember who won it last year? Probably should have pulled this up.
Yeah. Dan Lester utterly dominated and kind of blew the whole house down. So hopefully that was a good training exercise for everyone else so they can put up a real fight this year.
All right, and defending champion Dan Lester is playing again this year. So it's a nice sized tournament. I think last year they had 2 boards per round. This year they have 4 boards per round, and that was enough for them to decide to stage a top board. And the format's kind of interesting. So they had 3 rounds of 4 boards each. So 3 preliminary rounds. The top 7 players play on a top board, and then the next 7 players play on a middle top board, and then the next 7 players played on a third top board. And the winner of each top board ascends to the top of their class, basically. So the winner of the second top board becomes number 8, and the winner of the third top board becomes number 15, and the winner of the top board wins the tournament.
Okay, well, we got to be honest. It's a top board, a middle board, and a bottom board. It's not 3 top boards.
It's not wrong. Yeah.
Middle top board, bottom top board.
I don't mind it though. I don't mind it. I think.
What does it matter? It's cool. It's a great idea, by the way, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I think the nice thing about this is that it gets players, it gets a lot more players the chance to do Paris method and to sort of feel the the energy of a winner take all top board, which, you know, hasn't before the virtual era. That actually wasn't that common. You know, it was only a handful of tournaments here and there that would do it. You know, some leagues would do it, like the Chicago Windy City Weasels. We had top boards all the time. But other than those, like, a lot of people didn't get to play top boards. That's changed in the virtual era with more tournaments. The DBNI certainly has made top board format more accessible. And here we have it again. So, all right, I'm going to show you guys the list of the top players who are participating based on their DBNI ranking from last year. I apologize. I have been very, very slow to get the current DBNI rankings going this year. It is on my list of things to make happen this week, and we'll get a countdown out as soon as we can. But here are the top it says top 10, but we only got 9 here. So Micah Blom is a name that's become familiar to everybody. Spiros Davos is he's the tournament director of next year's World Championship in Athens. Darcy Morris, David Wigglesworth, Bernard Andrioli, Michalis Kamaridis is somebody that we all know. So actually, these DBNI ranks probably are based on some Frankenstein creation of this year's results. So these definitely are not last year's results. Yelta Kuiper and Bradley Grace, obviously, who's the tournament director. So missing on these standings is Dan Lester, last year's champion, and sort of a big dog on every event that he goes to. I'm going to give you guys a chance here to offer any thoughts on at least the list of players that you're seeing, plus Dan. Ed, let's start with you.
Wow, that's a murderer's row of diplomacy players right here playing in the tournament. Mike obviously just won Summer Classic. Spiros, really, really good player running WDC and just doing everything diplomacy-wise. Results have improved. Darcy, we all know about. Michalis, we know about. But, you know, Bradley hasn't been playing as much as he has recently, but I like him. You know, he's won face-to-face. He's won virtual. He's won press. So he's sort of my pick.
Bradley's the tournament director, so... Yeah.
Oh, he can't play. Then no. See, I undefeated.
Clearly, he's playing because he's on the list, but he's not playing for score.
Yeah. Brandon, down to you. Any thoughts on this list of players?
Yeah, no, definitely. Like exactly like Ed said, it's a scary lineup of players, and this would be roughly what we expect the players to be at this tournament too. And yeah, like I know Darcy's keen to get over there and make a name for himself, so it'll be interesting to see how he plays his games. But yeah, you know, Micah doing very well lately. Spiros is a really friendly player to play with too, and knows what he's doing. And yeah, like we know everyone else on that list too. They're all solid players. It'll be really cool to see him duke it out.
So Darcy is Australia based and flew over for this. Is that right?
Yeah, Australia based, but he's over in Europe for exchange for the next 6 months. So he's not our problem anymore.
Okay, fantastic. Patrick, anyone else jump out on the list for you?
I mean, it's an amazing list. I think you guys covered the main ones. Spiros is probably the most improved player out of these in the last 6 months or so. He's gone from kind of a play for fun guy to just a really, really solid, consistent player within a short period of time. I also want to shout out David Wigglesworth because first of all, I met him at WDC. He's a great guy, but also he's been expanding a bit more into virtual recently. I know he's played a couple VDL rounds, which is pretty new to him. I haven't gotten the chance to be on one of those boards with him yet, but shout out to him for trying new things and really getting his reps in before this tournament, because if he wants to beat Dan Lester, he's going to need it.
I think Toby Harris is playing. Is Toby Harris playing also?
Toby Harris is in here as well.
Awesome.
Former world champ. And you know, Yelta, none of you guys pointed him out, but he won an EDC a couple years ago, right? So capable of making some noise.
He just hasn't played as much recently, much like Bradley.
Summer Classic top board.
Oh, this past year was just on.
Yeah.
Nice. Won by Micah. Fellow country person Micah, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, that was Simone. I get the Dutchman.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think it was in 2024. Yeah.
All right. Well, with that, why don't we dive into some games here? We are going to we're going to look at just a handful of games in the longer format, and we're just going to review the rest of them by looking at the final board state. Trying a little bit something new here. So Ed, why don't we give you a break here? We'll bring you back after we review a couple games. All right, see you in a bit. All right, fellow namesake Brandon and Patrick, although you do spell it differently, and so I've had mixed feelings about that over this past year as you've gotten more involved. I often want to call you, I want to call you Brandan sometimes just to make a point, and then I forget to do it.
It's all right. We can't all spell it correctly. I forgive you.
I feel surrounded.
Do you know?
Oh no.
There we go.
Patrick, what's your name?
Brandon.
There you go.
You'd probably spell it with an E, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Gotta be distinct somehow.
Yeah.
Or even like an I. You just have to be totally.
How would you feel if I called you guys Brogel and Broston instead? A little more distinct.
Oh, we can do B1, B2. That's fine.
Oh shoot!
Oh, this is much better.
Just fell off the.
It's got a lot quieter in here.
All right, let's dive into some games here. If I can make this thing work. All right, here was board 1A. This was played, I believe, Friday evening. In Austria, that guy, Dan Lester, out of London. England, Theo Fox, out of Liverpool. France, Micah Blom, out of the Netherlands. Germany, Brian Frew, from an undisclosed location. Italy, Matt Smith, out of Sweden. Russia, Ian Wilson, out of Swindon in the UK. And Turkey is David Wigglesworth, out of Edinburgh in Scotland. All right, so like I said, we're not going to go through all the turns here. This is how this game ended up after 7 years of play. If I can get it to show.
Do we happen to know what the scoring system is?
Yes, I know what it's called. It's UK 2024. I'll look it up while we're talking about the game, exactly what it is.
Great.
If I can get this to show up. Let's see. There we go. Okay.
Great.
So here's how this game ended up. Ended up with an AT between Dan Lester and David Wigglesworth sharing a board. Micah Blom with 8 in France, joins this. And we have, let's see, England making the draw here, Theo Fox. Everyone else is either at 1 or 0. We can go back and look and see how this came about. Can you guys glean any? I know we're throwing this new format on you guys. Can you glean anything from the board state that makes you want to look at something in particular?
Yeah, well, it's round 1, so that can often engender a very different type of tournament play style, which is essentially, well, it's the start of the tournament. I don't want to make any enemies. I don't want to have a target on my back. So let's just settle for something like a shared board top. And I think that's really what Dan Lester is doing here. Seems like, unless this is year limited to 07, which I don't think it is off the top of my head.
It's not. 09. So winter of 09, the games must end if they have not ended before that. So this ended up.
Yeah, this makes sense. This makes sense as an agreed draw because you could see with the empty Russian centers, it seems like David in Turkey was waiving builds for quite a while at Dan's request, most likely, and then he put all of them down just now to make sure the draw actually went through. So good job from him. As for how this position could be advanced further by anybody, I don't really see how. I mean, maybe France could try and litigate things and get David to stab, but again, David is, from what I understand, a pretty good ally, so him stabbing just because he has a good position to do so is not a guarantee, especially in round 1, like I said. And yeah, I don't want to make any assumptions about the other players besides France, Austria, Turkey, because I haven't heard of them. But initial impression is the 3 best players did really well here.
Brandon, any thoughts?
Yeah, definitely agree. The 3 names on the board that we are looking at are exactly as Patrick brought up. I absolutely love David's position here with Denmark, Kiel, and Berlin as well. I think that's great. It would be really interesting to see how that turned out. France's position and England's position, pretty basic, stock standard. But yeah, Austria having a sizable, solid position. Their fleet is in Rome as well. I like how that would have come about. It's got a little bit of traveling to get there. But yeah, this position Dan's in with the Russian centers being open, the agreed draw makes sense. They could have pushed it a little further, would have gotten messy. So it makes sense that it's being drawn here, and everyone tries to maintain a solid relationship for round 2.
Actually, one last thing. It's good that you bring up Denmark, because if he didn't come there, if he didn't get there through St. Pete in Scandinavia, which it looks like he didn't, then I assume he's there with English permission, and thus Theo Fox might be kind of on the AT side here partially, which would lead Micah to being even more attracted to this draw instead of trying to litigate it further, like I suggested.
Yeah, I think the one thing I'd like to see here is what happened in 1905 to cause Dan to go down one here. Dan's the kind of player who would negotiate this sort of thing. So why don't we pop back here and have a look at fall of 1905 is what we need to see here. Okay, so Dan loses Munich to also loses Warsaw. Must be picking up Tunis here. So clearly there was fisticuffs between France and Austria at the least. Doesn't look like David was stabbing here. So
that's so strange, because Berlin, Silesia, Bohemia, Tyrolia, that's not a bug in the map they're all holding, because that's so easy to beleaguer and protect Munich with. But wow,
and
maybe he didn't get his orders in on time.
Entirely possible. Yeah.
I mean, Munich is ordered, so it's not a total NMR. Let's see what happens the previous. I mean, it could be arranged as well. And then we have David popping down 2 fleets here. Very, very copacetic AT. So Warsaw's given back.
That's a Italian Edinburgh as well.
Nice. Okay, so I think we can get a feel for how this. Question: does Micah help the AT at all?
I don't see. She doesn't hinder them because she refuses the Italian support into Tyrrhenian Sea on this turn. Yeah, overall it looks like, especially because when I mentioned earlier, England is helping out the AT here to a significant extent. Yeah, he literally walks out of Denmark in the end. There's not really much she can do, and she's really the only intact power that can slow them down. So Micah playing sort of the difficult balanced power role here, from what I can tell, but getting an okay result out of it. So.
Okay, I think we can infer from this that AT were sort of probably demanding that they top the board with a shared board top, and the rest of the board, with England being the sort of prime conciliator here, agreed to make that happen. So
yeah. Also, because we didn't do any real prep work for the scoring system, Micah shouted out in the chat, thank you, Micah. 1909 is the scheduled end date. So.
All right, so I looked up the scoring system, at least how it's being calculated, and I believe it is correct. So if you get eliminated, you get a point for each year that you survived. If you survive without topping, you get 15 points plus 5 for each center that you have. And if you top the board, you get that 15 plus 5, and you also get, if you top it alone, you get a 50-point bonus plus 10 points for every center that you have over the second place player. If there's a shared board top, then all of the board toppers share 60 points together. So, yep. Basically, that means that there's there's a 60-point pool for the board toppers, and if you top alone, you get an extra 10 points for every center over the first one that you have, over the second place player. Okay, so some bonus for board topping. I think that is how this is working. All right, why don't we move on to the next board? How do you guys feel about congratulating players on a shared board top?
It's not my style.
Brandon?
I think it's great. I think it's cool. Like, especially when, like, depending on how the top was achieved as well. It's good if people can push through and try and get the solo win, but I'm a huge I'm a huge advocate for it being round one. Just have a good game, make a solid alliance. You don't want to paint too big of a target on your back by getting too big. So, why not just have a solid game and share a board top with someone if I'm looking at the tournament overall rather than the game individually.
Does your thinking change if there's a top board or not?
I don't particularly care. I'm happy just to do whatever. So, right. Yeah.
That's right. You're okay, why not? Style.
He's the chill out and have fun guy. Yeah.
That's right. All right, let's move on to the second board here. This is 1B in Austria, Gunter Bedson out of Telford in the UK. England, Darcy Morris, that guy out of Canberra, but spending the 6 months in the UK. France, Phil Johns out of Birmingham. And then a bunch of players who were new to our system. In Germany, Richard Bolton. Italy, Hugh Edmonds. Russia, Ryan Inwood. Turkey, Tim McCardle. All right, and this is how this game ended up. After also 7 years of play, we have another shared board top at 10, this time between Germany and Austria. That is Richard Bolton and Gunter Bedson, and England now forming the sort of junior partner in what might be a three-way alliance, Darcy Morris at 9. We also have Italy, Hugh Edmonds, and Russia, Ryan Inwood at 3 and 1 respectively, and then the only elimination here was Turkey, Tim McCardle. All right, go back to you all. What do you feel like you can glean from this final board state? And if you want me to go back and look at something specific that you maybe the center chart is proposing to you, just let me know. Patrick, we'll start with you this time.
Yeah, okay. I see a lot of fascinating stuff on this board. First of all, whenever Germany is in a Turkish home center, either there's been a stinky Western triple or something very cool has happened. Russia's also in Naples with an army, which suggests they had quite the adventure this game. And the most important thing, if we look at Iberia, I think, is that it's Germany and Austria that are sharing the top, not Germany and England. And that seems to have been affected by small power play, specifically around Italy, because you can see of whatever units Italy has left, 2 of them are fleets specifically in/defending Iberia. And that's also why Phil in France is still alive. So I'm really interested to go back and see what provoked this or how that shook out with Italy choosing that, but abandoning their homeland largely.
Why don't we pop back here and see? So it looks like France was hit pretty early. You can see in the center chart.
Yeah.
Never got above 4.
Game long EG for sure.
Yep. So game long EG, and presumably that's why Darcy didn't stab at the end, wanted to sort of keep the good times going. Interestingly, it was not an AIR. Looks like there was a little bit of AI fighting, and then Austria and Turkey fought. We have a fleet build from Gunter in Austria in 03. That's nice.
Yeah, Italy doesn't really react to it, though. I think they realize even at this time that they can't really fight at this point because Austria's position is too strong. So they have to negotiate some of their existence for themselves, and that might have been what led to this. I remember Gunther from last year's UK Championship, seeing him play. He seems quite good, but I haven't really seen him in any other kinds of tournaments. So, but yeah, it's a decent decision from him given the circumstances.
Gotta love the convoy of the Russian army from Constantinople into Greece here. That's a nice gift from Tim to Ryan at the end.
Is it looks like Naples again. Hold on, that's how it gets into Naples too. Yeah, Mr. McCarty's wild ride. I love it.
With Hugh Edmonds in Italy, that's sort of acceding to that.
Yeah.
Brandon, what do you make of this very interesting game?
I really like a German and Austrian shared top and on a decent score too, 10 each. I don't think I've seen a lot of AGs or GAs. I think it's cool. There's a lot of armies in the center there. Between the 2 of them, they got maybe 3 fleets or something. But I like it. I think it's cool. And you know what, Darcy just pumping out fleets and jumping in on the action too. I like how it's played out.
Yeah, I've said this before a couple times on League Night, but generally in an EG, the best way for Germany to beat England is to either stab them at some point or to just throw your armies across the line in just the right way and outrace them. And normally that involves a weak Austria being conducive to that because those big army powers are out of the way. It's a little easier to fumble around in the Balkans with Italy and Turkey, and that's why IT is such a great alliance for Germany. But in this case, Austria isn't just strong; they're sharing the top, so it's a really, really unique board state, and I've really enjoyed unpacking it in the few minutes that we have.
Yeah, real quickly, Darcy has a stab here on Germany if he wants it, right? Why do you think Darcy didn't go for it, Brandon?
Because he's a cool dude. Like he's a friendly player. He values his relationships with other people. He's looking at this. This is round 1. He definitely doesn't want to annoy anyone going into round 2. But even when the pressure's on, Darcy will always value his relationship with other players. He likes to play clean. I don't think he wants to jab anyone that way.
I agree with you, Brandon, that it's not really Darcy's style to take the stab anyway, but also it's not a very good stab. Like if he takes Holland, he lines up on Sweden. Like Sweden can be protected. There's a guess on Denmark or whatever, and then he can take Paris in retaliation. So it's actually a really well set up border, in my opinion, for Germany.
Darcy knows what he's talking about when it comes to tactics too, and he'll look at it in the long run. If he has a lot of gains to come from it, definitely. But yeah, like you said, Patrick, he can get 1 or 2 things, but then it's going to compromise a relationship and it could play out worse in the end. So yeah, he's looking at the bigger picture all the time.
All right, well, that'll bring to a close our coverage of board 1B. Let's come back to this view. Ed Sullivan, if you're ready, we'll bring you back onto the stream. Ed, welcome back.
Great.
And between Brandan and Brandon, speaking of you, Patrick, which one of you wants to take a break first?
I'm happy to jump out.
All right, we'll see you in a little bit. All right, let's dive into let's see, board 1C. We're going to cover this in longer format, and if I can get it up, there we go. Oh, that's not what I wanted. There we go. All right. Board 1C. In Austria, we have Bernard Andrioli out of the Netherlands. England, Cameron Taylor, who I believe is new to our system. France, Spiros Dovas out of Athens, the TD of the World Diplomacy Championship 2026. That is in May of next year. If you have not started thinking about planning to go there, you better get started. In Germany, we have Chris Woolgar out of the UK, Chesterfield. Italy, Toby Harris out of Worcester in the UK. Russia is Nathan Lester, and Nathan is the son of Dan Lester. Nathan is 14 years old, and I think I was told had already played in a tournament and won it. Is that right?
Really?
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Oh, no.
All right, here's from Bradley Grace. Nathan has been playing for about 3 months and won ManorCon, which was a 3-board total event. So welcome to the party, Nathan Lester. Turkey is Conrad Woodring, longtime player from North America, but lives in London now. Any thoughts on the player lineup as far as you know it? Patrick, we'll start with you.
It's easily the most stacked one we've seen so far, for sure. The only one I don't recognize is Cameron in England, but I think he could have a pretty good game given the personalities in Germany and especially France. Otherwise, Toby Harris, world champion caliber player. He could be a very centralizing figure in the East and Italy, especially in a country that's so hard to eliminate early. So really excited to see how that affects things.
Ed, your thoughts?
Well, mark me down as a giant Conrad Woodring fan. He was a mentor to me in my early virtual days when he played virtually. He finds newer players, cultivates them, and does not stab them for the most part, although he gets a lot of board tops. I've seen him play Turkey. For those of us who remember, I think at one point he waved 7 builds in a row as Turkey. And still top the board. So I suspect, one might initially look at it and think, oh, well, it might be an IT here because he and Toby, I'm sure, have a lot of history. But, don't count Nathan as working with Conrad here. I'd be interested to see this dynamic play out.
All right, so we might see some excitement out of Turkey here from Conrad. All right, let's do one of you will be play-by-play for a year, and the other will give color commentary at the end of the year, unless something really, really is pressing. Ed, we'll start with you doing the color. Patrick, you do the play-by-play here in spring of 1901. Here are the moves. Tell us what you see.
I do. Oh, is it me in 01 or is it Patrick? I wasn't paying attention to what you were saying.
Ed, it's good to have you back, man. It's been a little while since we were on a stream together.
I'm not joking. Am I doing 01? Oh, it's Patrick. Okay.
I think Are you sure? Okay. Spring of 1. We see in the West, we see some very classical EF style moves with the army moving in from Liverpool to Edinburgh and the French army being supported to Burgundy. Shows a lot of trust in each other. Suggests DMZ at English Channel was very confidently honored on both sides. Germany's moves are pretty standard, so not much to read into that. The East is much more interesting, in my opinion. First of all, we have the bounce in Trieste between Austria and Italy, but there is a DMZ of Galicia, so I suspect this could have easily been asked for by Bernard, because actually there is an argument for Vienna hold that I've been seeing a tiny bit more nowadays that I kind of buy into, which is that having an army in Vienna in Follow 1 is much better than having an army in Trieste in case Russia breaks the DMZ, because then you can self-bounce in Budapest and cover everything. Nathan uses that DMC just to hold in Warsaw, though, which always gives me a tiny bit of pause as Austria, but at the same time, it's a flexible place for an army to go. It doesn't have to be anti-Austrian long-term. And then Conrad plays what I used to call in a younger, more brash time, the incorrect Turkish opening, but I've since gained a little more appreciation for the tricks that the old dogs use.
All right, let's push forward here into spring, into fall of 1901, if I can do it. Tell us what you see, Patrick.
All right, into the spring of the fall of 1901, we see in the West a bounce in Belgium between England and France. I suspect this might be agreed. It's always a little awkward for France to get 3 builds at the start of an EF, but it's also awkward for England to get Belgium early sometimes when France wants to get it in the long term. So this is sometimes a solution that you see. Germany moves back to cover Munich, so clearly they're not too trusting of France, but they're also not overly catering to England because they let Russia into Sweden. So a very neutral north at the moment. I think this is going to be a really interesting build phase for Cameron because Edinburgh is covered up. So they have a lot of options diplomatically to justify their build. Italy moves to Tuscany while convoying to Tunis. So Toby showing a lot of friendliness towards Bernard right now, backing up that bounce in Trieste was agreed in spring. So we're going to see some kind of AI here. Whether Russia jumps in on that is another question. They are at least putting an army into Romania, but with Turkish support. So Conrad, if he's going to have an ally, Conrad clearly thinks it's going to be Nathan, if anybody.
Ed, what are your thoughts on 1901 overall?
Patrick has the exuberance of youth. He's probably right on some of this, but I'm not sure that leaving Venice is pro-Austrian. Let's see what Toby's build is there. I'm not sure 100% that this is AR cooperation. So I'd like to see the East fold out. In the West, nothing is surprising to me looking at it.
How could Venice to Tuscany end up being anti-Austrian? Like, how would you convert that to anti-Austrian position?
It could build a fleet Venice. That's something that Conrad would want to see if it's an IT, right? And that gives Italy a fleet. Conrad going to Smyrna here, so he can build a fleet con, which is flexible. I just don't know. I mean, I just have a sneaking suspicion that Austria is about to get eaten.
You heard it here first, folks. Ed advocates for the building of Fleet Venice in 1901.
I don't, but I'm not Toby Harris either, if anyone's capable of it.
The answer is Fleet Naples. Austria puts down 2 armies. We do get a fleet in Constantinople from Conrad. Probably not a surprise there. Headline here, though, is Fleet North Coast St. Petersburg. Nathan Lester committing to the north. Cameron Taylor can't be too happy about that. Probably not so happy about Fleet Brest and Fleet Kiel, the 2 most anti-English fleet builds. So actually all 3.
Fleet Kiel is not anti-English. We cannot start that as a thing on DBN.
Yeah.
Like, take that back.
Yeah. I will say, Liverpool to Eddie is my favorite opening in gun build, specifically because it's a negotiation tactic with France, because it says, hey, I'm going to convoy to Belgium. If you bounce me, then Eddie won't be open for the pro-French build. So France knew that London was being built on here, right? Unless it was Liverpool. So they had the excuse to build Fleet Brest. The question is, really, based on the Spring 02 moves, what is going to be the result of that? Is it going to be EF war with FG stepping in to help, or especially with that Russian fleet, or is this a bit of smoke and mirrors?
Ed, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't think it's smoke and mirrors.
All right. Fleet Keel is not necessarily anti-English, but it is the most anti-English build that Germany could make there. Yeah.
It's the most neutral build.
Okay, that's a low bar, though. I mean, Fleet Munich is probably not available.
Yeah, not necessarily pro-English. But no, look, this is Kiel can go to Helgoland, whereas Berlin can't. So that's the potentially anti-English power of Fleet Kiel. Let's see what happens. So Ed Sullivan, you are going to be doing play-by-play here. Are you ready?
Okay, I'm paying attention now.
All right, very
Sure.
good. Turn on your attention module. Here are the moves for spring of 1902. Ed, tell us what you see.
I see a convoy to Denmark, which you don't really see very much, but so that looks like pretty good. EG cooperation here, maybe even a triple at some level with Brest going to Mid-Atlantic, London holding. So I see that. I think this is all in response to that Russian North Coast fleet. So that anti-English fleet goes to Baltic Sea, a well-known anti-English position for Germany here. I'm reading the West as a slow-moving triple, particularly by France. I see Conrad here going after the youth, attacking Nathan, taking Black Sea, going to Armenia. And I don't think Toby is part of any anti-Conrad coalition as he's convoying back to Apulia, bouncing Austria out of Venice. But I definitely see the IAT, and they better get going. So I guess we're seeing 2 3-way alliances and poor Nathan Lester caught in the middle.
Yeah, if this is an AIT, it's not an AIT. It's an AT using Italy as a meat shield in case France comes down. Naples hold is very interesting from Toby because it suggests that Spiros did a really, really good job of convincing Italy that he was not a threat, which against someone like Toby Harris is pretty commendable. I am hoping that the convoy to Denmark is arranged. I've seen this before. I've done it before with in Snake Pit with Alan Thompson, even though that wasn't fully consensual. And the follow-up is Baltic convoys Denmark to Livonia. Please let that happen in fall.
Let's find out. Fall of 1902.
Yes.
Look at this. Patrick is the new McAllis of DBN analysts, getting that correct. That was fantastic. But guess who's not Western tripling, guys, as I have a bug go in my glasses? It's Spiros. His moves weren't exactly pro triple the last time, but they weren't anti it either. So Spiros deciding no more triple. That's interesting. Yeah. I wish England didn't leave Denmark now, if you were England. Let's see. Toby's gone full after Austria here with the supported move to Venice, Adriatic, and he and Conrad are showing a lot of cooperation, but Conrad's also showing cooperation with Austria. Conrad takes Romania while helping Austria into Sevastopol. So there's still an AT, but it doesn't look like Italy's a meat shield here, Patrick. It does look like Italy is going to try and get some dots off of Austria. The question is whether Patrick is going to go along with that or not. I guess we'll know from the builds.
It looks like Toby, has realized he's going to be a meat shield in this current board state, and he's worked something really good, really solid out with Spiros. I think I really like this play for both France and Italy. I think it keeps the game moving at a much better pace for them. And yeah, an English army in Livonia is much worse for defense of the homeland than an English army in Yorkshire. So that is an unfortunate downside of this awesome play from Cameron and Chris. But besides that, I forgot the other thing I was going to say. Actually, the other thing is, sorry. Apulia might have been better off supporting Tuscany to Venice so that Apulia can be convoyed to Albania after this if he's going to follow through with an attack on Austria. But other than that, really good.
Yeah. Do you make anything of Sweden supporting the Russian in and then getting cut by the Russian?
That's hilarious. I didn't see that.
The question underlying this is it possible that Chris actually wants an FG here and is sort of happy to get Cameron out of position?
I wouldn't put it past him.
All right. Last thing to point out. Ed, what do you got?
No. I was saying, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. Like, these things are face to face in the heat of the moment. that's pretty next level strategic thinking that I don't possess in a face-to-face 12 or 15-minute order writing.
So he says. Last thing to point out, this is a small but significant mistake by Austria to retreat to Vienna and not to Bohemia or Silesia here, meaning that the build that they get from Sevastopol will not be available to them. Yeah, Patrick, that was a nice point about unit efficiency here. There were, Toby wanted to ensure that Apulia got into Venice here. I guess was worried that Trieste might come over, but he could have done the same thing while keeping the army forward facing. Tuscany also just could have gone to Piedmont in order to sort of come around to the top. So this is very conservative play by Toby Harris.
He doesn't know what France is doing for sure, right? He doesn't know for sure. So,
Yeah, so
I mean, it's a hedge.
Might want to curry favor, not piss Spiros off.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, let's move forward here. Winter 1902. Here are the builds. Get another fleet from Conrad Woodring. We have that build.
That's not pro-Italy.
Let's see. Spiros puts down fleet Brest. Probably not a surprise, but we do get a fleet Kiel. So I think if we had any question about Germany's motivations here, I think those were just answered.
Yeah.
All right, spring of 1903. Back to you, Patrick.
Okay, so we see England convoying Germany to Yorkshire. Fair enough. If you can't have an English army on the mainland, you might as well have a friendly army on the mainland to help defend you. I'm sure that's completely what Chris's intentions are and will remain. He is a kind-hearted soul through and through. He will not ever stab using that very useful strategic position. Meanwhile, we see, bouncing in Burgundy, fleets moving back to Denmark. So this is very much the FG that the German fleet build alluded to. England does take St. Petersburg, which is going to help Cameron hang on a little bit longer here, although it doesn't help the balance of the board since Russia is now even more likely to collapse this year or next year. A couple other interesting points tactically in the south is the unwanted support from Toby from Greece to Albania. I'm not fully sure what that accomplishes. I mean, obviously Bernard's trying to cover the convoy to Albania. I see. Because the unwanted support to Greece was made, if Ionian is dislodged, it can now retreat to Greece. And if it's dislodged with strength 3, that is. So instead, Conrad has to attack with strength 2 in the fall while Bernard covers Greece, and Adriatic can defend against that. So really, really heads up play from Toby to keep Ionian here in a way that I don't think he could have ever done otherwise. That's the big thing I want to shout out there. And then Turkey gets into Sevastopol, Austria push forward into Ukraine. That's pretty standard. Presumably, Austria will be compensated with Moscow in the fall.
Really quick, before we move on from this, it is an English fleet in the North Sea that is convoying the German army into York. Ed, how do you feel about that?
If he doesn't think Germany wronged him, fine. I mean, he's in the long run, it's a horrible play, but as the great English economist John Maynard Keynes said, in the long run, we're all dead. So I guess I don't really hate the idea of England doing it.
That's your version of Brandon's. Yeah, cool. we're all gonna die.
Oh gosh.
John Maynard Keynes said it, so it's got to be.
So Germany had a free walk into Eddie here, pretty much. It's worth noting he did not take it. He is really there to help England for now. So Liverpool is kicked out. Although it seems like France might have had some advance hunches about what Germany was actually doing in Yorkshire, and supports himself to Burgundy for a fully defensive stance. So all of a sudden, things are looking a lot more hostile in the West, and things are looking a lot messier in the Balkans as well, because is the AT still together? Yeah, it is. But at the same time, Austria is kind of disintegrating anyway. They do get Moscow thanks to the English support as well as the Turkish, so that's something. But losing Vienna to can we call it a late-breaking wintergreen, or not really, because their positions are both so poor at the moment. And Turkey does actually choose to. Turkey and Austria do choose to break Ionian in the guaranteed way and cover Greece with an army, which again leads to the loss of Vienna. But oh well, I guess if you're Bernard and you recognize your position's already kind of shot, I guess you help Conrad in this position.
I think it's really good for Conrad. It's the end of 1903. He's closed all the supply centers around the Black Sea. Turkey is not hostile and is in the Ionian. I mean, I think I'll take that.
That doesn't suck. Russia's hampered as well. England has managed to get a build. St. Petersburg picked up St. Petersburg,
right.
held on to all of their supply centers. That is, I mean, given this board state in winter of 02, would not have called that.
Yeah.
So really,
I mean, France attacking them
and
first.
worked with Conrad, worked with the AT, right? So obviously it doesn't have to worry so much now, maybe not against them, helping Austria into Moscow to and is trying to buy survival points with that. I think it's a good play. I really like Cameron's play here.
Yeah.
It's hard not to admire, we've admired Conrad's position here. How about Chris Wilgar, right? Manages to have an army on the English mainland and a fleet in the North Sea. No worry at the moment of any enemies on the eastern side. So comparing Chris's and Conrad's positions here, who would you rather be, Patrick?
Conrad, because his defensive lines are totally clean. Ring around the Black Sea is closed, as Ed mentioned, and he's just got all the options in the world here. Italy doesn't have the resources to defend. I think the retreat to Tyrrhenian instead of Tunis was a mistake because Tyrrhenian is easier to cover, and now he's going to have to bend over backwards for that. Germany has some positional problems. If he's going to be hostile to France now, which it looks like Chris is the direction Chris is going in for the moment, France can just go into Ruhr right now, and that's going to be really, really annoying for him to deal with for quite a while. I don't think he'll lose a center off of it, but it's going to really slow down any potential gains he has. Well, again, Conrad's position is just clean, solid, and really insulated from any major hostile threats.
Can you go back to fall 1902 for a second, Brandon?
Yeah. 1902 or 03?
Oh, yeah, fall 1903, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, notice that I think this is a hostile takeover of the North Sea by Germany. I think Germany's about to. I mean, yeah, he's helping England into Liverpool, but Norway's going to North Sea. It might be time for a position swap by Germany here, which I think Germany needs because that was your question: Germany versus Conrad, and right now Conrad has the advantage.
So, if you're Germany here, you would turn on England. What would you do?
Split the centers up quickly, race against Conrad.
Move forward. All right, let's move forward and see if that happens. We get an army from Cameron on the English mainland, and over in the east we get a fleet from Toby Harris. No surprise, but now we get an army from Conrad Woodring. Does that signal intentions, or is that just, in your opinion, just the next unit he needs?
It's going to Apulia, and he's friendly enough with Austria that Austria didn't bother to negotiate it into Smyrna instead.
All right, let's see what happens. Spring of 04. Ed, we're down to you for play-by-play.
Well, it tried to go to Albania, which makes sense also, but didn't work because Ionian got taken by Toby. Toby, it is a late-breaking wintergreen. We see that. And Russia's also helping England into Moscow, so much for the AT cooperation, whereas Moscow retreats to Sev. And I probably missed a whole bunch of stuff in the west. So let's look there. Just looks like it's still EG versus F, with North Sea getting broken and Sweden backfilling to Norway. This is a good turn for Toby, I think. Defensively, at least.
Yeah, the retreat into Tunis is annoying, but he's removed the threat of a convoy for the moment, which is really the biggest thing. Russia's still very friendly. I really like Cameron playing just the chaos agent in the Russian centers here. I think it makes a lot of sense for England and pretty much the entire West to kick Austria out of Moscow here and just try and delay that alliance as much as possible. Although if Austria is still friendly to Turkey this turn, which I assume they are, they can help Turkey get Warsaw or something to that effect, or just get them into Moscow. So still plenty of options there.
In the fall. All right.
Munich.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bad play by Chris here, going to Ruhr because he's, I guess, worried about about it, but he couldn't have stopped it otherwise. Anyways, he just loses Munich. That was a complete gift to Spiros there. Berlin doesn't cover it. But he does get the North Sea. I think he'd rather have Munich, though. And he does get Norway. So he'll remain even. So I'm looking there. Meanwhile, something got piffed in Wales. I don't know.
That was the German army.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like that's broken down. Yeah.
All right. So I think he was opening it up for builds or something because he was, anyways, and that's why he did it. Probably is my guess, but okay. So it's not the end of the world for Germany here. Let's see. As Patrick predicted, Tunis got kicked out. That's not hard to predict, but thus gets Conrad Ionian. That's good for him. And Conrad picks up Ukraine, having lost Sevastopol with English help. Okay.
Yeah. I think it looks like Austria wanted to get revenge on England because England's the one who kicked them out of their center, but it makes much more sense for Turkey to kill Russia here if he can. Strangely, I don't know what Budapest does. What does Budapest do? Because it should support Galicia to the end here, shouldn't it?
It just held.
Supported Serbia.
Okay. Yeah, because Russia's hostile. Russia's a known quantity, right? You want to get them off the board as soon as possible. But England, like, what reason do you have to annoy England? They've got one army down there, and like all they've done is provoke so far, Russia and your Janissary. So what do you care? Get them on your side. Make them replace Austria in that part of the board. As for Germany, just going to Prussia here is a bit of an own goal. Like, it's not more valuable than covering Munich. Come on. And he only had one build, so there's no point in opening that up for a build when Kiel's there already.
Well, he might have known that Wales was getting blown up, so he might have thought that he would need to put 2 units down. But still, I think if he moves Munich to Ruhr, I see. If he bounces in Ruhr, then he wouldn't have 2 spaces open. I'm with you on this one. All right, so so Patrick, yeah. Any other thoughts on 1904 here?
I think I covered everything that's important for now.
All right.
Wow. So I guess nothing more for me.
Ed, you were doing the play-by-play.
That's right. That's right.
Is there something you want to say, Ed?
No. I was just joking.
Because Ed, we love you and we value your opinion. We want to hear everything that you have to say. In that case, winter of 1904 finds a rebuild of an army in Kiel, and now we get us with that sort of bonus, the bonus Munich puts down an army in Marseille. All right, let's push forward here. Spring of 1905. Patrick, back to you.
Okay, so we see some more tactical buffoonery here from the Franco-German War, but this time in Germany's favor, which is nice. As Germany gets into Belgium and piffs that army. Interesting to see Munich try to support Belgium to Ruhr. I mean, there aren't a ton of great tactical options that France had for this turn because their armies are just kind of disconnected from each other at the moment. But still unfortunate to see that happen for them. England just kind of shuffling their units around. They walk back into Norway, which might have been arranged with Germany as they walk out. Might not have been. It's noteworthy that they took Belgium from North Sea when they could have just as easily done it from Holland. So maybe that is a deal. Or maybe it was just covering against Channel to North Sea. It's hard to tell for the moment. And then meanwhile in the east, we have an interesting little development here. Actually, no, not really. England tries to support Germany into Warsaw, fails. More wintergreen cooperation versus AT. Turkey gets into Serbia. Austria piffs Albania. So a lot of really good progress there. Oh, it gets into Adriatic too, which is very, very nice.
And Tyrrhenian.
Presumably Toby trying to cover against all the convoy options from Bulgaria, but completely misses that army in Bulgaria is useful in the Balkans too, and the fleets can do other annoying things. So really, really well measured from Conrad this turn. Love the position even more now.
All right,
disagree with that.
Yep. Fall of 1905.
Okay, pretty natural continuations of everything that we expected from the spring. Austria gets supported into Vienna. Turkey follows back into Budapest to cover everything. They also get into Trieste with support. Conrad gets back into Ionian. I'm not really sure why Tunis taps Tyrrhenian here. Tyrrhenian isn't going to leave Tyrrhenian unless you let it into one of your centers, presumably. So you might as well bounce. You might as well protect Ionian instead. But I guess you don't want to walk out of that either. So It's understandable. It just didn't quite work out, unfortunately. Meanwhile, pretty static stuff in the West. Germany supports themselves to Berlin, which covers up all their centers, but that's okay because they lost Norway to England, so they don't have a build regardless. And it looks like if he was trying to buy England's loyalty back with Norway, then it hasn't worked because he's supporting himself to North Sea and moving all of his units around to face the Germans. So I don't think Chris is going to like what developments we see from that quarter in 1906.
I mean, look
Ed.
at Conrad. Serbia. He's in Trieste with Austrian support. He hasn't made, I mean, the only person, he hasn't stabbed anybody. And he's in an amazing position. It's just going to improve here. So it's a Conrad Woodring game right now. Poor Germany, right? Germany. Oh, no, they don't get the build because they lost Norway. So there's not a build for Germany.
This is quite a turn for Conrad. Goes up to is in Tyrrhenian Sea and Ionian. Has Austria letting him have centers basically. Being okay with it.
Well, there's a reason for it, right? Because Adriatic could have been tapped and they wouldn't have gotten it back. So I mean, you can see why that happened.
Yeah, and it was Italy's center, but Conrad's in Budapest now. Oops. Also in Galicia and Warsaw, and putting down two. All right, what do you put down here if you are Conrad? Patrick, we'll start with you.
Army Con, Fleet Smyrna. I don't think Austria is
exactly
really negotiating. I don't think Austria's really negotiating for certain builds at this point. He's happy to do whatever you like, so just put the optimal stuff down.
Ed, do you agree?
I might do Army Ankh, put Sevastopol into Moscow, and then backfill your line going to Armenia and then Sevastopol.
So am I right that both of you would want to see, if you were Conrad, you would want to continue cooperation with Austria for a while longer, or would you want to take those dots, which seem to be right there?
Yeah, as long as there's opportunities to push Austrian units forward into useful spots like Venice, Moscow, those are all still solid. Albania is the only potential convoy option right now across Ionian. So yeah, there's plenty of useful places for Austria to go, and clearly they're willing to go there. So keep them around.
So push them forward, take dots from behind.
Agreed.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what Conrad decides to do. We do get Army Ankh, Fleet Smyrna. So Ed wins the Conrad build sweepstakes. Cameron Taylor sneakily up to 6, puts down a fleet in Edinburgh. Interesting. Interesting. What do you guys?
Surely he's got to lose Moscow now if it's solidifying his EF. Surely.
All right,
yeah, that's what's happening. It's an EF now, right?
So England stayed with Germany as long as it was useful, and then is now turning and joining France. That's your read?
Yeah.
Yes.
Spring of 1906. Ed, to you for the play-by-play.
Well, it's a Western triple. It's a late forming Western triple is what we have. It's functionally an EF anyways, right? It's not like Germany had a lot of options other than to do this. I think they've seen the Conrad issue. Meanwhile, it's pretty good progress for this AT. Yeah, Austria does get Trieste here, but I think that's probably a pass through to Venice maybe. Meanwhile, France is coming to support Italy. Is it all too little too late? It's a race against a Conrad Woodring board top here.
Yeah, I want to take a moment to shout out the beautiful tactics by Conrad this turn while we're focusing on the big flashy Yorkshire to North Africa convoy. Tyrrhenian supports Ionian with the convoy to Apulia and Trieste to Albania. That's really amazing because even I was expecting, like, the logical follow-up to this would be Trieste goes to Adriatic, Austria pushes an army up to Trieste, and then they attack Venice. But instead, they've taken advantage of Toby's prediction of that and done this convoy, which was completely unstoppable unless Ionian was specifically taken from Apulia, in which case he retreats to Naples and just gets even more position in the fall. So really, really well done on that end. It's too bad that now this Western Triple is doing horrible things like playing in all their best interests and balancing the board. Simply deplorable.
All right, follow up, and that's where the game ends. Is that a surprise?
Not really. I think that at this point you're just trying to make sure no one runs away with something crazy in the first round, right? An 8 center board top is much easier to catch up to in future rounds than like 13, 14 centers, especially if what Isaac said in the chat earlier is true, which is you want a big lead, and that could really stretch you out a lot.
Ed, what do you think about the game ending here?
It was just going to get worse. I mean, there was no potential for Conrad not to top the board. It was only a question of how much. I think the only question is whether EF just try and take some more dots for a little higher score against Germany. But Conrad was going to win going away no matter what.
Yeah. There's a decent threat there's a decent counterweight against that, though, in that there are Turkish armies available to take Berlin if Germany wants to throw that. So
you can see from the scores here how much of a bonus there is for topping the board at these low center counts, right? The bonus here is 60 points plus, 50 points plus 10 centers for each center in the delta between first and second. If everyone has another 4 centers, which isn't possible, if everyone has another 2 centers, then the ratio isn't as much. But here at 8,666, it's 125 to 50. So Conrad's score is 2.5 times the score of the next highest one.
And consider that the other 2 games 95 each, right, for split board tops. So Conrad he accomplished everything. But I think, isn't your point, Brandon, that this is how much a board top is valued in this game?
But it's certainly relatively at these low. So the question is going to be, the question for Conrad, right, is did he leave a lot of centers on the table? Each additional center is worth 15 points. 10 points or 5 points for the center itself, and then 10 points for the possible delta, which wouldn't necessarily stay the same. But if he ends up at like 14, right, he's left, probably a significant number of points on the table. On the other hand, like you guys have said, Brandon talked about this as well. It's the first round of a tournament. You want to bank it. So far, this is a really, really big score relative to the others.
It's a top board. You just got to be top 7.
Yep. All right. Let's congratulate Conrad on a game well played here. Did Chris, in your opinion, make a mistake here by sticking with England? Or was that the best option that he had and it just didn't work out? Patrick.
I think he did it in kind of a needlessly clumsy way, because getting the combo to Yorkshire, sure, that was really cool to look at at first, but the absence of that German army in the German heartland ended up proving really costly in dealing with that French raider into Munich and protecting Ruhr and all that. So, yeah, I think it was a good idea, but he could have gone about it better than he ultimately did, and that kind of sunk him here.
Yeah, that army ended up being used only for the defense of the English centers. It did not produce any positive growth for Chris. And that's just not what you want your units to do. You want your units.
It denied a French gain, to be fair. Like, it did something in a war against France prospectively, but just not enough. Yeah.
I mean, there's a reasonable argument that if he turns on England, if he wasn't 100% sure France was going to turn towards Italy, then what he did was the right play. The mistake was not covering Munich, but hindsight's always 20/20, especially on BBN.
You think if he had covered Munich there and got the build, things would have worked out differently for Chris?
Probably not. I mean, I know I'm talking on both sides of my mouth, but the reason is that was a tough French position to crack, even if he had gotten that extra build, right?
Well,
I think these last few years are completely different for Chris if he protects Munich, but I don't think it leads to him topping or anything like that.
Got it. It's a better position, but still not a great one.
Yeah.
All right, then. That brings us to a close of board 1C. Congratulations to Conrad. I can say that without reservation for a nice board top. Let's bring Brandon Austin back to the stream. Brandon, welcome back.
Howdy.
And Patrick will give you a break here. See you in a little bit.
Bye.
Bye, Patrick.
All right.
Patrick knows a lot. We need to start crediting Patrick with his analysis. The guy is really good. I hate to admit it.
You hate to admit it. That's
he
honest.
Just started a year ago. He's already better than, a lot of people, including me.
All right. Well, we will look forward to seeing Patrick again in a little bit with a slightly bigger head than he had before. Board 1D finds Graham Dent in Austria, Richard Froome in England, Anastasia Stiles in France. All three are new to our system. So welcome to DBN covered events. Germany is Isaac Jukes, DBN's own, out of York. In Italy, we have some guy named Michalis Kamaritis out of Hull. I think that's where he's living now. I'll have to update that. Michalis is more or less keeping DBN running while the other organizers are having life stuff. Thank you, Michalis. We also appreciate having the chance to critique your play. In Russia, we have Jeremy Tullet or Toulet, don't know which one. Jeremy is also new to our system. And in Turkey, we have George Mork out of London. All right, let's dive in. So on this, we're going to go back to looking at the end game state. And
just go to the beginning. We'll just run it quick. Come on, Brandon. Let's see Michalis dominate. We got to do it that way.
All right. We will turn off the reveal feature. Quick. And here is how things start. Here is how they continue into fall of 1901.
That follow-up to Venice. I'm just looking at Michalis, but then you're seeing the convoy to Norway, EF tension.
We get some nice builds. Can we tell anything about the alliance structure? Not quite.
He doesn't like that fleet. Michalis does not like that fleet, so he's working with Austria.
And we have England attacking both, going to Channel and Helgoland. That's
awesome.
Fun.
Why not?
Fall of 1902, we have Michalis making some forward movement here, leaving Tunis, but getting into the Aegean. Possibly didn't expect to actually get out of Ionian.
And France left Portugal.
So maybe that's the order of the day, is to walk out of neutrals in this game. Winter 02.
Helgoland walking into Kiel, though, which is nice.
Very nice. and Berlin falling as well. So tough turn here for Isaac Jukes. Goes down to 3 in 02. Let's see. We've got... Just call out whatever looks interesting to you. Michalis retreats.
IAT here. Michalis got the army build and said, if you build an army, I'll go away. And that's exactly what the guy did. That's what George did.
All right. England picking up
Sweden and Denmark. Yeah.
Losing Kiel. That's not too bad of a trade. Puts down
Liverpool.
I'm getting you, France.
Richard's doing it all.
What's to argue with the English strategy here? I mean, this is great.
Why not?
Well, sorry, go ahead, Brandon.
No, that's it. I was just saying, why not?
Yeah, well, we get an army in Paris here, which is, interesting if you're fighting England. Oh my goodness!
But if you get a walk into Irish and English Channel, then why not? You can even line up a convoy from Brest. So
it's nice that you're fully evacuating your board to go north while Michalis just goes full on against you. Oh my God. Yeah, it's a really good IET, right? With this is excellent. And we're about to see Italy make a lot of progress here. I love what I'm seeing. Now we're taking Marseille. We're about to take Spain.
France picks up London as well. England picks up Norway.
Oh gosh. So let's just keep going here. Spring of 05. It's hard not to watch
Spain. Yeah, I know. But, well, there's a reason for that. Michalis takes Spain, but gives up Marseille to do it, but looks retakeable maybe. But I do see some tension now between Austria and Turkey. And we'll see how Michalis reacts to that.
Yeah, it wasn't there before as well. Well, Michalis doesn't mind because he picks up Greece and Spain and keeps Marseille. And yeah, poor old Isaac's booted out of Kiel. Has to retreat to Helgoland because of the bounce in Denmark as well. But France gets Munich, so that's great. Loses London too because of the convoy back into Brest. So Mao holding
quite a turn for him.
Interesting too.
And I like how he's sort of not taking a position in the AT war. Greece just holding. Could have done a couple of things.
And meanwhile, his ally Graham Dent is. All right, so where are we at here in the center chart? Michalis is topping with 8. Richard Froome in second with 7. Do you guys like McCallus top this board, Brandon?
Yeah. Yeah, why not? Of course.
Just as you say that, he loses Trieste in Greece to a reformed AT here, it looks like. But he might be vacating Trieste intentionally. Interesting. And now he's going, yeah. So we'll see how he recovers in the fall.
I mean, AT stopping the fighting is probably not what McCallus wanted to see. But
No, he didn't
maybe,
want to see it.
maybe that's the
Yeah.
consequence of his, staying too neutral.
Well,
But
he
notice he's
goes
taking the
down.
T side here. He's taking the T side.
He's going down Trieste and Greece. And I think England grabbed a build as well, so they jumped up one more to 8. And yeah, Turkey's in second now.
This was a bad turn for.
There we go.
There it ends. All right, so spotlight was on McCallus. He ends up finishing in a tie for 3rd place. Ed, how do you feel about what you've just seen?
First of all, Richard did what Richard needed to do in this game to get the board top, and he got lucky a little bit by France being so jackal-like in the play, because that attack on England, which looks sort of bad for England, moved McCallus west, but then France pulled it around. Therefore, England had a chance to recover. Anyways, I like the game Richard played. I feel bad that we didn't give him enough love because, well, he doesn't have McCallus's name, and it's not a game about names, although we make it that way sometimes, and he deserved to win. I'm not sure I draw as Turkey here. I'm honestly, I'm not sure I draw as Turkey. George, I think, had a lot of growth.
Well, yeah, you got 3 fleets and a couple of armies to spare, so could have been a couple more Austrian dots. But what's this again? Round 1? Like, the score difference again is massive. Like, considering McCallus was, in the lead, and he's just dropped to 50, whereas Richard gets 115. But round 1, call an early draw, go get some lunch, have some food, and then be pumped and more keen to go for round 2.
All right, that brings us to a close round 1, and here's how things stood after round 1. Oh, you know what? Take that back. Let me do a little magic here.
Oh, we got. What are you doing? Stop.
Oh, here we go. Okay, so here is. Oh, I should have taken it off the screen. There we go. All right, here is how things stood after round 1. Conrad Woodring in first with 125. Richard Froome in second. And then a 4-way tie for 3rd between Dan Lester, David Wigglesworth, Gunter Benson, and Richard Bolton, all of whom I believe had 2 center shared board tops, effectively. All right, let's push on ahead into round 2. We're going to start with board B. Board A is going to be our highlight round, so we'll do another summer here, and then we'll bring Patrick back on. Here are the players for round 2, board B. I hope. There we go. All right. Isaac Jukes in Austria, Ryan Inwood in England, Conrad Woodring in France, George Mork in Germany, Dan Lester in Italy, Brian Frew in Russia, and Phil Johns in Turkey. So, the ones that jump out at you right away are Conrad, tournament leader, and Dan Lester, but some other familiar names on here as well. Let's dive right in and see how this game went. Here we go. Here are the orders for spring of 1901.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
All right, so here's how things evolved into fall of 1901. Anything of interest?
Conrad helping Germany get 3 builds. England misorders a convoy. That looks. FG or Western Triple incoming?
We have four fleets built in the west. That's not what you want to see if you are England. And we do get an army
Well,
in Munich.
you know, they missed out on Norway, so Germany's just helping them out there. It's all right.
Yeah. Just coming to the rescue.
Yeah.
In the south, we get an army in Smyrna. That's interesting. So we'll see if we have an little IT going here, or just looks like AT with I hanging out. And
It's another IAT, but it's not a West. They all formed to stop a Western Triple that wasn't happening in some way, I think. That's awesome. But yeah, Germany's back in the North Sea, but England gets 2 builds. It gets 2 centers. That's kind of funny. And Conrad didn't make any explicit anti-England moves. I think Germany really wanted to see him in English Channel there.
This is a fascinating turn of events for England. Builds 2 fleets and now is coming after Germany, presumably. Let's push forward and see what we get.
Conrad moves into Irish, though.
Yeah.
Brest holding. We see Marseille popping over to Gascony, getting ready for a convoy. Yeah, it's interesting. Nice movement of the Turkish troops as well, convoying Con up to Sev, and Sev going to Ukraine. Now they've got Moscow.
I'll point
guaranteed.
out AI conflict. AI conflict is full on. That's usually to the benefit of Turkey, and Turkey's taking 2 and making a friend with Italy here.
Well, yeah, it's a big ouch for Austria. Down 3 up 1, or down 4 up 1.
Yep. So just sitting on Trieste. And takes Bulgaria as well. So retreats to Bulgaria.
With a retreat as a bit of a trade-off.
All right, so the England rises, England falls here, up 2, down 2. But interestingly, we get both armies from France and Germany, but it does feel like FG in the west. Things are resolving.
No. England and France are working together.
Yeah.
Look at the convoy.
France convoyed. Yeah.
Oh yeah. They bounced in the North Atlantic for no reason, but
it was all a feint because
yeah. Well, France sort of has it both ways here. It takes London and North, and takes the support into Ruhr. Interesting. All right, so at the end of 1904, we have quite a lot of resolution here. England is almost dead. Austria is dead. Russia is weak. And so there are 4 players left on this board for the most part. Who would you want to be in this case? Ed, start with you.
I'd take Phil's position. I'd want to be Phil. I'm a little sad Conrad didn't build Fleet Marseille here. I had to. He's really banking on Italy attacking Turkey now, which might happen.
Yeah, those fleets have to make him nervous. Brandon, who would you want to be?
Yeah. Like I am liking Turkey's position, especially with the 3 fleets. If they didn't have 3 fleets, I think I would like Dan's position. But like that med's pretty open, so I reckon Dan just swings them all over there, and Conrad with already 3 fleets in the north, and he builds another one in the north. Like, I think Marseille would have been a nicer build option there, but I'm liking the east more in this.
All right, no votes for George then in Germany.
Or Dan Lester, which is crazy, given the fact that he's amazing.
I said I wouldn't mind Dan. He's a great guy. I like him.
All right.
Yep. He's picking up Serbia here. Very nice. Belgium's getting popped as well. St. Pete's gone. And Liverpool is not going to be held for long for poor Ryan. That's going to go in the fall.
The FG cooperation, I think that's the big news flash here,
yeah. FG cooperation, and it couldn't come too soon because, Conrad needs a build, and he's going to get it with Belgium, and he's got a place to build now in Marseille.
And there we go. And IT cooperating nicely, although it's hard not to notice that there are still 3 Italian armies and only one Turkish army in that theater right now. Spring of 1906. Alliances stay similar. We've got FG versus IT still. Russia holding on for dear life.
I think Mao gets into Spain south coast. Yep. There we go.
So a
Russia's
little bit of
gone.
failure. Yeah, I don't know. I know people are stuck with their alliances, but I don't. It does look a little stagnated here.
Well,
Like, I'm
Germany
starting to
also
think
helped. Germany helps
Yeah,
Turkey into Warsaw here. So could we be looking at an end game state here? 9988.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
There we go.
Interesting. Almost, it's a two against two, and just one in each alliance ends up sharing the board top. Any regrets for anyone on the board? Ed, start with you.
We did it quickly, but I don't think so. That English misorder in 01 really affected England's game. It would have been interesting to see if there was a triple. I don't think Conrad would have tripled though. I think this was well played by both sides.
Yeah, like we ran through it pretty quick, but in 07 games, not particularly long, and this looks like a nice clean spot to end it as well. And I think most of these players got decent scores earlier, so like especially Conrad, like he has a decent lead on some of the others, so 70 is still not a bad score to walk away from. But he has a couple of centers here that he could easily go for. Just depends how long he wants to really be fighting Dan in the med. So, and he doesn't really want to annoy Germany, especially if they're going to be tossing centers to Turkey as well. Well, not tossing them, but helping him into them. So, yeah.
All right, Dan makes an okay score, sets him up for trying to make a move in round 3. All right, let's let us bid adieu to board 2B and come back to this view. We'll welcome Patrick back to the stage. Welcome back, Patrick.
Hey, I got to say that if that's not the game Bradley recommended to us, and the one he did is probably going to be a barn burner because that was a great game. Had pretty much everything. Tournament leader, shifting alliances, good stuff.
Ed, we'll see you in a little bit.
Bye-bye.
All right, let's head on over to that highlight game of round 2. And
is there 3 rounds with the top board round after that, or is round 3 the top board round?
Top board rounds after that.
That's right. Okay. 4 rounds overall. All right, here are the players for our highlight board. In Austria, we have Cameron Taylor. England, Michalis Gamaritis. France, Gunter Bedson. Germany, Theo Fox, one or the other. Italy, Ian Wilson. Russia, Richard Froome. And Turkey, Jelta Kuiper, making his debut. All right, let's just dive right in here. If I can operate Dibcast for us. And all right, Patrick or Brandon, we'll start with you on the play-by-play. Here are the orders for spring of 1901.
Yeah, so this is looking all pretty standard. A DMZ of besides Warsaw to Silesia. That's one of my favorite openings. That's great. I love that. I was about to say it's all fairly standard, but we've got Jelta getting straight into black and Armenia. No bounce in Gal because the army's going to Silesia, Vienna to Bud. Pretty standard for Austrian moves, and Venice holding. Rome to Naples is a little different. Don't often see that. Still gives the convoy option for Tunis, but just doesn't help out with Venice if they need to support that. So Rome to Apulia can generally provide a couple more options if you need to worry about Venice. But yeah, otherwise fairly standard stuff in the west. But I would like to see where Richard, who I think was the England with some interesting plays in the other game. I want to see how he goes as Russia. It'll be cool.
Yeah, it's worth noting that this is a rare Spring 1901 turn where they're all black arrows, nothing bounced. So that's really cool to see. I'm interested to see with Jelta going for the full Sunstrom, which of Austria or Italy he thinks he has on side to back him up in this aggressive move. Maybe Austria gets 3 builds based on Vienna to Budapest. That'd be pretty nice for both of them, I think. So let's see.
All right. The answer is, Fall of 1901. Brandon, back to you.
Austria does get 3, but they go down Trieste, with Ionian going to Tunis as well, the army in Naples holding, so that limits their build options there as well. We see Richard's able to defend Sev. Silesia to Kiel, unfortunately, is not ideal. If Munich or Berlin might have been a little nicer. But Germany,
we have Richard in the comments here. The order that he wrote was Warsaw to Munich, which couldn't be represented on Backstabber.
Yep.
So
fair. That hurts. But I like the English convoy into Denmark. That's very cool.
Yeah, it's worth noting that Toby Harris is actually the one who invented this convoy to Denmark technique, as far as I know. So really cool to see it played in a UK tournament. So it looks like Richard's, based on the AT cooperation, looks like Richard's tournament chances might be evaporating at the moment, sadly, after a great round 1. But we'll see how it unfolds. Still plenty of time left.
Yeah, and we got a 3-build France as well, which is cool.
I'll add, by the way, that they have an unusual standings construction method here. You get the full score for your 2 best scores, but your 3rd score only counts half.
What?
So, yeah, I know.
Either have a drop round or don't have a drop round. Come on, Bradley.
I mean,
weird.
I think sometimes tournament directors construct things to make my coding life a little difficult, and this is no exception. But yeah, I mean, what it means is that your worst score is not a total throwaway, but it's also not the worst. It doesn't completely hamper your ability to overcome it. All right, so this is how 1901 ends. And for the builds, we have Gunter Bedson with 3, and those are 2 armies and a fleet in the south. McCallus puts down a fleet in the north, and Teo puts down, in the only builds that he could, like I said, the option of an army in Kiel, but elsewhere, oh goodness, I was leaving out the best part here. We have a 2-fleet build from Italy, one of which is in Venice. How do we feel about those builds, Patrick?
I think we both missed that Naples was covered up at the end of Fall 01, which was going to lead to something freaky like this. And yeah, it's freaky. I think if you wanted to build double fleets to be friendly to Austria, then you would leave Naples open and just move it to Apulia in Fall 01. If you want to attack Austria, then Army Venice is just better. So I think this might be a bit of a misplay from Ian. I don't know what he's going to do with it. He could go in a few directions with it, but for now, I'm not too sure of its utility.
So Rome went to Naples,
and
but stayed there. Brandon,
and we have a Turkish wave as well.
Oh goodness! Wonder if that's presumably a misorder. Richard, if you remember what happened over there, let us know. All right, spring of 1902. Patrick, you are on play-by-play here.
All right, so we'll start with the West because that seems a little more cut and dried. Germany is paying for their early transgressions against Russia, or whatever went wrong with. I guess Russia attacked them first, but who knows what happened diplomatically. And as a result, Russia's just piling on here and enabling a pretty fast-moving EF. As we see, France gets into Ruhr and Burgundy unopposed. England gets into Helgoland, supports Russia into Kiel. So we'll have a guarantee on Sweden in the fall. So really, really devastating stuff for Theo here. And it's going to be really scary to see McCallus in the fastest-moving alliance on the board. Not good for the rest of the players here. Meanwhile, in the east, though, it's not like things are stagnant. We've got some movement with Turkey getting into Sevastopol by convoy, but I was going to say also that Austria kind of has a lot of choice here with who they want to go with as an ally, and it looks like they're choosing Italy because they support themselves Bulgaria. They take the walk into Aegean, and it seems like Yelta is immediately regretting his choice to waive a build in 1901, which, let's be honest, is kind of expected unless you're France. He also has a guarantee on Khan if he wants it. So really, really great turn for Austria here.
And fall of 1902.
Follow 2, we see all the expected EF follow-ups. Sweden is taken. Holland is taken by convoy. France is not getting to Munich, though. It's interesting to see. This is a decent position for an ER, potentially, especially with Russia being so useful to stem the tide in the south of a big Austria, a big AI, potentially. And France is building while England, or France is not building while England is, and has also just moved out of the space next to St. Pete. So really, really good options here for Michalis on both sides, I'd say. Then in the east, Italy takes Serbia. I'm going to assume this is by arrangement until I see otherwise, because Cameron is getting 2 builds here pretty much guaranteed. He actually chooses to take Khan and Smyrna instead of bowling Khan, which I think is a bit of a misstep, because taking Khan with the fleet is really valuable here for making Black Sea a cuttable support, which is going to undermine Turkey's defense even further. But trying to get the army into Anatolia is an understandable desire as well. So it's not a bad moveset by any means.
Except for the fact that it has nowhere to build. Vienna.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
Vienna
that's
moved to
unfortunate.
Budapest while Budapest supported something. Maybe it was a misorder. He wanted to go to Galicia, or
Yeah, that's
Bohemia's
possible.
there, so that's hard to. Yeah, it's difficult.
Yep. Caught between two minds there, clearly.
Maybe he was going to
Bohemia.
take Trieste back in exchange for Serbia. It's weird. Yeah.
The double support into Ionian's interesting too. Like you could have had one of your fleets do something else, but I guess if you don't have any issues with France, you don't want to tick them off. But Trinity and Sea could have always gone to Naples or something. Could have tried to just rotate them around for a little bit more play.
Yeah, or arranged a bounce with France or something like that.
Yeah.
The worst thing Italy could do right now is attack France because of the ER threat that I mentioned earlier, I think.
Yeah.
All right, we have +2 from England here, and the answers are Army London, Fleet Edinburgh, and we have a fleet in Naples in the south. So quite a lot of naval firepower already in this game. Let's move forward here. Spring of 1903. And back to you, Brandon.
Yeah, so straight away looking over at Austria, there's assuming a little bit of a trade-off of Serbia going to Greece, Budapest going to Serbia, losing Romania to Yote as well, but walking back into Con. So there's going to be a couple of guesses in the fall around the Turkish home centers. Also, Ian moving Ionian to Eastern Med, Naples to Rome, but not backfilling Ionian is interesting, because now there's no potential convoy option available for Greece or another army. Looking up to Michaelis's play up in the north, we've got Eddie to Norwegian. This seems sort of standard. He gets his army London into Holland and Holland into Kiel. So he's doing a good job there. And Gunther's got to walk into Munich as well.
Hard not to like Michaelis's position here, right, Patrick?
Absolutely. If we were to play Who Do You Like, I pick him in a heartbeat.
Fall of 1903. Brandon, back to you.
Yeah. So we've got Italy is going down Serbia and Trieste, but is picking up Greece and Smyrna. So they're actually going to stay the same. Meanwhile, they're not really making any efforts like moving west against France. They're sort of just holding position there. Like Rome does go to Tuscany with support, but it's a little tough. Gunther's about to get a build as well. Richard's actually going down St. Pete, but is picking up Berlin too. So they're really just getting Theo out this turn. So that's tough. But Richard is picking up Berlin and Sev whilst only going down 1. So he should have a build, which is cool.
Patrick, your thoughts on 1903?
Yeah, I think it's quite. I think Brandon covered most of the things we need to cover, but it's quite a nice last screw you to Russia for Theo to get into St. Petersburg here. It pretty much guarantees that Michaelis will get an even better deal than he was already getting out of the fact that Russia attacked Germany early. So, yeah, he's having the effect on the game that he can have at this point.
And the plays around the Turkish home centers means Yote is just chilling on 3 as well.
Is there anybody who can challenge McCallus for the board top from here, or is this a fait accompli?
I think Ian could have potentially done it before Cameron consolidated his Balkan holdings just now with Serbia and Trieste. I think his window, he doesn't really have the resources to stab Austria at this point, and I don't think if he pushes back against France, he can defend against France for sure, but he can't really create any counter momentum, so he doesn't have much growth. And I don't see Austria having that much either. Like, Austria can grow. He has Romania up for grabs. He could break back into Turkey if he wants with Italian help, but he's starting from so far back from McCallus at this point, and McCallus has more to gain that it's not really realistic.
All right.
Yeah.
Winter of 19. Oh, Brandon, you have something to add there?
No, nothing to add there.
All right. Winter of 1903. Interesting fleet build here from Gunter in Brest here rather than Marseille. Should we read anything into that?
No,
Brandon?
it's optimal. It's easier for that fleet to go to North Africa than Marseille, because if he builds it in Marseille, he has to daisy chain all three of them down, which is just horribly awkward.
And maybe thinking about defense at this point as well, rather than offense, given the three Italian fleets. All right, spring of 1904. Back to you, Patrick.
All right, we see all of the expected things for McCallus to do in this position, which is do absolutely nothing to France, because France's fleets are already tied up in prior engagements. Take St. Petersburg, setting up potential convoys into Livonia for the fall, trying to get a stranglehold on Berlin for the future. France, meanwhile, doing some interesting things. They get down to Tyrolia with Russian support, so Russia's still trying to prove useful to somebody in the West, and that's going to be really, really awkward for Italy to cover now, especially if France uses that to support into Piedmont, which he can do guaranteed in the fall. So that's going to be quite awkward. Meanwhile, in the east, Turkey is still making life difficult for Austria, taking Bulgaria back, but it is an heir still. It's amazing that now there's a cooperation between all three of air, and Turkey waved to build no one, and they've been missing home center since 2002, but they're still kicking and aren't going to die anytime soon because Smyrna's a fleet. So pretty amazing stuff there for Yelta. I should note that Ian does not support Aegean to Khan with Smyrna. And Greece moved to Bulgaria with no support to cut that. So maybe Italy was expecting some help from Turkey that never actually came, which could have some interesting implications for the fall that I don't quite know the specifics of, but we'll find out.
It's fascinating that Yelta has never had more than 3 units on the board or less. Fall of 1904.
Yeah. Will that change now? It will, I think, because he picks up Bulgaria, takes Romania back with consent, it looks like, because Austria is getting Sev. So Yelta is actually going to build for the first time in 1904. That's Turkey. Damn.
Well,
Unless they wave.
That's a flex.
Exactly.
Unless they wave. Yeah, we shouldn't put that past him. That's a good point. Meanwhile, Germany sneaks into another Russian home center unopposed, that being Warsaw. And Russia decides, actually, I want to take Vienna. I just really want to do that. So he does that. I'm not sure if it was the best choice, but he did it. Fair enough. Follow your dreams, as we always say. He also loses Berlin, but that was indefensible anyway with combined DF pressure. France does take the guarantee on Piedmont, so now Venice is super exposed, and Aegean slips into Ionian as well. So, and he needs that. He needs that fourth fleet to complete the Med stalemate line. But at the same time, Ian is now completely at the mercy of Cameron for his defense here, and that's going to sink his position even further. At this point, it is genuinely possible that Turkey, after the start they had, could be the big winner of the East, given how locked up everything's starting to get with his neighbors and the West. So crazy turns of events here for Yelta. But yeah, McCallus has a lot of options here as well. He's got potential stab for next year, potential play on Russian centers. So interested to see that.
McCallus has jumped to 10. He's at 10-7 here. This would definitely be the biggest score of the tournament so far if he drew right now. What's your strategy going forward here if you're McCallus?
I think McCallus and I think fairly similarly. I think both of us would take this free walk into English Channel and stab for Belgium and Brest, just totally dismember the guy. I think Army Liverpool instead of Army Eddie is probably an indication of that, because it means he's not really interested in putting an army into St. Pete, most likely. I think France is just so open and exposed here. You could even try and grab Munich as well, given he's not really actively defending it. He's just pushing armies through it. So it's really juicy target. And if I were McCallus here, I'd just totally go for it. I don't think it leads to a solo, but I don't think he needs a solo in the system to get a big lead.
Brandon, you like that way of thinking, or would you take a different tack?
If you can get a draw in 05 with a score of 145, like that's a decent top. You can go hit up the pub, so that's not bad. I reckon go for it. Go for more. He's got options. France is locked up. You get a couple there, and yeah, like Patrick said, you potentially have play on Munich as well. Like if Tyrolia and Piedmont are focusing down on Venice, Trieste, all that stuff going on down there. You can get Munich, probably Belgium and Brest as well. You've got some armies for convoys. You got a fleet in St. Pete, but you don't really need to look over on in the east. You've got plenty of stuff to get in the west, so get a couple more. Go for it.
The answer is in the does McCallus stab or not sweepstakes. No, not this turn at least.
With a massive top like that too, you don't really need to. You've got the top. You're going to have a huge score. Just keep going. No need to be a bad guy.
Brandon, you're up for play-by-play here.
Nice little daisy chain of McCallus's armies walking along with a nice little convoy into Kiel as well. Everything's moving over to the east. St. Pete's going to Greece. Shout out to WDC in Athens in May next year. Nice little moves from Jota as well. Bull to Serbia, Rum to Sev. Cameron picking up Vienna. That was disbanded from Richard. And Gunther's getting into Venice too. Very cool.
A couple of very interesting moves here, I think, in the center of the board as things are shuffling through. First of all, Trieste chose to support Budapest to Vienna on a spring turn rather than support Venice, which I think says a lot about how much Cameron actually values his Italian meat shield. And it tells me that if he thinks he can get away with it, he may well take a shot at Naples in the fall. Well, maybe not now with the Turkish armies starting to pierce into him, but that might have been the plan. And then the other thing is Munich moving to Silesia instead of Bohemia or Tyrolia, which I feel like would be the more logical follow-up to just an attack on the Italy-Austria region. So maybe he's trying to make a play diplomatically for Warsaw. Could be. Trying to remove the center disparity between them that way. We'll see.
Fall of 1905. Back to you, Brandon.
Yeah, I'd really like to, be a fly on the wall watching these negotiations going on, just because it's really interesting what's happening in the east, especially Gunther here walking out of Venice to get into Trieste with Jota's support. Meanwhile, they don't pick up Sev, so they got to retreat back to Rum, but they're still picking up Serbia. Michalis gets Warsaw, which is awesome. And what's this, Piedmont going into Tuscany as well. Oh, Gunther picks up Tunis. Sorry, missed them getting in there last turn. But Michalis continues that nice little daisy chain. Things are going really well for you when you're able just to move everything along and not have anything go wrong. So Prussia into Warsaw, Berlin to Prussia, Kiel to Berlin, and York to Kiel. It's great. Love it.
There's something... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say Vienna to Budapest, but then being able to retreat Trieste back to Vienna. So, Vienna, could have support held Trieste, but maybe they were worried about Serbia to Budapest. So,
just a bit of dipsy doodle there. There's something I always find primarily satisfying about France being an Austrian home center. I don't know why. Maybe it's just the ancient rivalry between the Bourbon and the Habsburgs being finally resolved. Anyway,
thanks, David Hood.
That army in Silesia didn't really get any value for either for France or the EF in general. You'll notice because the support to Warsaw was totally superfluous. So, all the more reason maybe it should have gone to Bohemia, and that was a bit of a missed trick, especially now if he's going to go against Austria with Turkish support.
Oh, I see. He could have actually walked into Vienna, as it turns out.
Exactly.
Taking two here. All right, but that unit is helping Michalis, not Gunther, and that's the mark of a skilled diplomat. This does have the effect of reducing Michaelis's lead by one from 10-7 to 11-9, that actually lowers his score because that point, that center was worth 10, and the additional center that he gains by going up 1 is only worth 5. So that's an interesting dynamic of the scoring system.
Up 1 center, down in score. That's great.
Winter 1905, we see a bunch of armies. So it's all armies now. Everybody wants to win the land war in the East. Has McAuliffe now passed up his opportunity to stab Gunter?
Yeah, he has. I think he's still, I mean, diplomatically, he could still convince like Paris to go to Burgundy and then he sneaks back into Brest, but it's going to be a much more defensible position for France if he does try to go for that now, especially because the Med breakthrough is happening right now. I think this is McAuliffe's last opportunity, really, because Belgium is still exposed. Gunther might still trust him enough to walk out of Paris here and expose Brest. So he has to do it now, I think, before Tyrrhenian falls and Venice is fully surrounded by armies and all that. Otherwise, France is just going to easily keep up with him in the race that follows for the next few years.
All right, let's find out. Spring of 1906. Patrick, we're down to you.
Oh. Okay, so it looks like he negotiated himself into Belgium instead, which is fair enough. Doesn't go to English Channel or anything like that. Fleet Belgium is definitely the better unit to be in there for France, since that can't go to Burgundy or something damaging like that, and the threat of English Channel is there either way. Meanwhile, in the east, we see some more interesting stuff, I would say. Austria takes Trieste back with Italian help, which allows Turkey to get into Budapest, but this comes at the cost of tons and tons of positional gains for France, including Piedmont, Tyrolia, Bohemia. So finally, he is now Gunther is now asserting himself in the Balkan / Alps area in the way that I would have expected him to last year. So I think that's going to pay dividends for him, especially with McAuliffe looking pretty satisfied to just take something off him by negotiation every once in a while.
All right. So what does McAuliffe do with his 7 armies? Is that 7 armies to 4 fleets in the fall of 06?
Yes. I also missed that now that Russia has completed their ancestral mission of destroying Germany, they're perfectly happy to work with England as well. So even better for McAuliffe. But this time looks like a bit of miscommunication around Romania, as Galicia goes there, but so does Ukraine with support. So might have been some miscommunication there. We also see big dividends getting paid for France as he gets into Vienna, takes Turkish support into Trieste, takes Venice, takes Ionian. Yeah, the French position might genuinely be as strong as the English one now. Not in a way that lets them stab England or anything like that, but in a way that lets them actually compete for the top, potentially. Piedmont being the mover into Venice would have been nice, but that wouldn't have been guaranteed. So fair enough that he took the more reliable route. But yeah, this is the way France beats England in an EF sometimes. If they can break through the Med in just the right way and start clobbering the Balkans and outracing that way, like once you get across the line firmly and France is in the Balkans, England is in Russia, that's the point where France just has so much more to gain from continuing. And that's the point we've reached now. So I don't know how McAuliffe is going to respond to this. I think genuinely he might have missed a trick strategically here, unless he's trying to get Gunther onto the top board and manages to score that minutely to get a friend on there.
France has given up Belgium here, but is actually +2 thanks to picking up. Is that right or no? Just
Venice and
Venice and Vienna, right? Trieste was already his, so he just managed to maintain it. So +1 here. McAuliffe is +1. So we're at 12-10. Interesting argument for why Belgium had to change hands here, but yeah.
Oh, there was no argument. McAuliffe was just exploiting his better position to get that out of him.
Yeah. I think too, if you're Gunter, you probably don't like seeing that fleet in the North Sea now. Okay, so what do you build here if you're Gunter? Brandon.
Army Paris, and I keep it there this time.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's how you said.
Yeah. All right, and if you're McAuliffe? Brandon?
You don't really need another army over on the mainland. Build a fleet or even wave. You've got a solid position up in the north with a lot of units doing nothing. If you're playing friendly, you might not need it. I think you could plausibly wave here. He's not really set up for a convoy up into St. Pete or anything. And he's got enough units there in the north. So I think a wave, if you're trying to play nice, is fine. If you're going to stab, maybe Fleet Liverpool.
Although that would signal it too strongly, right? So
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
I would say Army Eddie here might as well convoy to Norway and get in position to take Moscow, because let's be honest, now that Turkey's taken Smyrna back especially, you're not going to break the Turkish position. You're not going to progress further south. Only France is going to progress further in the south. So just take what you can.
yeah, Turkey sneaking up to 7 here with 2 builds. Well done, Nielta, for the
And
comeback.
the 2 Italian disbands are going to be
Crucial.
telling for who gets these gains quicker. So
There we go.
It's Turkey.
Yep.
France, yeah. Italy wants to slow France down as much as possible. All right, so we do get the army of Paris. We get an army in London here. But it's hard not to look at those fleets and north in Belgium and think that McAuliffe could make a move if he wants to. Does McAuliffe want to? Not yet. Brandon, we're back to you.
Yeah, so McAuliffe has a walk into Moscow, which is beautiful, and picks up Ukraine as well. He does move Holland to Ruhr, though. Everything else holds besides that convoy up into Norway. Down in Gunther's position, just a walk into Greece, which is very nice, and Ionian and Tyrrhenian Sea, just very nice positioning there. Yotta's in Aegean, Smyrna goes to Caen, Ankh to Armenia is good. But Gunther gets a walk into Budapest as well. And has and has plenty of armies there just to sort of backfill everything. So I think we see a few of Ian's Italian dots collapsing here, and I'm actually very interested to see what's going to happen around Budapest, Serbia, Vienna this turn.
All right, let's find out.
I like with this scoring system too, McAuliffe goes up 1 center, gains those 5 points back that he lost from the previous year.
Yep, but
Tuscany to Naples.
Something else happens here.
Yeah, that's pretty tough. All right, so McAuliffe gets Munich, goes to Channel as well, picks up Moscow, so McAuliffe up 2 this year. We see Gunther, picking up Serbia, but it feels like what could have been done around Rome and Naples could have been done a little bit nicer.
He had a guarantee. He just misordered it.
Yeah. Picks up Greece and Serbia, so still picking up 2, but down Munich, so only building 1, and McAuliffe is positioning, so 1 build still better than none, but it's gonna hurt.
Yeah, and the fleets are so far east as well.
Yeah.
Patrick, do you like this move by McAuliffe? You've been calling for it for a while. Do you think he?
No, I don't think it's a very good move anymore. Like he's not going to get much out of it. The only benefit this has is that it locks up the board for a draw, which is really all he can hope for at this point. I think he can hope for that genuinely, because Munich is not really retakeable, and he's got the French position pinned in the West at least. But if he did this 2 years earlier, then he's in such a better position. I'm also really intrigued by Turkey not taking the guarantee on Sev, instead making sure they get Budapest back. So that shows who they prefer, I think. So that could be an advantage for McAuliffe.
All right, winter 1907. So McAuliffe is now up to 14 with a 3-center lead. That is good for a score of 165. Definitely the biggest we've seen so far.
Yeah, and looking at the score for Gunther in second place too, it's over double that of second place.
We do have 2 new fleets down for McAuliffe, so he did the opposite of the typical for England, which is he got the armies out first and then is building fleets, and that is where the game ends. So that suggests that the theory that this was to force an end to the game may have been right, or at least carried the day once the negotiations about it happened. Patrick, how do you feel about this? So you were calling for the stab for a while. You also questioned whether he had waited too long. Given the result, do you still feel that way? Like, do you still think there was the units left on the table or points left on the table?
Could you go back to 1905?
Sure.
Real quick. Because I'm trying to think, what would McAuliffe's center count be if he stabbed here?
So
assuming he can get Brest. Yeah, assuming he could get Brest. No, 1906. Sorry, spring 1906.
Okay. Well, this spring of 05 is when you first called for it.
Oh right, that's it. That's the best opportunity. Like if he can get into Brest here with a convoy and not really have any French armies nearby, like this is an easy 17, at least. And he might still get Moscow eventually because of how chaotic the East is. Like I think, don't get me wrong, McCullough still played a great game. It's still a great board top. It's a good score in this system. It's a great score in this system. But I am the kind of guy who's always going to look for how they can get more, right? Even in round 1, as I've alluded to, and this is a round 2 game as well, so there's really no reason to hold back. And I think he might have a bit to his detriment here, and it's not going to hurt him. I think he's still on the top board, but my goodness, I guess this is a quirk of the system, right? Because they're not fighting to win the tournament on this board; they're fighting to get onto the top board. And if you're fighting to get onto the top board, establishing your reputation by doing this is a bit more valuable. Because again, McCullough didn't really stab here in the end. He moved his fleets into a hostile position to force a draw. Anyone can see that if they watch the board through. So this is fine in the top board system. That's throwing me off. I think he played this pretty well. It's fine.
Brandon, 2 questions for you now. I was struck by Patrick saying that McCullough's move at the end here was not a stab. Do you agree with that?
I think it's locking up the board to cause a draw. I think he was worried about Gunther's potential gains on this turn. Like things could have played out differently, and he could have jumped up a fair bit. So I think it's not so much a stab as much as it's just, I think I need to solidify my position here because Gunther's going to get a couple, and I need to make sure I have that lead in first. So I don't think it was agreed by any means. But I feel like if McCullough wanted to be mean to Gunther, he could have done that earlier. And I actually really like how McCullough has played this game. You know, when you're looking at it from a diplomatic point of view, I think he's done well. He's got an awesome score. He didn't really need to stab or do anything overly aggressive. I like the game he's played. And in a top board tournament, you're looking at it in a top board format too. Like you don't want to just be crushing everyone and dominating, even if the people on the top board aren't anyone you have shared a board with. If you've just absolutely steamrolled everyone, they're all going to be aware of that. So I think, getting a solid top over double the score of second place and not really stabbing them that much, I think that's the way to go. I like that play.
All right, we will leave it there. So McCullough banks the largest score that we've seen so far. I think the previous highest was 125 by Conrad. So McCullough is 40 points higher than that. And so we will congratulate McCullough on another lone board top. And we will bring back to the stage Mr. Ed Sullivan. Ed, welcome back. Thanks for your contributions in the chat. And now I believe
not
Brandon,
a stab. That was not a stab.
Well. That was not a stab as well.
That was not a stab. That was, hey, it was a race. I won the race, and I'm just putting my foot on it, but I'm not going to break you.
Yeah, I agree with that. I like it.
So when
he's an alliance player, just don't look at any of his other tournaments.
when you take a center and position over a game-long ally, and it's not a stab, that is the mark of a diplomacy player, right there.
Yeah.
Not a stab.
Not a stab. You heard it here, DBN. Taking non-consensual taking of dots off of your game-long ally, not a stab, according to my panelists. Brandon, you get to take a break. We'll see you in a little bit. All right, and then let us, the 3 of us, have a look at the other 2 games from round 2. We'll do these in our speed format. Here are the players. In Austria, you have Jeremy Tullett, England, Matt Smith, France, Bernard Andrioli, Germany, Tim McCardle, Italy, Spiros Dovas, Russia, Darcy Morris, and in Turkey, Stephen Agar playing in his first game of the tournament. All right, let's have a look at the turns. With Ed, we will do this in speed format. So here are round 1. Here are spring of 1901 moves. Just tell me if you want me to stop if anything jumps out at you. We'll just
well, you don't usually see a supported move into Galicia by Austria in spring. That's pretty unusual. Coupled with, so
Yeah.
it looks like an AT out here, but you just don't see that.
And does Austria get away with it? Yes, Austria does, and ends up with 3 builds in 01.
I saw Spiros do this exact thing as Austria in a BDL game earlier this season with Jabal in Turkey, and they led to a really, really successful AT. It really depends on your read of the Turkish player.
Nice. This does mean that I believe every single neutral was taken in 1901. We need a name for that. So DBN viewership, if you have a suggestion for a name for when the board collectively takes all of the neutrals in 01, please offer it in the chat. So for all of
Trieste.
for all of that, we get a Fleet Trieste. Well done. Also Fleet Caen, Fleet Naples, Fleet Marseille. So a bunch of fleets in the Mediterranean basin down here. Let's keep on going forward here. Spring of 02.
Ooh, Austria supports Germany into Venice, which is delectable. It would have been nice to take the walk into Adriatic while you were sure you had it for free, but this is quite a good one as well. It's worth noting in Spring 01, like Germany bounced Italy out of Tyrolia when they were trying to do Rome to Venice as well. So clearly there's been some AI bad blood from the start. And in the West, it's a simple EF stuff. Marseille actually holds instead of going to Spain, which seems very pro-English. So Bernard really liking where he is right now. And fair enough. They're dismembering Germany very effectively, as we see in the fall. Goodbye, Denmark. Goodbye, Kiel. Goodbye, Holland. Very good stuff. And then goodbye, Venice as well, because Italy does not get any help from there in the fall.
Yeah,
so
it
Germany
doesn't support Venice.
Germany perhaps regretting that little southern sojourn.
Yeah.
Turkey is the beneficiary, though. So, Austria has to go down one here. Turkey puts down another fleet. We get armies in the west. Interesting. And let's keep it going here.
I don't like the self-bounce in Trieste.
Yeah, rather get your units forward, and maybe if you're going to attack Italy, go attack Italy.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of, but here we go. Now they're back in Trieste, but they take Romania. They'll get an army. No, they don't have a place to build because of that retreat.
They make another mistake with that. Well, it's not really a mistake, because Budapest was their only place to retreat.
Yeah, that is rough.
Adriatic really just should have supported Vienna to Trieste, I think, because even if Ionian cuts that, then you're still bouncing Trieste and keeping that open. So it's probably the better idea.
That's 100% correct.
All right, winter of 03. We'll get some more units down here, and we have France waving. It looks like. Is that right? Yep, France waving.
I'm liking England right now.
Oh yeah.
What's not to like? This is well played by Matt.
England pushing
France
forward.
Rome.
Spiros has had quite the Trieste unit has had quite an odyssey here.
Yeah, just convoy straight into Rome. Sure. Wow.
Back and forth. Oh yeah, and then
Good news, you're in Trieste. Bad news, you lost Rome.
Yeah, this feels like a game on Jeremy's part. Like I don't know who he is, so I'm assuming he's new until proven otherwise. This feels like a game where he really did try to do his homework before the tournament by reading a lot of zine articles about cool plays that he can do. And maybe people are taking advantage of that, especially with Stephen Agar being a very prominent zine guy from decades back. So
for those who don't know, he's the publisher of God Save the Zine, which you should subscribe to. It's well worth it.
All right, let's push forward. Oh, and that's where the game ends. So this is a very quick game.
Fast and frantic.
Wow. Well, Leviathan was really just getting going here. Oof. Do you like to end this game here if you are either England or France?
I like it for Bernard because he has a decent score to bank on from round one. I don't like it for Matt at all because he's got so much more to gain here. And I don't think he did well in round one. I don't even know if he played in round one. I don't remember his name from round one.
Yeah, did not, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Wow.
I guess maybe that means he feels like he's not in contention for the tournament win, so he's just playing to have fun, which is fair enough. That would be his motivation in this situation.
Ed, how do you feel about this game ending here?
I don't think England or France should have, or Turkey should have accepted the draw in 05. I mean, I think there were more centers to gain, but it's reasonable if you don't think that you're going to make the top board. Fine. But I think that you can't make that decision in round two. If you have a really good result in round two, you might make that top board. So this idea of sort of banking a shared top. Well, sometimes that's what you want to do, but I don't think you want to do it here.
Yeah,
That's
actually,
certainly
the question was, would you veto it as England or France? But I think Turkey's the one who should really veto here. I agree.
All right, let's. That brings to a close this game. So it's another shared board top, this time between England and France. And let's hop on over to 2D, fourth board in round 2. And here we find Richard Bolton in Austria, Graham Dent in England, Hugh Edmonds in France, Nathan Lester, scion of the Dan in Germany, David Wigglesworth in Italy, Micah Blom in Russia, and Chris Woolgar in Turkey. So fun, certainly fun in the East here as far as names that we know and recognize. Let's jump into this game. And here are the moves.
Everyone in the East is in the top 10. Everyone in the East is in the top 10 after round 1. So let's see what we got.
We got a dead turkey. we have a very dead turkey.
Yeah, pretty air.
Oof.
This looks Western Tripoli, almost.
Yeah, it'll be a question what
Maybe not.
what the builds are. Russia ending 1901 in Black Sea and Armenia. That's quite nice.
No Austrian enemies. No bounce by Denmark. It's a little surprising in this situation. I don't think it's a Western triple, right? I mean, why do you say that, Patrick? Just because of France's moves?
Just because, the convoy to Portugal. Now that you look at it, I don't think the son of Dan Lester would consent to Belgium being handled in this way when he could have taken it himself. So probably more like FG.
All right, we'll find out. Here are the builds for the winter. I think it's safe to say that there is not a Western triple.
I think it's an EG, not an FG, but maybe I'm wrong.
All right. Well, that is an open question here. Germany's builds could sort of go either way. And Micah puts down 2 armies, so doesn't want any part of the north. And let's keep going here.
No movement from the German fleets, only from the German armies. So it looks like EG that is not unusually, but it's friendly to Russia, which is interesting because Russia's got a really good position down the south. Meanwhile, the air that we both expected is doing air things, taking Bulgaria, occupying Eastern Med, all that good stuff. Turkey, I just feel bad for it, to be honest.
It's usually a bad position for Russia in this situation in the north. The air, if it is an air, which it looks like, Micah can't be in 2 alliances. She can't be in an air and an EGR. So she's going to have to pick, and she's going to have to pick like now.
I really don't like this if I'm Graham, because not only is France choosing to punish me because, you're the one that built Fleet London and Liverpool against them. Germany not moving against Russia while Russia's position is looking really strong and intact, and St. Petersburg is open. This can pivot to a GR very, very easily, and I'd be wary of that as England in this position.
All right, let's keep going. Winter of 02 sees another army from Micah, really going strong on the armies here. I'm not sure how you feel about that if you are Austria, unless you have confidence it's going west. And Turkey is, picking the poison here. All right, spring of 03. Get a nice convoy into Clyde.
That was guaranteed.
Yep.
This is not a guaranteed move on Russia by Germany. You might read it that way, but this option of Denmark to Skagerrak, kill to Denmark is
it's cheeky.
I love doing this. It's great.
Well,
it's combined
with Belgium.
Yeah, combined with Belgium, I think it'd be safe to say it's anti-English here.
It's a shame that there seemingly hasn't been much trust between Austria and Russia, because I think this could have been a really gnarly AR position if they just support Black Sea up to Khan here. Rum gets traded maybe, and then they both attack Germany at the moment. Could have been nice.
But it's not to be, and question is, what is Italy going to do? And I think we have one answer here.
To stab Austria?
Yeah, it's a stab, right? Takes Trieste, makes a play for Greece.
Yeah. And France could have lost Brest, didn't lose Brest because England was trying to avenge Belgium instead. I think we kind of missed that in the spring. And he takes Liverpool. So all of a sudden, Graham's position has become significantly worse. Not in the way I predicted, but still significantly worse.
Could have been
you hate to
worse.
see it.
Denmark could have ordered correctly. Skagerrak to North Sea.
What
Oof.
did Denmark do? Did it support Norway to North Sea?
Sweden to Norway, I think.
Oh, it's an adjacency thing. Okay.
This must have gotten the units backwards. Denmark to Sweden and I'm sorry, Denmark to North, and Skagerrak supports Sweden to Norway is the way to
That
count
makes
it.
sense. Yeah, that's a shame.
So just got the units backwards. All right, fall or winter of 03 sees another fleet from Germany and another
Army
fleet
Rome.
from England, Army Rome.
I'm a little puzzled by that because it seems like the worst of both worlds. If you want to be pro-Austrian and have flexibility in the West as well, you build a fleet. If you want to get an army into Turkey, then you build Army Naples. So what's going on?
Yeah, I think it's an attempt to be anti-Austrian, don't you think? But even
Army Naples is still better for that too, because then you can convoy into Greece or Albania.
that convoy directly.
I think he's just worried about Germany and all this. I mean, I agree with you. It's not optimal. Bill.
No, he's working with Germany. Try to get him into Vienna.
Well, now.
But he is stabbing. That we were right about that. The Army Naples would have meant Greece is open for the convoy, but it's not to be because of the Rome build. And yeah, this is just going to be a really messy south now to Russia's benefits. Although Sev supports Rum instead of going to Rum, I assume that's a misorder given the other circumstances on the board. It's a shame because if Rum wasn't magically walked into by Austria here, I think this is such a strong position for Russia, even more so, especially with they get into Norway too, and England's so weak now.
What about France getting into Clyde and Wales and English Channel here?
Yeah, really
Well, they're
good
going to take
chance.
London. That's wonderful.
And
Or convoy Germany into London.
and
Okay.
take Edinburgh. Fascinating.
That's interesting. That's a really fun thing from France because obviously there's been a conversation here between England and France, with England saying, "Okay, Germany's the one who stabbed me, so I'm going to punish them. Take Eddie if you like. I'd rather you didn't, but whatever." And France says, "Okay, that's cool. We'll take London, and then actually I want to do the FG thing and make sure Germany gets a build." And I think the argument for that here is really trying to get another German army down, maybe so he has the resources to go after Russia. That's how I'd sort of read that, because Russia's position is getting better and better at the moment, even with the loss of Rum.
Yeah, but Ed, do you like that line of reasoning?
To be fair, I was perplexed by Ionian not supporting Albania to Greece, and so I'm
fine.
sure it was great. I 100% agree with Patrick, but you don't, Brandon. So tell us why.
Well, my concern there is that the German units are all moving to the west, right? Like if this is a play to get Germany to fight Russia, Germany's not doing that.
I don't think Kiel to Holland was discussed.
It should have been though, right? Like, I mean, this has to be combined with Kiel to Baltic and Holland to Kiel.
I agree that this is not optimal if you're France. You just convoyed him into London, and there's something going on between Germany and Micah and Russia. And until that is deciphered by France, I wouldn't be convoying anyone into London.
All right, we do get another fleet in Brest and another Army Rome. So David has a penchant for Army Rome.
To be fair, Hugh can pop that army right now if he wants to. So I guess we'll see if that was arranged. Oh, no, he's fine with it. Okay. So France goes into the Med. He's going to get a walk into Tunis because Italy only has 2 fleets and they're both somewhere else. So that's quite convenient. As much as Brian and I and others like to espouse the benefits of an army-heavy Italy, this is the potential downside of it if you don't position your fleets in the right spots, especially because Adriatic doesn't really lead to potential gains here. Like Trieste is defensible. So, yeah, unfortunate step there.
Man,
Germany attacking France.
Yeah, the German units just keep coming west.
We don't know that yet.
Well, you can't attack Micah. I would have made Holland and North.
Who says he has to attack anyone? He's a Leicester. Leicesters are known for being very congenial and friendly and totally loyal and trustworthy, right?
I think Micah's pulling the wool over his eyes.
Yeah, well, while picking up 2 units in the east here, Romania and Smyrna. So this is, I mean, Micah's going up 10-7 here. That is quite a nice place to be.
Yeah, we say goodbye to Chris Wolgar.
Thank you for playing. Yeah, I mean, is Micah just unassailable at this point? It certainly looks like France, Germany think so.
I think we're looking.
Nobody
we're looking
moved in
towards the draw
Spain.
here.
Yeah,
This is the only explanation. The only explanation for the entire North being static up to what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 15 units are holding
Yeah.
in the West.
And I didn't.
Or from
We
Western powers. This is
Yeah.
a draw, some kind of draw deal. Come on.
Hugh actually passed up Tunis in the fall. We missed that.
We missed that, yeah. Oh.
Yeah, this game should end here after this. After the centers change hands, you would presume. Although, so Micah gave up Constantinople. So, all right, clearly we're having a draw condition here. All right, so this is how this game ends. Mikey gives back about 25 points there. Ends up with a 9-8 victory over Nathan. You guys like how Micah ends this game here? Ed, we'll start with you.
It's diplomatic. I don't remember Micah's first round score, to be honest with you. This is obviously 50 points ahead. She's in contention. She could have done what she wanted to on this board, but suddenly the Europeans started playing like Australians, so I'm not familiar with this.
First of all, this deal will probably make a lot more sense once we view the post round 2 standings. But secondly, I think I come to the same conclusion about Micah's game here as I did about McCall's game, which is that, yeah, in this system, it actually makes a lot of sense to play like this. But also, I would have just brutally murdered them anyway, because I have the position, and I like doing that. It's fun.
All right, well, congrats to
That is
Micah
not a good
for,
recipe on the top board, Patrick. I know, like that's fine in a 3-round tournament where, like Armada, where you just got to get the most centers. But that's you're playing a different game on a top board, and I think people need to be cognizant of that.
Congratulations to Micah for the lone board top, and that's her 120 points. That brings our standings as of the end of round 2 here. McCallus with the big score has taken the lead over Conrad. Dan close third, Micah close behind, and then there's a little bit of a gap with Gunter, George, David rounding out the top 7, and then we got the 2 Richards in 8th and 9th. All right, so sets up kind of an interesting final round. We can go to the next page and see how close. So 150 is the score to currently finishing in 7th place. So everyone on this page will need, a substantial score in order to pass.
I guess
I feel like everyone down to like Nathan or so is really in contention, though, given the spread. So.
Yeah, it looks like, so a big score now is around 150, 160. So you would think that would be good enough to get one of these players up onto the top board. And I guess the thing about these two is that all of the players on this first page all have 2 pretty good scores. So their next score is likely to not advance this total, as much because of that 50% 50% dock.
That's a good point. The people with a lot of potential in round 3 are going to be the ones who already got one really good score, but maybe not so much in the other round, so that they can cut as little as possible off the halving of their lowest score. Can we go back to 11 through 20 real quick to see who fits that definition? I think Nathan certainly falls into that category. Phil Johns as well, who had a bad round 1, but a solid round 2. A couple others, yeah.
And Matt has I think Matt has the one bigger scored, right? What did Matt? Matt had he had the 85 in round 2, so just a 20 in round 1. So I think he qualifies there as well. All right, let's bring Mr. Brandon Austin back onto the screen. Welcome back, Brandon.
Howdy.
And Patrick, we'll give you a break here. See you in a little bit.
Till next.
Hi, Patrick.
All right, shall we dive into round 3 here? Our highlight boards for round 3. There's just one of them. That's going to be the second board. So why don't we do a couple more summaries here, and then we'll switch up again, and then we'll switch up for the top board. All right, here is let's see here. Oh, not showing you guys. All right, here are the players for 3A. We have Theo Fox in Austria, George Mork in England, Dan Lester in France, Jeremy Tullett in Germany, Cameron Taylor in Italy, Conrad Woodring in Russia, and Kai Harris in Turkey. So 3 players. So Kai, I think, making his tournament debut here. We've got 3 players in the top 7 on this board. So people who, we've got England, France, and Russia. So all players who may be talking to each other, pretty early on here. Let's put the players in position here, and why don't we just dive right into the game.
What I'll be looking for is if there's going to be EF conflict, because they're both on the theoretical top board. And so do they just attack each other and try and prevent the other from getting a great score, or do they work together? Kiel to Holland, you're seeing a lot more of that right now.
So they play nice in the spring of 1901. Does that continue into the fall? Looks like it.
Yeah, the bounce in Denmark is the tell, right? That there's this fight between E and G, but France is helping Germany into Belgium, so maybe France isn't on board with an EF. We got to see who France picks.
And we got Italy.
I liked Conrad's spring moves as well. Warsaw to Moscow, Moscow to Ukraine, and Sev hold. That's unusual. I don't actually see much of that at all, but I like that little cycle around.
Just for fun.
Yeah.
He's obviously just hanging out here, trying to be no one's enemy, which is probably a good strategy.
Yeah, he had a nice score in round 1. Leicester score in round 2, fell back into second place, so might be playing possum a little bit.
It's just second place. He's lost position.
Yeah. England taking Denmark here. Good position by Connor. Turkey, look at this, getting Greece. That's great. And all armies move forward, so not bad for Kai at all.
And France heading north, looks like anti-English position, continues into the fall, picks up London. That's a bonus.
That's good. Look at Italy here, getting to Albania, setting up a line against this RT, I guess.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, so England not getting a build because of that, and now Dan's in Irish and London with army and fleet. That's great.
Yeah, that's a great position. And the Italian units are all occupied in the east. Very good place to be if you're Dan Leicester.
That fleet anchor didn't go to black. Interesting. Conrad probably didn't want to see that fleet by Kai. And then just looking here, France pushes against England, whereas England's pushing against Germany. It's awesome. And then Conrad's still playing in the east, supporting England, leaving St. Petersburg open. So I think Conrad and George definitely working together, and that's helping Conrad.
Yeah, for sure.
But George may not be around much longer to help out Conrad, because boy, Dan Leicester is in good shape here. In north, in Liverpool, 2 armies on the island, although it's probably one more than you want. But he's got no other threats. There's just nothing in his way. What's not to like about being Dan Leicester right now? Maybe Italian.
I wish I could be Dan Leicester in real life.
The Italian fleet's probably not what you want to see, though, if you're Dan.
Not ideal.
Let's see if it's an issue. Looks like it could be. And Dan turns around, giving a little lifeline to England, huh?
Liverpool and London both holding is interesting as well, because he still could have pushed up into York and had a bit of play on Eddie and in the fall, but yeah. Oh.
It's a masterclass by Conrad on the winter green here now, turning against Turkey. This is great for Conrad.
Yeah, we liked Dan's position until Italy came into play, and Italy came into play because of Conrad Wittering switching sides, and now Conrad's in great position. Built a southern fleet, South Coast St. Petersburg fleet.
Love it.
I'd love to see that personally. Just fun. Continuing to finish off Turkey, the winter green.
Now what do you do? He'll put England into Baltic, probably. I mean, Baltic into Berlin.
Oh, yeah.
That's the way Conrad's been playing.
Yeah, and
meanwhile, Conrad's just cleaning out Kai, gets all 3 of the Turkish home centers.
Yeah, this is just really nice play. Going up 2 more here. This is going to be a big score for Conrad. Built another fleet in the north. Is there any reason to keep this game going right now?
It's always good to kill Dan Leicester. Maybe you have a chance of not putting him on the top board, right?
Oh yeah.
You Get him as low as possible is what I would say if I'm Conrad. That's how I'd be thinking. But no,
There we go.
Conrad is not me.
This game was played Saturday night, so there's also the argument of, bank the good score and go home, get a good night's sleep, and get ready for the top board. So Conrad is clearly on the top board now. We'll have to see if Dan's score, 45 is good enough to keep him in position. George at 35, also going to be sweating a little bit there. You like this? Did Dan make a mistake somewhere? That's a question for me, actually. Brandon, what do you think?
He had awesome play on England on poor George, but yeah, like we said earlier, Conrad and Cameron just had a well-timed wintergreen, allowing Cameron to slap down those two builds, and that just stuffed Dan's position. So if Italy wasn't getting those builds, then Dan's position would have just kept growing and growing. So what he could have done about that, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe he leaves something in Mao as a slight deterrent or whatever. So if when Italy's building, they don't just immediately slap down two fleets and push them to the west. They go, because I think Dan had one build at that time. If he had something in Mao and he had the possibility of building something in Marseille, that might have detered Italy from just being locked in the med.
Yeah, this is kind of the key turn here, isn't it? Ed, go for it.
Well, yes, but it's the way I looked at it is I don't think Dan. Your question was, did Dan make a mistake? I don't think he made a mistake. I think what Conrad saw was turning Italy onside against Turkey would allow Italy to get those builds, get some pressure off of Italy, and for Conrad to get the Turkish builds. Couple that with Conrad's great relationship with England, to where England is disbanding favorably to Conrad as opposed to defending the homeland. I just think this was a better diplomatic game by Conrad, but I don't think Dan made a mistake.
Yep.
Yeah, this is sort of the key turn. Conrad got into black in the spring, and you actually have to wonder, does Conrad turn if that doesn't happen? Sometimes you get a sort of lucky positional a move, and then that opens up other possibilities for you. The only thing I can see is that maybe rather than turning around here, just try to consolidate your gains in the north, and hope that you can keep the south, build up enough in the south quickly to. But it's hard to say. I think I'm with you guys generally that Conrad just outplayed him here. All right, let's move on then into let's do board C here. Here are the players: Stephen Agar in Austria, Bernard Andrioli in England, David Wigglesworth in France, Ian Wilson in Germany, Nathan Lester in Italy, Jeltic Kuiper in Russia, and Hugh Edmonds in Turkey. So only one player here in position for the top board, but
two, Bernard, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I just meant on the in the top board position coming into the round.
Oh, okay.
Bernard, should be in contention, and maybe Hugh with the big score or Nathan. All right, let's dive in here and see what it's like. If I can get the map to cooperate. All right, here are the orders for spring of 1901. And we'll flip through this if something jumps out. Just
like the support into Burgundy.
The old Maginot opening.
No.
Follows up into Ruhr. Ooh.
Ouch.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. And we've got an AT.
Again, lots of ATs.
This is second AT by Steven. Both as T and A. I think we can nail Steven as an AT lover.
There's something about the meta over there too that seems to be pro AT.
Two French army builds as well.
Nice. And England repays the favor by going in on Germany.
Germany, thanks.
After bouncing Russia out of Sweden, Germany supports Bothnia into Sweden as well.
but then pays for it in the fall. So
Yep.
Germany not long for this world. Russia potentially in trouble here. I think Russia will get a rebuild.
The vacant Romania gets picked up by Austria as well.
Yeah, that was good for Stephen. It's really a race now, right? Between two sides of the board.
Yeah, EF versus AT already.
Yeah. Austria's in Munich, but lost Venice. Yeah.
But it's still in decent position. So you see,
It's in good position. The fleet power over, Turkey's an Ionian. Yeah, this is all bad for them.
and then at the end of 1903,
Armenia to Syria as well. So convoy.
oh, potentially into Tunis, maybe try to sneak in. Not yet.
No.
Maybe into Puglia here. We'll see.
They got Russia on side, right? I think this is a smart play by Steven. Just like, you go fight England. It's all good. France coming down to the Med. Might be too
Yeah,
little.
the walk of Kiel in Berlin hurts.
Yeah.
Question for me is: Does Turkey turn on Austria? Is there a reason to think that? They're
I don't
certainly
know. Got it.
in
They
position to do it. But sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say they attempted a big convoy into Venice and didn't go through.
Yeah, it's a big arrow too. Oh, just
Yeah.
one support. Not that big of a deal. Russia has pulled some units back though to maybe take a swing at Sevastopol. And Syria's just sitting there, man. Put Syria up in Armenia. Make it do some work for you.
He's going to need it in Armenia soon enough.
Yeah.
The AT is definitely on the back foot here.
Yeah, Sevastopol is toast here.
Holland to Ruhr is interesting.
I think it was just, I guess it's intentional. Yeah, that's all.
Hmm.
It's advantage England if England wants to turn, right?
Yeah, just from the position.
And I think David needs to turn to get the top board. This is round 3. So no friendly games here, David.
Yeah, needs a nice score. Oh, well, England doesn't move the units away. So I think if you're David, you need to be negotiating those armies into different places.
Oh, and St. Pete vacates as well. Okay.
Yeah, that was a mistake. Oh, but Yalta picks up 3 here. It loses Sweden, but picks up Ankara, Bulgaria,
and Rum.
and Romania. So
Good
plus
turn.
2.
Good turn by Yalta. Yalta, man, that guy is a fighter.
We also get a convoy from Tuscany into Smyrna, transnational convoy. So France also goes plus 3 here as well. So
Hugh gone this turn too.
And none of them were they were all in the east. So yeah, suddenly David in really good position here.
I don't know. When France is in Smyrna, I usually say go back. It's too far.
Although it now looks like
too.
Well, Bernard is now taking Munich and Belgium with support, so that's probably a stab.
Got to be a stab.
Yeah.
And well timed here, let's say.
Do we reckon that's a misorder?
Well,
Do we reckon that's a misorder from Nathan? Venice to Ionian, Tunis holds?
Probably.
That sort of hurts.
Yeah, that's probably. Yeah, that must be. It might be that.
Not a stab. Look at France, Serbia, Budapest, Greece.
Loses
Who
Trieste.
Who needs Italian dots? Just take the rest of the East.
Just take Austria.
Take him in. Take him in. Like, David's in the contention, right? Like, isn't he in?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think he's staying even here. I think he's plus 3 down 3.
Ah, true. Yeah.
And England is plus 2, so England's going ahead. Yeah, 11-10.
Oh, that hurts with the points too.
And Italy's picking up 2 here? Wow.
Trieste.
Trieste plus a rebuild probably.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
that's annoying for David's position too. The two
Look at
attack
that French
build.
position. I mean,
There you go.
he doesn't have any Italian centers. It's just France has got the Balkans.
Yep.
It's kind of awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like a Neapolitan ice cream, with the 3 stripes here. It's probably not the best position for France, especially with England on the doorstep like that. Yeah, interesting. Do you end this game if you're Bernard?
Well,
Nah.
Bernard's on top, right?
Yeah.
By 50. Would you end it if you're Yelta?
You tell me.
I mean, Yelta's got to play for something more than just, If it's me, I would have tried to fight for as many points as I could. I think these French dots are.
Yeah, I think Yelta and Bernard, go for it. Oh, what is it? They only have 1 more year? Oh, no, sorry, this year and another. So 2 years.
Yeah, 2 years.
I reckon they go for it. I reckon David's position here is sort of tough. Like, Italy gets 2 builds, decides to flip on... Oh, he decides to pressure David. Yelta can use that as well. David might lose all of the Austrian center dots. Meanwhile, Bernard can continue to put pressure on him in the north, which is pretty much open, especially to fleets. So, I reckon, play it out 1 more year, see what Bernard and Yelta can get from it.
I don't think Bernard can do worse than this position, and he's ahead. Like
that's a good point. Like, it's not so much about if you're not going to lose anything, then why would you say no? Just keep going.
Yeah, that's sort of how I see it too. I mean, St. Petersburg is guaranteed, Brest is guaranteed. You probably get Paris, maybe even slip into the Iberian, maybe get Portugal.
Yeah.
In any case, though, but I'm curious to see, based on just including the 2 games that we've seen from round 3, where that puts Bernard or Bernard, and the answer is,
I think he was 6th, wasn't he? Or
he's
second. Yeah,
that gets Bernard up to 2nd, so we'll see where that probably guarantees him top board spot.
And
with
David's still 5th as well.
Yeah, so we'll have to see where they both end up. Yelta needed a much bigger score, especially since Yelta didn't have a 3rd score. All right, let's finish out the summary, the quick games for round 3, and then we'll switch up broadcasters and go with the long form on the last board. So this is board 3D, finds Chris Woolgar in Austria, Phil Johns in England, tournament leader Michalis Kamaridis in France, Spiros Dovas in Germany, Micah Blom in Italy, Gunter Bedson in Russia, and Ryan Inwood in Turkey. So, man, I think if you're leading the tournament, you're worried about a target on your back, drawing France is not the worst thing in the world. And with 2 competitors for the top board, I guess Italy potentially could cause problems for you, but you've got Russia on the other side. What do you guys think of this board drop? Ed, we'll start with you.
I'm loving it if I'm Michalis, and then add in the Greek connection with Spiros. I'm thinking they're going to talk Greek to each other. And I think it's good for Michalis on this. But, Italy and Micah, that's a good position to be in, too. She wants to make the top board. She's in a good spot to do it. Chris has seemed to be a pretty good ally in the boards we've seen before. I don't know anything about Ryan. I can't remember his games.
All right, let's dive into some moves here.
Is this a quick summary or a long form?
Quick.
Okay, thank you.
All right, here, Spring of 01. So shout out if anything jumps out at you.
Venice to Tirol, Vienna to Bohemia.
Hard not to see that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. When you're Germany and this happens, you just are like, what did I do? What did I do?
It's an air, which means that maybe a Western triple results despite this bounce in the channel.
Yeah.
And that's good for Michalis.
The northern opening, though, Phil in England could be out a build here, which also wouldn't be too bad for Michalis. Wow. This is a fun game already.
Why is Germany not bouncing Sweden with that? And then, yeah, then Munich loses Munich. Ouch. Didn't care about defending Munich, just went for the builds.
And there's a decent argument for that, right? Like this
Yeah,
way you
I think there is.
Yeah.
Get your 2, knock them out.
Turkey out of the box.
Builds a fleet, though. And I hate to say it, I'm always proponent of it, but in this situation, I'd probably build an army. I don't know.
Yeah. You have to build
an army. You have to build an army.
You have to build an army. All right. Anything else interesting? McAuliffe drops Fleet Brest, obviously, in response to the channel. Fleet London is interesting.
Yeah,
Definitely says. What's up?
Fleet London is interesting because I don't know where England's sitting on all this, and then Fleet Turkey not obviously worried about Russia just choosing not to fight. I'm sorry, I stepped over you, Brandon.
Ah, that's fine. All right, let's move forward here. Spring of 2002.
England backs off, and Austria and Italy fighting
with Turkish help. So looks like IRT in the east.
Yep.
And who knows what exactly in the west. Belgium does not go to Holland. I guess that doesn't really matter. But Germany went to Helgoland, so clearly anti-English, so probably FG developing here. Yep, especially with Burgundy supporting Berlin into Munich.
Picardy to English Channel.
Yeah.
Good RT, though. Serbia and Budapest.
Yeah, with Italy help as well.
Yeah, Micah's still up 1 with that. And yeah, Gunther moving up into St. Pete as well with a build. So
it's going to be a test of Micah's diplomacy skills here. Because usually when AI fight, that's good for the RT, but clearly Micah's been helping, and she doesn't build a fleet here because I think she's worried about it too. She might get steamrolled, especially with this fleet Smyrna business.
Yeah, this is the moment of truth here for the RT. Do they stick together and take out Italy, or does one of them flip? The answer is they stick together.
Yeah. Big old bounce in Trieste. Yeah, Greece gets blown.
Interestingly, Norway doesn't get taken here, and instead it looks like Russia may potentially help out against Germany. We also have Brest to Picardy, so possible turnabout in the west. And
McAuliffe picking up Belgium.
This feels like a classic.
I thought this. Yeah, go ahead.
You go ahead, Ed.
No, you go ahead. I already did it once too.
Just gonna say, it feels like classic McAuliffe here, sort of recognizing he's not gonna make any progress, so strategic shift that allows him to keep growing.
Yeah, but I do think that Russia makes a mistake here, not taking Norway. I know they're getting Vienna, and it's looking good for Turkey, but like in my mind, England, why do that? At least support Skagerrak to Denmark, I think.
Seeing Chris's play as well, like Vienna and Trieste, like both had 2 on them, could have picked to support into Trieste, and potentially save one of the centers. But Micah's decision to support Serbia into Trieste, while Ryan takes Ionian as well, is we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, that is a huge FU to Austria. Just wants Austria gone.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if
where's Gunter? Where's Gunter in the standings pre round 3? Because he had a good game, I think.
Let's see. This is how things stood for Gunter. Gunter was in 5th place.
Yeah. Look, I've been impressed with Gunter's play. This kid can play.
Yeah. So Gunter puts down Fleet North Coast. Very interesting. So definitely choosing. Definitely choosing Germany here. So now we have EF versus GR in the West. Possibly RT continuing. I think that's the question. In the East. And the
I think so, yeah.
Oh, yeah. The answer is, oh, yeah. It's
walks into Tyrrhenian Sea as well.
Yeah.
Walks into Tyrrhenian Sea, still has Ionian. Smyrna held though, so okay. But yeah.
Yeah, so much for being pro-Germany on Gunter. I think that's what you said, Ed. All right, let's push forward here and see how that works out. We do have the Italian picking up some dots, surely with the consent of the Turk.
Yeah. I mean, what Turkey's picking up Munich, so is only going down 1, but just walked out of Trieste in Greece.
Yep.
Yeah, but that wasn't for an army in Rome. That was for a fleet in Rome.
It's got to be fleet. It's got to be fleet.
That is like, that was. Oh man.
Okay.
All
and
right,
that is a huge score difference again. 100 points.
Yeah, Gunter snags the board top here, kind of led throughout, and didn't really look back. Just picked up more and more points on the last turn. Certainly going to guarantee Gunter a spot on the top board. And McCallus also a spot is guaranteed. And Micah, a question for Micah. So where does Micah stand after pending the result on the third board? Here are the standings. So Micah is going to be sweating this out, tied for 6th.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Oh, Micah. It could have gotten worse for Micah, though, right? In some ways, that was a blessing. She got those 2 centers at the end.
The very end. And maybe that was a condition for ending the game, and everybody else wanted to end it.
That's probably right.
All right. Well, that brings us to a close on our speed round for round 3. We're going to welcome Patrick back to the stage. And I think this is Ed Sullivan. Oh, you weren't ready for it, but we got you.
No, I was watching the NASCAR.
Ooh.
NASCAR.
Ed. All right, Ed. We'll see you after this round back for the top board. All right. I'm not going to ask how it's going because we're on a diplomacy broadcast here.
Yeah. I would have loved to see that RT reach a more logical conclusion, but top board politics going to top board politics. And Micah, that was a really good thing for Micah to do. I got to say, Ryan wasn't really in contention at all, so I think it makes sense. Like if he just got a fun game and was happy to see his neighbors, have that better result, then it's good for everybody.
And that leaves us with 1 game in round 3 to look at. This is 3B. Finds Richard Froome in Austria, Bradley Grace in England, Isaac Jukes in France, Toby Harris in Germany, Darcy Morris in Italy, Richard Bolton in Russia, and Matt Smith in Turkey. So definitely some players here with possibility of jumping onto the top board, looking at Richard, Darcy, the 2 Richards, Darcy and Matt, but they'll all need pretty good scores, I think, to get up. And Bradley, of course, is not playing for a score. All right, here we go with turns. Let's start with, I think you guys were in this configuration last time, so let's switch you up. Patrick, we'll have you be play-by-play for spring of 01. Yeah. Tell us what you see.
So for context, before this, everyone in the East is just outside the top board positions you saw. None of them are on the top board right now, but they all have a shot, so that's going to be nuts. So starting with that, we see a broken DMZ in Galicia, naturally. Austria covering Trieste. Turkey making completely crazy orders that do not really result in any movement at all. So that's even more of a crazy start than I would have expected from that. In the West,
it's just got the units mixed up, right? It's just like a tragic disorder.
I suppose so, but that's the most tragic one I've ever seen, like maybe in history. In the West, we've got fairly standard stuff, except for the 2 armies on Belgium, which is always nice to see. Of course, whenever you see Burgundy and Tyrolia both occupied, you wonder if there's going to be some cooperation around Munich, but that remains to be seen.
All right, shall we see? Let's see.
No, there's cooperation around Vienna instead. And this is something I love to see, but you almost never really see, which is early wintergreen cooperation, because really the prerequisite for any wintergreen cooperation in 01 is for Russia to break a DMZ, and that carries such inherent risk. And when you combine that with the credible commitment issues that a wintergreen has already with getting going, you don't see it much. But this is a really dynamic opening to the game for Richard and Darcy, which really puts them on the front foot. So they both get 2 builds because Richard is let into Sweden. England tries to bounce Holland, so there's always the question of what the tournament director is playing for. In this case, it looks like he's playing for an EF at the moment, but Toby sniffs it out and sports himself to Holland, so no harm actually done there, but I'm sure he'll take offense to it. And, of course, the mover, which army is the mover into Belgium when France does this opening is always a big indicator of where they're at, and Picardy is the mover, which means it skews anti-German at the moment.
Brandon, your thoughts on 01?
Yeah, like Patrick said, I like the early wintergreen movements. I don't remember the last time I saw something as open as that in 01, Russia and Italy working together. But yeah, like it's going to be tough for Richard in Austria, but we'll see how it goes. And the still lack of movement from Matt in Turkey is pretty rough too. So
Yeah, that's brutal.
yeah.
All right, winter 1901. We do not get all of the neutrals taken care of. Spain and Bulgaria outstanding. But for builds, we do find, let's see, we get the fleet Berlin. So that feels like a play for cooperation from England. But combined with fleet Marseille and fleet Edinburgh, it's possible we're looking at a little Western Tripoli action here.
Yeah, I'm sure Darcy's cheering to see Fleet Marseille. I know how much he loves being in the Med, so it's going to be great.
All right, spring of 1902. Brandon, tell us about the play-by-play.
Well, Darcy doesn't need to worry because Marseille goes to Spain south coast, Portugal goes to Mao. Looks like some EG cooperation over Belgium. Poor old Isaac's losing Belgium. Luckily does not lose Burgundy as well because that would have sucked. Then Toby's getting up into Baltic. Richard Bolton, Moscow to St. Pete. Have some play in the north there, but Bradley still has his fleets and he knows what to do with them. Down in the east, Ionian to Adriatic, Naples to Ionian makes sense. Hey, we have Matt moving his units and he goes to Armenia and whilst getting the Russian support into Bulgaria. Which is all right. Maybe they're going to talk about doing a convoy option or something in the fall. We will see.
I really like this from Matt. It's really fun to see him getting back in the game with everyone's ascent. That not how I expected that to go. The moving to Belgium is really, really interesting because, again, Bradley's a huge unknown on this board just because he's the TD. And it makes you wonder if that bounce in Holland was actually just a bit of kabuki theater. And maybe Toby didn't sniff it out. He was just prepared for it because it was a plan.
Yeah, well, it can always be a little odd when the TD's playing, but I reckon TD should come into it and just play to win. Just play like everyone, just play to win, play properly. So, hopefully Bradley and Toby have something sort of worked out here. And, we'll see where Isaac lands in all that.
All right, let's see. In the fall of 1902, Brandon, tell us what you see.
Darcy picking up 2, Trieste and Greece. Matt picking up 1 with a self-bounce in Ankh. Bradley snags Belgium from Isaac, but goes, hey, you know what? I'll support you into Ruhr. How about that? We can get some gains further up there. Poor Toby is going down Denmark from Bradley. So Bradley is just working with a little bit of everyone, it seems. Why not? That's great. Nice gains for Richard Bolton, though. Doesn't lose Sweden, but picks up Serbia and Budapest. So this is the end of Richard Froome in Austria. But yeah, nice clean work by Darcy and Richard. Matt helping out a little bit here, so it'll be interesting to see where his position is with Darcy and Richard both being in strong positions.
Yeah,
really sad to see
Patrick. Go ahead. No, please.
Yeah, it's really sad to see Richard Froome's tournament end this way, at least for the top board. He played such an amazing England in round 1, but ultimately not to be this time. Also, clever play from Toby, disbanding both units when dislodged, so he has as much defensive flexibility as possible with the rebuild. I would expect something to go down in Berlin here because that's an uncuttable support on Munich, and that's kind of the only way he can really save that.
Yeah.
All right. He will get 1 rebuild here, and we get actually a wave, either a Minnesota or a wave.
That's got to be a mistake.
Hopefully a backstabber thing, but yeah.
Yeah, you would think so. Matt Smith in Turkey declares against Russia, And Bradley clearly wanting to stick with France here. All right, let's move forward. Spring of 1903. Back to you, Patrick.
Fascinating to see what Italy will do with the diplomatic ball that Matt has put in their court, and they've decided they're going to wintergreen, which is probably the decision I would also make as well in the situation, given you want Russia's northern presence on a board with such a strong England. This is quite good. Bulgaria falls to Russia. Italy walks into Serbia behind, so it's all fair. Interestingly, there's a self-bounce in Trieste instead of trying to move on Munich. I feel like that's a bit of a poor play tactic on a pure tactical level, just because if Warsaw's going to Silesia here, I assume the plan is to contest the center of the board. And if Russia does want to stab you for Trieste here, that doesn't really protect you against it because they can support. But regardless, it still works out fine for both of them. Richard's also lining up on Norway. And then in the West, France gets into Munich, France gets into Belgium, England and Holland. This is all pretty standard EF stuff that you would expect. We've seen a lot of unconventional EFs today, ones that have really gone out there with how they play. But this seems like a more conventional, boring one. Not to say they're playing badly, but it's a boring alliance sometimes.
Yeah. Brandon, what do you make of Toby disbanding both units here rather than retreating?
I think he's had enough. I think he's like, it's only spring 03, but I don't know, this sort of screams just given up, waving the build. It looks like those units didn't even do anything anyway. They just held, Baltic held. Yeah. To me, that just screams someone who's not having a great time, just wants to go home.
Yeah, I think we have our answer to what happened to that build in 1902.
Yeah.
We've got Ed in the chat as well, bringing us a really useful morsel of info, which is that Darcy and Richard worked together on the Nexus Season 9 top board. So they have a bit of history that would inform this wintergreen decision.
I'm assuming that's Richard Bolton, is it? Or Richard?
Yeah.
Brown? Yeah.
Fall of 1903. Patrick?
Ed, what is Richard Bolton's backstabber / online name? I feel like I'd know it if I saw it. Anyway, France gets some fleets into the Med. One of them gets bounced by Italy, but it looks like things are going to lock up pretty quickly in the southern area, with both parties just keeping each other occupied. France actually walks through Belgium here as well into Holland as Holland goes to Kiel, so that's quite a good coup for Bradley, although he is hurt pretty significantly by this moveset from Germany and Russia. So Toby actually does care enough about the game still to do one more thing as a final screw you to England, although it won't be final because he keeps Berlin, but as a semi-final, a penultimate screw you, is supporting Russia into Denmark. So really, really good improvement to the position for Richard. Sadly, St. Pete is not open for a build, but I feel like he's probably got the most momentum out of anyone on the board right now because of that move to Denmark.
It is funny. It is funny to just write that one order. Maybe somebody asked him. Maybe Russia asked for it, and no one had talked to him before that. Brandon.
Yeah, especially with Bulgaria and Con going, Matt going to have to get rid of 2. Richard's not going to have to worry about the south, really. Him and Darcy can just figure that out real quick, and they can focus their attentions elsewhere. But yeah, sort of like we mentioned earlier, the self-bounce in Trieste, not going to Bohemia and Tyrolia. Now Vienna goes to Tyrolia, but Venice goes to Trieste. So we'll see how that plays out.
All right, winter 03, we find 2 more fleets from France. So that's interesting. What? Yeah. Is that what you want to see if you're England?
I think Italy's going to have a really poor reaction to it. So in that sense, yeah, I'd love to see it. I think the wintergreen is strong enough at this point that France is not going to stab England because Russia will just benefit from it so much more. So I'd be feeling fairly safe right now if I was Bradley, at least on that front.
Okay.
Plus, not playing for scores also a benefit too. Don't have to worry too much.
Yeah.
All right, let's
play a
push
bit more
forward.
fast and loose.
Spring of 1904.
Oh man! All right.
Oh,
Isaac.
it's a really good step too.
Very nice. All right. Cool. Just go for it. Let's go for it. I think this is going to be very good for Darcy. Look at this. Walks into Munich, Piedmont, Leon, and Western Med, Ionian on the same turn.
Yeah.
It's all coming up, Morris. I like it.
Yeah, this is really the problem with this stab, because Darcy's just negating a lot of your gains with these dots. Now, there is an argument here that he's okay with this, Isaac is, and he's trying to juice up Italy so that Russia is forced to react instead of just using English builds to fight him. But at the same time, he's not getting English builds because England's choosing to fully commit against Russia. So we're getting into a situation now where, yeah, Darcy just doesn't really have much of a good check on his power, and his power is growing way faster than it would in any other board state if France chose to do something else.
Yeah, like look at that, not bounced out of anything. Like sure, he doesn't get into Smyrna, but everything else moves into a very good tactical position. It's crazy.
Fall of 1904. Brandon, you're up.
Yeah, well, here we see Darcy picking up 3. Spain, Munich, and Smyrna. Isaac, seeing Darcy's move into Western Leon, is like, well, maybe I need to pull back, actually. Doesn't actually take anything from Bradley. He just decides to support himself back into Mao, still loses Spain anyway, walks out of Belgium, which I think means it stays Bradley. So Bradley doesn't actually... No, he does go down goes down Kiel, but he gains Denmark. So Bradley stays the same. Hopefully, I can sort of imagine Bradley's reaction to Isaac here after Isaac's moves. I imagine it may have been vocal. Like this is brilliant for Darcy. So I'm loving seeing this happen. This is really cool. And yeah, the Wintergreen Corporation still going strong. Bohemia supporting Munich and Munich supporting Berlin into Kiel. And it looks like Toby's doing
Toby
that
lives.
too. Toby lives, stays alive just to mess with Bradley a little bit more. So yeah,
that's a really good call from Richard. Of course, as long as St. Pete is locked up and can't be built in, then get another Northern Fleet by some other method, which is in this case find a Janissary and bend over backwards to make sure he can stick around until you can get your own fleets on. So that's really nice. But yeah, Darcy's absolutely saved Bradley's game here, but not in a way that I think makes Bradley a real contender for the top, given his problems with Germany and Russia still. So just all Italy all the time right now,
and potentially a flip flop in France as well.
Yeah.
So,
What a crushing turn here for Isaac. Makes a big move, gets his eyes get wide, and he ends up going down 2.
That's rough.
Do you guys think that Isaac, having made the move in the spring, should have just stuck with it in the fall? Because if he keeps Belgium, London, and takes London and Liverpool, he's still +1.
Yeah.
I think in that case, England still has enough units on the board to break any stalemate line you might attempt to make. Like if you tried to hold the stalemate line where Italy is in Mao, and you just try and hold Brest and Gascony and everything else there, England still has ways to mess that up. And so fully committing to it and getting those builds isn't really as valuable in that situation. So unfortunately, I think this is Isaac's best play, even though it's still really quite a bad situation for him.
Yeah, you're stuffed either way. You just got to sort of pick who you want to work with out of this. I don't think Darcy's going to work with him. I think Darcy's like, no, I've got some nice, easy games here. I'm going to go for him. Sorry, bud. So,
okay, so here's the other question then, just about Isaac's stab here. If Darcy hadn't moved on Isaac this turn, is this a good stab for Isaac to make? Like, would he have gotten away with it?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
If he doesn't have the risk of losing his southern flank wholesale, then yeah. But I think if France told Italy about this as a way to try and get him off his back and say, hey, I'm not attacking you. Listen, I just want peace. Then Darcy has punished that in exactly the right way, and it's a real shame and I think this was preventable too, because Isaac could have asked just for a bounce in Western Med, right? Because ultimately, like, him staying in Lyon is not the worst thing in the world for Italy, right? It's better than having more fleets on his doorstep soon. So he could have argued for that. Sadly, it didn't work out, and now, he gave Darcy a little bit too much space, and Darcy used that space to wind up and punch him in the kisser. So.
Yeah, okay, so your point is that there actually wasn't any reason for Isaac to give up any position here at all.
No.
Well,
no, Lyon and Marseille, like, you could have bounced everything back.
And then you'd be in good shape. All right, so,
exactly.
Yeah, we sometimes talk about asking for forgiveness rather than permission. If they had agreed to, let's say Isaac hadn't told Darcy about the stab he was going to make, and but had maybe agreed to move out, and then just don't move out. Right, that's an option. And you can just say, well, you have 2 fleets there. I didn't want to just abandon my defensive position. So,
Yeah.
All right, let's move forward here. Fall of 1904. We see what happens. Did we cover Fall of 1904 yet?
We did.
We did.
Yeah.
We did.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. So winter of 1904. Get 2 new fleets and an army from Darcy Morris, who has now jumped up to 12, has a 12-9 lead, 155. Let's take a peek here and see where that puts Darcy relative to the top board.
I think that puts him on it.
That puts him on it.
In the
Firmly.
third, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Not by a lot, though. So he needs to stay ahead of David and Micah, who are tied at 202.5. That's 47.5 points.
And with this scoring system too, that can drop pretty quick.
Yeah.
Like
So-
yeah.
So currently at 155. So dropping 47 would take him to 108. So he needs to finish with at least 108 in order to stay on the top board. All right, then let's push forward here and see if Darcy is able to pull this off. And Patrick, we're back to you.
All right. Interesting reshufflings in the east here, and I don't think they're arranged, actually. Bohemia goes to Vienna. Serbia is forced. This port into Ankara is not taken, which I assume is a necessary sacrifice to free up Romania. At the very least, denies Ankara to Italy. So we've got wintergreen conflict, and I think this is kind of forced, honestly, by just how much progress Darcy has made in the West in such a short period of time. Like, Richard does not have a clear growth path right now from a wintergreen standpoint. So even if it's not a good fight to take with Darcy, like even if he's a bit under-equipped for it, what else is he going to do? Staying the course isn't really any better. The only easy dot he can get is Berlin otherwise, and Berlin kills his important janissary. So this is really, I think this is what Richard maybe didn't want to do, but had to do in this scenario. Meanwhile, in the West, we see a bit of reshuffling in position. And actually, I liked the disband of Marseille by Isaac, because Marseille is lost anyway in this defense. You have to keep Portugal and everything else. That's the idea. And keeping the units in the north make sure that England can't, mess with you as much if they want to. But actually, France has decided to mess with England and just go straight north, which means giving up Portugal as well, which was preventable. And so that's a bit of a shame. But at the same time, England making these moves back, maybe Bradley just didn't trust Isaac enough to leave him alone and do his thing with Russia. And Isaac knew that. And of course, Russia will have told England that, hey, I don't want to fight you anymore. I'm doing this to Italy, right? So maybe this was inevitable, but it's still, I think, really unfortunate for the French position to see this happen now.
Yeah, definitely. I could almost see something like tactics aren't my thing, but depending on how they want this game to go, now if Darcy's worried about this conflict from Russia, maybe instead of keeping the army in Marseille, he moves up to Gascony and puts Leon into Marseille.
Yeah. Did we lose Brandon? Oh,
potentially. Oh, there you go. With that draw being in full, does that mean the current center change doesn't happen?
Yeah. It means all the colors are, and the chart is reflective of it. So yeah, I guess. It makes sense because Russia can't really win this war against Italy. The best they can do is just jumble the Balkans up enough that it stops him in his tracks. Especially if Turkey is still not willing to help him, or he's just going to turtle up. So it makes a lot of sense. It was really just stopping Darcy here instead of making him reach a critical mass that might make him a solo threat, because he is way across the line.
Yeah.
That was a surprise finish. I did not realize it finished that quickly. So I was just advancing for you guys. Okay. Is there any reason for any of the other players to keep this game going, or does this make sense for you from the perspective of all the remaining players?
I think it makes sense. Yeah.
Isaac's only going down. Bradley's technically not in the game anyway. Richard's got to worry about catching Darcy, but after seeing Isaac's moves here, probably just gives up. Maybe if Isaac had have done something different, Richard might have wanted to stick it out a little bit more. But seeing this moveset and Darcy's potential through Portugal, Marseille, and everything, Richard probably goes, nah, I need to cut my losses here and just accept what I've got.
And Patrick, you agree with that?
Yeah, completely. I think, again, Richard did what he had to do to make sure Darcy's not a solo threat. And if Darcy's not a solo threat, then he doesn't have much reason to continue because he's on the top board firmly, and everyone else is just there. They're not really going to make a comeback.
So, so what this means is that let me get this up here for us. What that means is that Darcy does make the top board. Here is how the final 7 finish for all 3 rounds. Conrad Woodring takes the number 1 seed. Gunter Bedson takes the number 2 seed. Darcy Morris rockets all the way up to number 3. And McCallus, tournament leader going into round 3, drops to the number 4 spot. Probably not unhappy about that. Bernard Andrioli manages to get up into the top 7, as does Dan Lester, just barely. That is 1 center above the that tie for 7th. And we are left with a tie for 7th place. And that is unfortunate because only one of them can make the top board. Here is how I did check these results, and here is how Bradley explained it to me, that the tiebreaker between the 2 of them was basically head-to-head results. And David and Micah played 2 boards together. The first board was this one, which ended with David having a 35-point advantage. Oh, there we go. I see there's a little bit of a delay here. 95 to 60, so 35-point advantage. But then they played together again in round 2. And I think you probably see where this is going, because if you remember round 2, it was a pretty big score for Micah Blom. Here's how it ended. Micah scored a 65-point gap over David Wigglesworth, and 65 is greater than 35. So with the 2 head-to-head results together, Micah Blom ends up getting onto the top board as the number 7 seed.
There we go.
That's fun.
Okay. That's awesome. That's going to be I love that top board. That's great. Conrad, McCallus, Darcy, Micah, Dan, bring it on.
Really
so
good.
let's bring Ed Sullivan back onto the stage here to talk about it. So welcome back, Ed.
Hey, thank you.
And this is our top 7. I think you saw that Darcy had a sort of electric 3rd round. I don't know if we congratulated him. Congratulations, Darcy, for getting onto the top board. But here's how the top board stands up. Micah wins that tiebreaker over David Wigglesworth, so she takes the 7th spot. So yeah, Brandon and Patrick just sort of extolled the virtues of this top board. Before we get in and see what the pair selection yielded, let's just talk about this for a second and try to handicap it. And Brandon, we'll start with you. What would you look for in terms of Paris method from these 7 players, if you can speculate on that? Do you think any of them will drop down? Do you think any of them will care more about a country than a position? What are your thoughts?
Like there's a few people on this board that I'm not overly familiar with. Like in regards to which country they may prefer.
Well, then let's back up for a second. Then, what do you like about the top board? What is it about this collection of players that you like?
I just love how many solid players there are. Like there's a lot of people in this community that are well known and everything, but I think every name on this top board is a huge contender. That's what I like. I don't think there's necessarily a standout among them. I think we've got a lot of legends. Besides Darcy being my obvious choice for the win, so like he's got this in the bag. So, I honestly look at this and I have no idea how the top board method will go, and that's mainly due to me having no idea how a top board method actually works.
All right, fair enough. So you just drew the lottery for the question. Patrick, let's go to you. What do you like about this top board?
I think there are a lot of people that, first of all, that are in positions will make the Paris method that will make the Paris method interesting. I think there's an argument for Conrad to drop down because his favorite countries are not necessarily England and France. We saw he had a really good Russia game. That was the main backbone of his top board effort, and I think he is quite comfortable in the East in general. Gunther, I think, will stay where he is because he had really good Western play. Darcy, I think, is going to be a shoe-in to pick Italy if one of the guys above him doesn't. And I think Dan has a deceptively strong position from the 6th seed, because Dan, I think it's pretty well known, Dan's strongest country is Austria. And that is pretty commonly left over when you get down to number 6. So I think if the other players let him get Austria with a really good tiebreak like he has by default here, he's going to be kind of terrifying.
My turn.
If you want.
Looks like Brandon's frozen. Fine. Oh, this is perfect. Brandon can't talk. So this is perfect. Okay, I got a lot of thoughts about the top board, so give me some space. I think Conrad will pick in the West. I would be surprised if he doesn't pick France here. I don't know Gunther.
Just giving you the space, Ed.
I don't know Gunther, but I've been really impressed with his play. Darcy is look, this is his 3rd top board, 1 press, 1 virtual, and now face-to-face in the last 3 months. And each time he has been outplayed significantly because he hasn't played these top boards to win. He looks for an ally. His goals have not been to win. I hope that changes significantly now from his alliance style play, because he's got great personality. McAllis has won a top board. As to what countries he wants to play, which is one of Brandon's questions. He's well known for saying Italy is his favorite country. I've seen him play Russia really well. He plays all of them well. Bernard's had a fabulous game. But I kind of think this will be sort of newer players versus older players in a way. Older players will try and bring on the newer players. I didn't know Dan Lester's favorite country is Austria. It's like whatever country I see him in, he seems to be winning. And finally, Micah 7th. I mean, my God, she's a force to be reckoned with, just having won the top board. And I'm glad to see her work on this. So this should be a top board that is worthy of a top board. We've seen some top boards that haven't been, and I hope that this is. And I hope they all play to win. I'm talking to you, Darcy.
Do we have any footage that Bradley sent of the Paris method process? Or
We do not. We do not.
Aw.
Yeah. The sort of graphics to sort of do it one at a time, but I just have the results to show you guys.
Okay.
I know. So here is how the Paris men. We're going to stay all 4 of us on screen together here for the top board. Here is, if I can get it up. Give me a second. Here is how the top board Paris method played out. We had very little position switching. The only switch was that Gunter Bedson in the number 2 seed dropped below Darcy Morris. And then Conrad Woodring took that number 1 spot and selected France. Darcy took Italy. Gunter took Turkey. McAuliffe, Germany. Bernard took England. Dan Lester took Russia. And Micah Blom took Austria. Any surprises or thoughts? Anyone who wants to can jump in.
I am struggling to process this, to be honest. I think Turkey can be a pretty good power on a top board, but there are a lot of ways for it to get squeezed out early, have its influence on the game rather limited because of its corner position as well. So there's a reason why it's not usually picked very highly in top boards, and also because it benefits, because it's a little slower to grow. Sometimes it benefits from a good tie break as well. So it's an interesting choice from Gunther, especially because, again, I think he played a really good France earlier. He seems to have a really good handle on the West. So I'm surprised he didn't go there. I'm also surprised to see Dan pick Russia over Austria. But like Ed said, like Dan can play any country crazy well. And then, of course, McAuliffe in Germany is not surprising at all. Really glad to see Germany get picked 4th or higher. And he's the best German player I've ever seen, personally. So
What?
I was on a WDC board with McAuliffe in Germany, Dan in Austria, and Darcy was there somewhere as well. I think he was in France. Michaelis in Germany and Dan in Austria were a lot to work with. So I've seen a couple of Michaelis Germany games, and I definitely agree with you there, Patrick. Like, he's a very, very good Germany player.
Okay, my thoughts. Conrad, not surprising. Darcy getting Italy, that I think he doesn't want conflicts with Conrad. I think he thinks Conrad's unlikely to drop in the med. I think that's why he picked Italy. Also hard to get eliminated. Gunther, critical error. You could have had Turkey at 5. You could have had Turkey at 6. So in my mind, Paris method capital or draft capital, you needed to drop. I don't mind him taking Turkey. You should play the country you want to play on a top board. I firmly believe that. And if that's what he felt most comfortable in, that's what he should have done. Michaelis is a great German player. Enough said. And then Dan Lester is Russia. Super dangerous player. And I think Darcy will also like, as will Micah, this combination in AI. So I think we have the makings for alliances, good play. I don't know. Is this top board also limited in 1909?
It is.
Interesting.
All right, here is the board, players in position. I'll go around to each of you and just give me your thoughts on how you think this may play out. Pick a player you think is sort of the one that you would put your money on. And Brandon, we'll start with you. Is it just Darcy? Is it just Darcy?
I have to say Darcy.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna say I like Conrad. I'm not overly familiar with the way he's played. I think this tournament are the first games of his that I've seen, but I've liked how he really works the board diplomatically as well as tactically. He's like, whereas some players seem to dominate tactically and stuff. That can be said about a lot of people on this board. But I don't know. I like Conrad's style. So first choice Darcy, second choice Conrad.
Yeah. Come to think of it, we actually already saw Conrad and Dan in France and Russia with countries swapped in round 2, and Conrad came out on top on that board. So of course there are a lot of things about this board that are very different, but I think he's in solid position. Another kind of reason why it's a little bit of a surprise for Dan to go for Russia. But either way, I'm going to double down on Michaelis. I just think he's such an incredible player, really in his element with the kind of guys he's surrounded with, especially Conrad and Micah. So I expect him to do great things here.
Ed, to you.
I'm not picking Dan Lester just because other people didn't pick him. I'm picking him because I think the board setup is most favorable for him. And he and Conrad in France and Russia, in my mind, make total sense because they are top board players. They know how to win and they know how to balance the board. And I think that I think Lester has, the edge a bit, but obviously everyone's great. I do think an experienced player will win. It's very difficult for a new player and a first top board to win. Some of us have been on many top boards and almost never win. And so it's a difficult thing to do, but it is a popularity contest and no one is really more popular than Dan Lester.
So we all picked France, Germany, and Russia. So do we think our picks are going to do well at England's expense or to his benefit? That's another interesting question.
Like, do you think all three could sort of rise together and one just outpace the other? Or do you think you're asking whether one success sort of necessarily has to come at the expense of the others?
Yeah, pretty much. Do we think Bernard is going to ride the wave of these other guys doing well, or is he going to get squashed?
Conrad plays slow, but I wouldn't be surprised to see an FG here. Maybe Dan balances out with England. That's sort of what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
All right. With that, let us dive in and we'll just do one phase at a time, doing the play-by-play. So we'll start with Brandon, and yeah, let's. I'll ask the other commentators to. We don't have to talk about every single thing, but
you don't need to give me any seasons. I'm happy just chirping in every once in a while.
Brandon and Patrick, you guys okay taking the play-by-play duties and having Ed as a in the little sidecar?
Sure, I'm happy to have Ed try to fit into a much tighter space than us.
I'm wily.
I like it. Happy to go with it.
Yeah.
I think we've lost Brandon again.
There we go. He's still frozen, but you can go over the openings.
It's the best of all worlds.
Yeah, that's it. Well, I'm happy to take.
Sorry.
I'm happy to. Oh, there we go. That's all good.
There we go. Yeah.
I'm
Sorry, the internet
lead.
here goes out pretty regularly. All right, Brandon, go for it on spring of 1901.
All looking. I like Conrad to move to Burgundy. Standard English moves. Dan, pretty standard moves, but with a northern Moscow, and yeah, Micah and Darcy. Just making that slow play to the east. So see how it goes.
Yeah, Paris to Burgundy unsupported feels like something you only really do if you've talked to Germany about it and you know he's okay with you just kind of going there. Because, of course, if it gets bounced, it's a really bad position. So I wouldn't read too much into that as saying, oh, it's going to be an EF now, right?
Yeah.
We have the the fist bump, the Armenian fist bump in the east. You guys like that?
I love it. I think it's more neutral for Turkey than people give it credit for, and I'm really sad that it's the first one we've seen today.
I think that was
in combination with the northern opening is interesting.
It's true.
Yeah, it feels like Dan's trying to do a lot at once here, but diplomatically, he's the kind of player who could pull that off.
All right, let's push into fall of 1901. Why don't we stick with 1 year at a time? I think there's no reason not to do that. Brandon, tell us what you say.
We see England picking up 2, and Burgundy supporting Ruhr. Michaelis supporting himself into Holland, might have been scared of being bounced out, or just taking the nice safe play. Yeah, we see sort of the expected moves from Darcy and Micah, and yeah, Dan's picking up 2.
Yeah, so it looks like a pretty clear-cut AI versus T, with probably R too, because Russia playing in the north is usually pretty pro-Austrian. But the question there is, if Dan's doing that, then why didn't he go full chat, as the Brits say, and go to Black Sea? So still a hanging Chad to be figured out there.
Well, how do we feel about Sev unordered? Ed, what are your thoughts on that?
I don't like it. I mean, but on top board play, maybe it's just an attempt to be as friendly with as many people as possible, take advantage of them in next year, or but yeah, I mean, I'm a bigger pace player, obviously, than Dan, but I think he did it to limit his options, and we'll see how it goes.
Well, the funny thing for me about it, so Patrick pointed out that it didn't go to Black Sea, and it could have, which would have sort of cemented an AR cooperation possibly with Italy. But it didn't even support Ukraine into Romania, right? So it's sort of a flex by Dan, isn't it?
Honestly, yeah, that seems like that seems kind of like it could be intentional, because if you use Sev to support Ukraine to run, then that shows that you didn't have faith in Austria to support you there. It shows mistrust, right? And that creates its own kind of discord on a top board like this, where people are thinking through their relationship so thoroughly. So honestly, this might be better than doing the support. Still arguably worse than going to Black Sea, though.
Well, I mean, he's going to build an anchor, right? What does Turkey build? I think that's an interesting question, is what Turkey builds.
I think army. Because
what would you? Yeah, how come, Patrick?
It's just the most flexible build. I think at this point, Gunther is still not in the still doesn't need to be in the mindset of, oh, I'm dead, I just need to go pick someone to punish. I think he's going to pick the most defensively flexible build, because that keeps him in the game, and it's an army.
Anyone want to make a case for fleet?
I could build a fleet.
What's the case for it, Ed?
Smyrna to Syria, Khan to Smyrna, Ankh to Khan. You think you have Russia on side.
Yeah.
Set up a line.
I think it's. I think Dan might be seeing Darcy and Micah being pretty tight as well. He doesn't really want to help a fast-moving heir or anything. Let Darcy and Micah make some gains slowly, but not quickly, until they've sort of got like a bit of a, what do you call it, like a sunk cost fallacy in their alliance, where they've stuck together, had a hard slog, they're trying to work together, and neither of them have particularly made any progress, while everyone else gets some gains elsewhere, and then they can deal with Darcy and Micah later. Yeah,
interesting. Lots of builds everywhere. England is getting 2 here, so we'll have to make some sort of declaration. Let's go down the line here. Whose builds are you most interested in? Starting with Ed.
England. I think England will tell us right now what England's doing. Is Russia a friend or a foe? And I think Russia is a foe. So I think he probably builds fleet Edinburgh. But
then what with the second build?
Well, I said England right off the bat because but I think he builds fleet London here. I think he has to.
Just goes fleet. Patrick, whose builds are you most interested in?
That's the most flexible for England. I really want to see what France does here, though. I think Conrad's done a really good job of not really committing to anything, but putting him in a position to do everything, getting him Burgundy with what seems to be a fairly happy Germany, and having a lot of options because England's so tied up by the Russian threat. I think he could take that in a lot of different directions. So, going to be excited to see what happens there.
And Brandon, who are you focusing on?
Yeah, I definitely agree with Ed about England, whether they one fleet guarantee for sure. I would assume another fleet, but potentially an army there. I think Conrad's builds will be fairly passive for now, at least. So, maybe Dan's actually. I'm going to pick Dan. I'm keen to see what he builds.
Does Dan build north, and does McAuliffe build an army in Berlin? I know he's building a fleet in Kiel, but I don't know where he puts the army. That'll tell us something.
All right. Does Dan put down fleet North Coast St. Petersburg, or does he split the difference with an army? Answers to these questions coming up right now. And we get an army from Dan Lester. We get 2 fleets from England, Bernard. We get a fleet Brest, army Paris from Conrad, and McAuliffe, army Munich, fleet Kiel. Any other surprises here? So we do get an army in Ankara from Gunter Bedson. So we have a lot of intrigue right off the bat. It's hard not to notice just how densely packed the Low Countries are already. The center of the board don't always have armies everywhere like that. Spring of 1902. Yep.
Yeah, something's going to break there, but it's still going to break in any direction. This is like the first game tonight, maybe, where we can't really tell you what the alliance structure will be in the West after 01.
Let's see if Spring 02 gives us any more insight into that. And Patrick, you're on tap.
Alrighty, we'll start with the East because I think that's a bit more simple. It is AIR distraction, except R is still not really doing anything except moving into Black Sea. They don't actually support Austria and Bulgaria even, so presumably they're just confident that Turkey was going to do the shuffly shuffle, which they have done. In the North, it's a bit less rosy for Dan because, of course, he's got Germany lining up in Baltic, England lining up in Skagerrak, so maybe not attacking Norway was not the best idea here, but of course you don't want to be the first one to throw a punch because someone else can take advantage of that. And in this case, the Low Country powder keg has not exploded. Everything in the West seems to be happening in Scandinavia pretty much. So that bodes pretty poorly for Russia, but pretty well for France. Portugal moves up to Mao and we don't see the shuffle to Mao and Spain's south coast. And we also don't see Spain going to Gascony. Instead, he self-bounces. So it doesn't really look like an EF setting up for further moves into the German heartland. It looks more like France setting up for a cheeky little backdoor here, which seems like a great option because of the double fleet build from Bernard.
Yeah, I think the story is the supported move to Picardy. That can only be thought of as anti-English, and I think there will be peace. And I don't think McAuliffe likes Skagerrak like at all. So I would not be surprised to see some FG cooperation here.
Yeah,
I think Dan moved to Black Sea, by the way. He may have been invited, even though he still might be anti-Turkey and Turkey doesn't recognize it. I don't necessarily think Turkey thinks this is a stab.
What do you think McAuliffe would rather have seen besides that fleet going to Skagerrak, Ed?
Norway to Barents, something like that, but not Skagerrak.
I mean, Dan's always going to at least self-bounce in Norway, if not attack it, right? So Skagerrak is the only safe way to retake it in the fall if Dan does do that, right? So there's a sound argument from Bernard's point of view, and McAuliffe clearly heard that argument and had to accept it, because Munich to Kiel seems like the kind of move you make when you're skittish about that and know it's happening.
All right, so that leads us into fall of 1902. So the only thing we know so far is that Austria and Italy are anti-Turkish. Is Russia? That's an open question here. And what's going to happen with that fleet in Skagerrak? I guess also, what is Conrad going to do with, his units and no pressure on him? Answers to those questions come right now. Fall of 1902. Patrick, tell us what you see.
I see a German fleet getting into Sweden with English help. I see England getting absolutely nothing for that in return because North Sea supported Belgium instead of Norway. So that's a real shame. And supporting Belgium doesn't even actually defend against the thing that Bernard was worried about, because they still get it with strength 3. So the English army went to Belgium to die. I know Siobhan is going to be cheering for that somewhere, wherever she is right now. And English Channel Irish Sea go there for Conrad, completely unopposed. So yeah, the attack on England that I suggested might be coming in the spring because of those fleet movements has in fact come, and that supported move to Picardy, like Ed said, turned out to be crucial in enabling this play. Meanwhile, in the east, we've got Russia trying to convoy into Ankara, so I think that answers our question about how anti-Turkish Russia is. Black Sea was not invited based on these moves from Gunther, as he covers not only against the convoy to Ankara, but the convoy to Armenia as well, which I thought he might do. So more bad news for Russia, I would say. I guess, actually, the north is good news on the whole. Even though he doesn't get a build out of it, but yeah, he's really on the back foot now in the south. He seems like he'll be in the worst position of the 3 Eastern powers to get something out of Turkey, especially with Austria now in Aegean as well as Bulgaria.
Brandon and Ed, do you have thoughts on 1902?
There must be some failure to communicate with England here at some level. I mean, but Dan Lester's now got to try and work with Germany, but Germany's got to work with France. I'm a little concerned for McAuliffe getting maybe pincered here between Russia and France, because France is going to get a lot of gains quickly. And in the East, as Brandon's off screen for a second, it's hard not to like the AI. I think Dan really is on the back foot. I'm trying to figure out a way for my pick here to be able to do something now. Got to keep Austria on side. What do you guys think?
I think everyone's really playing. They know the threat that Dan poses. He's an incredible player. He's the defending champion of this tournament, and everyone is doing their best to play in a way that limits him. I think one of the big things I missed in the South was Austria moving Budapest to Romania as well. So even if Russia got into Ankara, everyone is making sure that Russia does not get a build in this situation. Stay even? Okay, that's fine, because you're still being useful to me in some capacity, but you're not going to grow. Okay? Listen to me, Dan, says McAuliffe, or says Micah. That's how it's going to be for now, and you got to deal with it. Okay?
But as Jason points out, Bulgaria doesn't support that move. It's only meant to be if Russia got into.
It's conditional, yeah. It's not a stab. It's just a balance. It's just a board balancing play, and I really like that from Micah.
Brandon?
No, I definitely agree. You know, we've got FG sort of figuring out what's going on around with England. Everyone's keeping Dan in check. Darcy and Micah are making their slow gains. They're getting Bulgaria, they're getting Tunis. I am keen to see how the AI goes in 03. You know, potentially do they say to Gunther, hey, like, we're getting onto you now, do you want to start putting some pressure on Dan? Do you want to push up that way or something? I'm not sure. I'll be keen to see the way they played out.
I think they're playing it out, and I think Dan's dead in about 2 years in the South, at least.
Do you guys think that the board should react to Conrad's position? Is this something the rest of the board, or at least this Eastern Alliance, should, you know, try to do something about right now? Patrick, we'll start with you.
I think Italy should. Their build is going to be a fleet. I think Trieste is not really doing much right now. It could go to Tyrolia and then Piedmont, or Venice then Piedmont, and have a little 2-unit attack there immediately. Maybe you don't do all of that, but at least you send a unit closer to him to make sure that he knows you're there. He has to account for your presence instead of just pushing everything at England and elsewhere in the north. For Germany, I think McAuliffe might have an argument for doing that as well, not because he wants to, but because he's just in a really awkward position to continue against England. Like, Kiel is covered up, so he can't put a fleet where he wants to. And the AI below him is still quite strong, so he might be wary of a rush to the line if everyone's not on the same page about containing France. So maybe he has to just build an army here and try to work with Italy about that.
All right, let's push
forward.
forward.
What to do about Conrad? I don't know what to like. This is a really good spot for Conrad. Like, I don't know if no one can fight him, and he's got great English centers just ready to be convoyed into.
What do you build here if you're Conrad, Ed?
I think I think I have to build a fleet, but I really want to build an army because I'm convoying one onto the island. Because I think McAuliffe might have to build an army here in Munich, so I think he's a little scared of that.
Interesting.
I built something in Brest here. I don't know what, but something in Brest.
And then what about McAuliffe? So Ed thinks Army Munich. Brandon or Patrick, do you have a thought on what it should be?
Army Munich seems pretty solid.
It has to be Army Munich.
Yeah.
What's Berlin?
You don't think
doing for you in
Berlin?
this
I mean, I went back and forth on it, but I you know,
Berlin's too inflexible. Munich can do everything that Berlin can from this position, and if you build a fleet in Berlin, where's it going? You know. So.
But if you're part of an FG fighting against England, don't you need another fleet?
McAuliffe isn't a part of an FG yet. He's just decided that England shouldn't be around his centers and in Belgium. He doesn't really have the tools to follow that up right now because of where the English fleets are. And that's one of the things that's so genius about what Conrad's done here.
All right. Let's see what happens. Winter 1902. We get Fleet Berlin, Fleet Brest.
Okay.
We do get that Fleet Naples. We get an army in Vienna. And let's push forward here. This game is very interesting. So it does feel like an early move by Conrad. Yeah. All right, here's a question from McAuliffe's mindset. Do you guys think, so I think, Ed, you talked about McAuliffe maybe being worried about Conrad. Is there an argument to go that for here that McAuliffe is happy to let the rest of the board worry about Conrad? Happy for Conrad to sort of be the bogey person?
Maybe, but that's a really strong French position. Like, I mean, it's okay for McAuliffe to say that, but to actually do it would be a little dangerous. The thing is, McAuliffe has got to grow. The only way he can really fight Conrad is to outpace him, and he's got 3 Russian units up north. I actually want to know, Brandon, why you said Fleet Berlin, because like, do you think that's just anti-English, or is this a potential convoy to Livonia and fight Russia? What is the game plan for McAuliffe to grow? I'm sure like he's a way better player and analyst than I am. So like, I want to, what is he thinking?
Let me turn this over to the other analysts, Brandon or Patrick. Do either of you have a thought about why McAuliffe would have built Fleet Berlin here?
I mean, I think there's a good argument for it because it's the most flexible unit in the long term. But I think when you think about what's it going to do this year, it's not going to do anything this year. It's going to spend this year getting into somewhere that'll help it do something next year, like Helgoland or something to that effect. So there's an argument for it, I think. But France needs a response now. I think I agree about that. And this doesn't accomplish that for you. So I wouldn't have done this as McAuliffe. I don't think he made a bad play, but it's not what I would have done.
All right.
Maybe argue to Conrad to trade Belgium for London.
Yeah, Jason Gray pointed that out in the chat. But is Conrad really?
Oh, I didn't see that.
Is Conrad really in a position where he needs to assent to that? Right.
I mean, if it's 03 now, does he really want to be denying sort of trade-offs or working with McAuliffe? All he's going to do is put him offside if he, isn't working with him here.
I think he'd be even less inclined. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's all right. I was just going to say Conrad is in a very good position, but it's still very early in the game. Does he want to put someone off by being like, "Nah, I'm not going to trade that off with you. Sorry, buddy."
Yeah, I think the Fleet Berlin build gives even less incentive for Conrad to hand over Belgium because now there's probably more Germany-Russia tension. So you can just let that happen instead of giving Germany a definitive advantage there.
I think that Fleet Berlin, sort of like you were saying earlier, Fleet Berlin still not bad. I think it might actually be the right decision because he can build that now, and it might be a little harder for him to justify a fleet build later. But at least he can get it done now. Diplomatically, he may not feel like he needs the army, and later on he can just pump out a couple of armies, and he has those 3 fleets to play with.
I'm sorry to luxuriate, but McAuliffe is not the kind of player that likes to be pressured into doing things. He likes to assert the pressure. And so whatever he's done, this is an attempt to put pressure on somebody. And, and I don't know exactly what it is, but I know he's not playing to be a number 2 to Conrad.
No.
All right. Let's see what happens in spring of 1903. And Brandon, we're back to you for the play-by-play.
I like the convoy of Belgium to Liverpool. That's cool. Rest of Mao makes sense. Gascony and Picardy holding. He wants to keep McAuliffe on side. That makes sense. Denmark supporting Sweden to Skag is cool, especially with that fleet getting blown up. Bunch of holds from Micah and Darcy, not wanting to put pressure on McAuliffe, not wanting to put pressure on Dan, not moving over to the west, like sure, Naples to Tyrrhenian Sea, but that's pretty much expected. The real own. There's a couple of movements here with Dan getting into Armenia and Micah getting into Con. It'll be interesting to see what they do with their armies. It's a lot of holds, not even support orders. So maybe a little bit of lazy play as well. If you're going to hold a unit, that's fine, but maybe just write a couple of supports just in case.
Patrick, how do you feel about these tactics in the East?
In the East, I think they're quite greedy from Austria in particular. Russia was always going to do what they were going to do here. The support to Armenia is guaranteed. It makes sense. It makes sure they get their slice of the pie, right? So you can't fault Dan for that. I think what Aegean did was always going to be the key thing for this turn for the air. And I think there was a good argument that she needs to support that convoy to Smyrna because Darcy is currently one of the front lines against the big threat on the board right now, which is France. And of course, that's being helped to manage by the fact that McAuliffe negotiated into Belgium, but Conrad still has the best position right now. So I think you need to prioritize getting him to build. Con's easier to get in the fall. And now, because Turkey still has all 3 of his units on the board and that army in Tunis isn't actually in play, because it didn't go to Syria, it didn't get into Smyrna, there's actually no guarantee that it'll get in now if Russia decides to be selfish and take Ankara. Because if he takes Ankara, then there's nothing to cut Syria, and Con can be cut. The second support into Smyrna can be cut by Ank. So it's a little worrying if I'm Darcy here.
And then what about the West? So Brandon, you liked that. Brandon liked that convoy into Liverpool. Do Patrick and Ed? Do you guys like that as well, or do you have? Would you rather have seen something else?
I thought about maybe a convoy to Wales, but Liverpool's good. I think the number one thing it does is, I think at this point it forces England to become a janissary for FG. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see England in Norway this turn. If we can we? No, we can't.
Not guaranteed. No.
Yeah, no. Okay, but this was a good year for both McAllis and Conrad. This is the best case scenario for McAllis. Maybe we'll see a convoy to Livonia here. I don't know.
I really don't think it's in McAllis's interest to jettison Russia like that, though. So it feels like, in terms of the power balance aspect, I think we're kind of locked into a trajectory now that will result in Bernard's death if Conrad is not to top this board.
The other thing I wanted to say in the East is it seems like both Dan and Darcy are making a bet that Micah is with them. And I don't know how that's going to play out in the long term. You would think Russia's going to have to get a build here, but going to have to be.
I think Russia's guaranteed one here with Ankara. As Patrick very ably pointed out, though, there is a way to defend Smyrna here because they prioritized Khan over Smyrna in the fall, or in the spring, rather. All right, let's see what happens here. Fall of 1903. And, we spoke too soon about Ankara being guaranteed. Actually, that was there was a defense here, and Dan sniffed it out.
No, Dan didn't sniff it out, right? Dan got sniffed out.
No, Dan. So Dan convoys over the attacking unit. So if Dan had used Black Sea to support Armenia.
Wow.
Armenia convoyed to Ankara. Are you saying that Armenia needed to Ankara on the map?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was a brace. Okay, I didn't know that was a That's genius.
The arrows would be red if that had happened, but they're both black, and so this is tactical brilliance right here.
Silly me thinking about the ways Turkey could screw over Italy when he's been choosing Russia to punish most of the time during this game. Yeah.
So, let's see, Brandon. We're still on you for play-by-play.
The convoy of Armenia to Enk, I think, is the standout move here. Like that's brilliant. Unfortunately, this is the end of Gunther as well, so gone by the end of 03. Darcy's picking up a build. We see a lot of the same units that were holding before holding again, like the armies in the center. Makes sense up in the north for McAllis to cover Sweden. He's now in north with Dan's help as well. That convoy to Liverpool, I liked it because it was cool. Wasn't expecting it. Maybe if he depending on his relationship with Bernard, I'm not sure. If he had have convoyed into Wales, Liverpool was still he could still have walked into that and then supported himself into London. Maybe I'm not sure if after this turn he regretted going to Liverpool or whether this is still all just part of his play. Looks like Dan, Conrad, and McAllis are all still working with each other.
So what we have here are two very fast-moving alliances, FG and AIR. Turkey is eliminated at the end of 03. England is probably fatally wounded, though not necessarily, at least close to it. Ed, who does this advantage at this moment in time, this alliance structure?
Slight advantage to air, I think, if it sticks together. I mean, we see this double game by Dan Lester, right? Dan Lester supported McAllis in the North Sea. So, the German-Russian relationship, I think, is going to dictate the next phase? Is it just going to be an air versus FG, which is the way you termed it, or are we ready for something else? And I guess Leicester here has to probably build an army in Warsaw, but what happens? I don't know. I like it's really good. I'm excited. I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be an
I don't think the
analyst.
air is going to stick together because because of that Skagerrak blow up, Dan could have walked out of St. Pete last turn to free it up for build. He did not do that. And I think that would have been the air play. It would have been a pretty good GR play as well. But the fact that Dan hasn't done that, and now he's going to be building something that is relevant to the south, it indicates he's going to try and make something happen. But I think the choice between a wintergreen and an AR, from his perspective, is really going to depend on which of France or Germany he sees as a threat at the inflection point, which has come right now. And I think at this point, the German position is actually a bit stronger. I don't know if Dan views it that way. I think there are valid reasons to think that France is still doing better because he has the more obvious growth, the more obvious path to English dots. But I think that's where Dan's head would be at right now. I think it's where mine would be as Russia for sure.
Yeah, Brandon, you did a nice job of sort of analyzing the tactical option that Conrad faced, which is whether to convoy to Wales and try to pick up Liverpool and London, or convoy to Liverpool and take a swing at Edinburgh and London as well. Question is, and Patrick just suggested that Conrad may have actually, the tempo that he lost by not building here may actually hurt him. Do you agree with that?
Potentially. It depends on his diplomatic relationship, I think. I'm flip-flopping on that convoy to Liverpool. I loved it, and then I was like, oh, maybe not. But now I'm like, I like it again because he was able to take a jab at Eddie and London that made, the potential of Michaelis getting into North a lot easier. Because Bernard had to worry about covering Eddie and London. I think Michaelis being able to build here, I don't think it's going to be another fleet. I think it's going to be an army. So
It's going to be an army. But this Michaelis is in a tough position. He can't be friends with both Germany and France. Impossible.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Or Russia and France, yeah.
Russia and France, sorry.
Yeah. And Germany, has to worry about an AIR coming at the line here. So, all right, let's.
What does Michaelis have to worry about from Dan potentially here? Does he really have to worry about that much? Is he just, keep it fairly neutral, work together a little bit, and then he just thinks, maybe the AI will flip on him or something like that?
Oh boy, Michaelis has to be loving Army Moscow here.
I think Dan got cute with it. What a wonder.
You think? Why?
It's trying to, I guess the idea is I want to keep my friendships with everybody, but the problem is the unit isn't close to anybody. So what's Dan gonna do? I think it just makes him vulnerable to either Austria here or Germany loves it. I don't care what the others think.
The other shocker here is Army Venice, rather. I think could have made a strong argument for a fleet here. Patrick or Brandon, let's go to you since you're. Since you've got a room for rent inside Darcy's head, what do you think he's thinking here?
He's going for Marseille.
He's going for Marseille. Yeah, an Army Venice can, like I said, it can still go for Marseille, and it's maybe a little less obvious as. Well, you know what? If he builds another fleet, what's he going to do? He's got 4 of them. There's only so many that he can throw to the west at the same time. I don't know if he really goes for that at the moment. Army Venice can go to Tyrolia, Army Venice can go to Piedmont, or it can do something against Austria. Maybe he takes advantage of the fact that Micah wasn't able to build there because her home centers were all clogged up.
I agree. Realistically, Army Venice isn't a surprise. I think, realistically, as Austria in an AI, most of the time you cannot prevent a third Italian army from going down eventually. And this is the best time for Darcy to argue when he needs it to go to Piedmont if he wants to go west, that it's the best build for the alliance, right? So I think this is a really, really good observation on Darcy's part. He made sure to build it when he had the diplomatic opportunity to, and that's going to pay off here, give him a lot of options.
yeah, I think that's it. It was the build with the most options as well. And since Michaelis's build, was more than likely going to be an army, where are those armies going to go? Armies can't go much further beyond Belgium, Holland, Kiel, Berlin, realistically. So, get that extra army on the line, especially since Micah wasn't able to build.
All right, let's push forward and see what happens next. Spring of 04. Patrick, you're on tap.
Oh boy, it's an AR. I love this. Okay, that explains the Moscow build. We see Austria being supported into Smyrna. I presume Russia will shuffle the fleet into Caen in the fall because that is the AR thing to do. Austria also takes Trieste back. It looks like Trieste moving to Albania suggests that Italy had some inkling that this was happening, and Darcy also takes a GNC. So this really benefits Dan a lot more than it benefits Micah, really, because Micah's suddenly quite pinned down in multiple locations. So I'm really excited to see how Dan takes advantage of that in the fall, and maybe if this can be transferred into a wintergreen, potentially. We'll see. Meanwhile, in the north, Bernard seems okay with his inevitable gruesome death at the hands of France, and he supported Conrad into Eddie and into London. And I wonder if there's a potential plan here to support London forward into North Sea maybe in the fall, just so we can stay in the game somewhat. But regardless, it seems like he is most annoyed at Michaelis, and that is showing through in the moves. From Germany, I'm a little confused by all these moves. I guess supporting Russia to Norwegian Sea is a pretty good one, but that doesn't really work if France supports it, of course. I think Conrad has really done a good job of observing that Germany and Russia are quite copacetic at the moment, and that he needs something to prevent Russia from equalizing the fight over the English centers, because he has the advantage right now. He wants to keep that advantage. But Michaelis, let's see. He goes to Munich. He goes to Silesia. Does that mean he's going south? Like he's going to go to Bohemia Tyrolia now or something? It's a little hard to read. I was a little confused by the Army Berlin build. I assume France negotiated it, but he's not doing a whole lot with those units right now. So I think we'll know a lot more about his intentions in the fall.
Fascinating moment in the game here that North Atlantic supporting Norwegian to hold feels like a big deal. Ed, what are your thoughts on it?
Conrad is somehow trying to either work with England or England's giving it up, but there's no world in which this is agreed to by Michaelis, because the story is Mid-Atlantic to English Channel. That tells you everything that France is next on Conrad's wish list.
Or Germany, you mean?
Yeah, sorry. You just got to correct me like that, but you know where I'm going.
Yeah, no problem. Interesting that Picardy's the mover there, not Gascony to Burgundy, right? So could have been more aggressive, but
no,
Italy
defense
insurance.
against Italy. Defense against Italy.
Yeah, in case it goes to Piedmont. Nice. Brandon, your countrymate Darcy and Micah went after each other this turn, so they both seemingly sniffed out that the other was going to go on the attack. Do you like this for either of them?
Nah, I don't think it's going to pay off. I think they're going to have a little squabble, and everyone else is going to get the benefits.
Particularly Dan Lester. Dan will be
100%.
benefiting from FG conflict too. So I was dead wrong about Moscow. Moscow was the genius build.
Yeah, I think if he had have built elsewhere, that might have been a bit of an argument for Micah and Darcy to stick with it. But Dan being back there, he's just like, oh, look at me, I'm all the way over here, don't worry about me, it's fine, guys, you do whatever. And maybe it's just a bit of nerves, like Darcy and Micah have a lot of high level experience, but like this top board is stacked, so who knows, maybe the diplomatic position here is they're just getting nervous, and everyone else was just letting them freak out. So who knows?
Yeah, it's hard not to notice that Dan Lester, he's sort of part of like two alliances on either side, and he's managed to get both of the alliances to, if not make outright hostilities towards each other, implicit hostilities. All right, let's continue then. Fall of 1904, and Patrick, back to you.
Sure enough, we do see that Italy ends up working something out after sniffing out that Austrian stab. Doesn't get Trieste back, but he does get Greece for his trouble, and it's arguably better than getting Trieste back because he piffs the only Austrian fleet, which really makes his position a lot safer in the long run. Russia also takes Bulgaria, supports him back into Smyrna, so this is just a really, really great turnaround for Darcy. Meanwhile, FG is getting even more entangled. How fun is that? Conrad is in Ruhr. McAuliffe supports himself to Bohemia, which was a superfluous move because Bohemia is a walk, so I assume he just didn't trust the French army in Burgundy after those moves, which I wouldn't either. Mao to English Channel, among other things, was very sketchy, as we've already covered. We also see the unfortunate death of one Bernard Andreoli, because I think English Channel was either misordered or misordered. So London did not go through to North Sea because English Channel did not end up supporting it. And I think that's a real misstep on Conrad's part, because that fleet in Norwegian was still super, super useful for him. It's a shame that he won't have that at his disposal now for the following year. He's still going to build 2, though, which is a great coup for him, and it's going to at least make sure Italy is not a threat.
Yeah, you would think being in North would be worth the dot there. You're not just in North, but also have the Janissary fleet next to you. Interesting. Ed, what do you think of that? Think it might have been on purpose, accidentally on purpose?
I think it was accidentally on purpose, but one thing
Conrad said it was real in the chat. Sorry, he said it was real in this order. Yep.
Okay, I believe Conrad then. But one thing I was going to say is, on top boards, when McAuliffe gets stabbed or he doesn't think he can win, he has a big say in influencing who does. And you would really want to be Dan Lester in this situation, I think. Mm-hmm. Because McAuliffe is going to help Dan as much as he can from this spot.
And, Dan's got Darcy on side now. Brandon, you're feeling better about Darcy's prospects right now?
I love Darcy. I'm always feeling good about Darcy.
Tell me that in about 30 minutes.
All right. So Micah stays at 5, goes down 1, but I guess had 2 units piffed and 1 in the bank. That's basically how we get to +2.
Yeah.
No, 2 units piffed. Okay. And
1 in the bank.
And 1 in the bank. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. There we go. And so, Micah, we'll get to put a unit down. It is a rebuild. We do say goodbye to Bernard Andreoli. Having 2 players eliminated by the end of 1904 is pretty remarkable, especially for a top board. So this is definitely a very fast-moving game here. All right, Dan Lester, probably going to put down an army. Sevastopol probably makes the most sense. I'm guessing. No, if anyone has another argument against that, speak up.
So Sev, Army Sev.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. What about Conrad Woodring's builds? Who wants to take this on? What should he build?
I think he might need another. I think he might need another fleet now that Bernard's gone. Sadly, I would love to. If Bernard was alive, I would just love to put down an Army Marseille in this position, or maybe an Army Paris. But I think now, and I think if I had 2 builds, I'd prefer to have Army Paris, Army Marseille. But instead, he'll have to put down a fleet in Brest here, I think.
Anyone want to argue for something else?
I mean, he's down fleets 4-3 if you count Leicester's fleet. But those are a lot of German armies, and they're all going to be aimed towards him. I don't know what to do. He needs 3 builds.
All right, let's push forward here. Winter 1904. We do get the fleet Brest, Army Paris. We get the Army Sevastopol, and Micah gets to put a unit down. All right, let's.
I think a pickup from Jason Gray in the comments. I think Micah didn't have to disband Smyrna.
She could have retreated to Syria.
Yeah,
I guess she didn't see the value in staying there. She'd rather take the gamble that. She'd rather take the gamble that she can turn something around diplomatically this year and then build it in a home center instead of keeping it around in a useless location, which I think is a pretty smart move, honestly.
I think it's reasonable. I agree.
Yeah, that's interesting. Her diplomatic options do seem limited at the moment, but not minuscule. All right, let's move on into spring of 1905. Brandon, we're back at you with the play-by-play.
Yep. Yeah, so we got a fleet Brest and Army Paris from Conrad. So pushing those fleets up north. Gets into Norwegian, is in York, London, and English Channel. So that's a decent spot. A bit of disentangling from Michaelis and Dan. Like he's moving Sweden to Skag, which gives extra options against the north, but Denmark to Kiel. Conrad
He's
forcing
opening
his
up
way.
units for Dan,
Yeah.
and that's why he's cutting Vienna here as opposed to supporting Munich. He's just fully helping Dan.
Yep, that's it. Yeah, which I think you called out earlier. Hey, yeah, Conrad gets into Munich, but yeah, we see Dan helping Darcy out. Albania to Serbia. Darcy's fleets go east. Dan just has a walk into Con. And brings an army down to Moscow. He's just getting ready to run everything into the center. And yeah,
Bohemia tapping Vienna rather than supporting Munich is a pretty remarkable order here.
It's remarkable.
Patrick, what do you how do you feel about that?
I think presumably Dan will have asked Michaelis to do that because he feels that any potential French gains caused by Bohemia not supporting Munich will be offset by Austrian gains in the south. And given that Italy's letting him have Caen, in addition to Budapest, which is guaranteed in the fall, I don't really disagree.
Ed, how do you feel?
You have to account for how Michaelis reacts to stabs. You just have to do that. He did this in Summer Classic a while, where he threw he didn't throw it, but he helped Saren into 4. He wants to, if he cannot win, he would like to influence who can win. And this is his attempt at influence. And I guess
I would like to know.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think he can get it back, right? I think he can get it back. But he has to lose Belgium as part of it, I think.
Yeah. I will say, I think they missed a trick here by not contesting Norwegian Sea this turn. It's a little unusual that they didn't try to get there this time, and as a result, Conrad now has a guarantee on North Sea, specifically because Denmark also had to move down and cover Kiel. So the Army Emperor is a blessing for Conrad in more ways than one, really.
Yeah, it's a lovely daisy chain by Conrad to get all 4 fleets onto North Sea.
Eddie held, though. Bad Conrad.
Wow, yeah, this game has been quite dramatic in almost every turn, and this just feels like another one. You also have Darcy, committing fully to the east. So Conrad's move timed with the AI conflict just seems really prescient. Let's move forward here. Fall of 1905, and Brandon, we're back to you.
Yeah, well, Micah has Budapest and Trieste piffed as well. Dan covers Ankh with a nice little self bounce. Darcy's picking up 2. Yeah, North Sea gets blown up, but manages to still brace Belgium, so that is good. Michaelis doesn't have a swing at Munich, but he takes a walk into Warsaw. So
Gotta be agreed.
Yeah,
gotta be the price for cutting Vienna here, and put 2 down, right? Can he put 2 down because he piffed North Sea?
Yeah.
Well, no, because he's down Munich, so he's just even.
Is it?
I think he still goes up, doesn't he?
No, he's loses.
No,
Munich.
he's even.
Yeah, loses.
Yeah.
So he'll have a rebuild. So he'll be able to put 1 down.
1 down.
But being in Helgoland is just useful. So
yeah. And Dan is building 1 as well. Because up 2, down 1.
I feel
The
terrible.
question here is whether Darcy joins. Does Darcy join the anti-Dan campaign or not?
I think if he wanted to, the best chance for him to do it was right now, because imagine an alternate moveset here for a moment. Greece supports Serbia to Bulgaria. Smyrna supports Aegean to Con. One of them is guaranteed. With the moveset Dan ended up doing, it is actually guaranteed. And then if you don't cut Trieste, she can protect Budapest. And then all of a sudden, bam, you've got a decently strong Austria. You know, they're down. She's down 1 unit for a year, but that's okay. That's recoverable. And then Dan is suddenly on the back foot and is probably going to lose all of Turkey. And now you can make a game out of it as Darcy, but instead he's still kind of a second tier player, along with McCallus. So.
Yeah, the move that stood out to me was Ionian to Adriatic. I think if you're McCallus and Dan, you want to see that go into Tyrrhenian Sea here.
I guess that shows a lot of mistrust of any potential turnaround for Micah, because it shows that if Budapest cuts Serbia here, then you want Adriatic next turn to secure it, so Serbia can do something else. So I guess diplomatically, the option just wasn't there that I'm thinking about.
That's an interesting idea. It's just a question of like, you know, I think if Conrad's the big bully, you kind of the rest of the board needs to band together at this point. Yeah,
exactly, Jason. You see exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah.
All right. Well, in any case, here is what happens. Darcy does go +2. Conrad goes +1. Dan Lester goes +1, and McCallus gets a rebuild. It's amazing to have everybody going plus with so few, with no negatives on the board, and that's because we had a lot of piffs.
Yeah, you don't see that.
All right, so Winter 1905. Are there any builds that are worth discussing here?
I think Italy should be army fleets. Russia should be... The Russian build is actually mildly interesting. Could be Moscow. Could be any number of things in St. Pete. Probably North Coast. I'd build North Coast here, Dan. Yeah.
I think he builds North Coast, and Conrad's got to build an army, right?
Yeah, Army Marseille. For sure.
But the key here is, does Darcy build 2 fleets as a signal somehow to Dan, and Dan just run over Darcy?
He's not going to do that. Darcy needs an Army Venice here. I think he knows it.
Anyone want to make a case for two fleets on Darcy's part?
No, I reckon he needs that army. He needs an army in Venice. Sure, build 1 fleet though.
Yeah.
All right. The answer is Army Venice, Fleet Naples. We get Fleet North Coast from Dan Lester. Army Berlin, no surprise, but contrary to the panel's thinking, Conrad builds another fleet here. That is very interesting. What can we try to discern a logic for that, Patrick?
No, I don't love it. I think you need, given that Dan is actively making sure all those German armies stay on the board, and that they already outnumber you in the middle 5-3 at best. You know, maybe Picardy. Maybe you don't even consider Picardy fully in play. I think it's really concerning that that Conrad has chosen to do this and go with the fleet instead. Because like at this point, you don't need any more fleets in the north. Even arguably, like you've got North Sea, you can hold it for a while. Sure, maybe you want to go up to now to defend against the North Coast and defend Norwegian, but it's going to make Italy more antsy, which you really don't need right now. And it's going to make the fight with Germany harder in the main theater. So I would have done Army Marseille for sure.
Anyone else?
I guess because he thought Russia would build a fleet and he wanted to keep pace. But the problem is the German armies. But, you know, Conrad knows what he's doing.
All right, let's push forward here and find out. You also, Ed also raised the possibility that Dan should be running in on Darcy here. Does it? And that would have been more likely if he had built 2 fleets. Although presumably, if Venice goes west, then that amounts to the same thing. Does anyone want to make the case that that Dan should be doing that here?
I think Darcy's put himself in a good enough position that it would be difficult for Dan to do it. Like Darcy can prevent that just by doing a safety tap on Con so that it can't cycle through to the fleet can't cycle through to Con and Con to Ankh. And Serbia, sure, it's exposed, but only for a short period of time. And ultimately, you're also very useful against France as well, who Dan will no doubt see as his main competition for the top at this point. So I think the Wintergreen stays together here for the moment.
What does that mean? Does that mean going west and towards Munich? Because, you know, if you're Dan and you've got Darcy here in front of you, Darcy can only fight you. Like, so, I mean, he's got to convince Darcy to do something else, or Darcy's going to attack him, right? Like, I just don't know how this can be stable without potential Italian growth.
Vienna is still a center that they can divvy up between themselves at the very least. That's something they can discuss this year. What else happens is we should just see.
Darcy's only one behind Dan and Conrad as well, so maybe Dan is thinking he needs to take Darcy down a peg or two to make sure Darcy doesn't get any ideas. Like it
I
is
think
a
Mike is an
slog.
important part of the puzzle here.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Let's move on into spring of 1906. Here are the moves. Patrick, down to you.
Okay. Italy gets into Caen, which he cannot hold. Russia gets into Vienna with support, which he can hold after this year, most likely. So well done, Dan, I'd say. France convoys into Belgium. Pretty good move. That fleet isn't doing it. That army isn't doing anything for you in Eddie anymore now that you've got North Sea. So even up the army disparity that way. That's quite good. Darcy is going west as well. You can see Munich gets kicked out, retreats to Tyrolia. That's going to be annoying for Darcy to deal with at least. But yeah, I guess in this case, if you've got something else still there to cover Marseille, the fleet press is actually pretty okay as Italy insurance as well. So that's hasn't worked out horribly for Darcy for Conrad in the end, that build. And then Livonia to Prussia, Warsaw to Silesia. I guess that's all to just cover France. So I guess Russia is getting to the point where he sees his next growth path as siphoning off German dots by consent, most likely, which is good for Darcy, especially if Darcy's proving useful to Dan by doing this.
Principle one is all of these players are better than I am, but I don't see another move for Dan Lester right now other than stabbing Italy. He can't attack Germany. He has no growth on France. Conrad's going up one. He needs to grow. He just got Darcy moving west. Now drop the hammer.
Wow. Anyone want a counter argument for that?
I
Not
think
really.
that's pretty good.
Kick him out of Caen, take Serbia. Smyrna's going to be exposed. He's already supported you into the center that you needed his help for this turn, Vienna. So,
would you have any concern that Darcy is too vital? That Darcy is needed to slow Conrad down, or could even invite him into the Med? Like, is that a worry for you, or you guys think that the spoils would be so quick for Dan that he'd be able to outrun Conrad in that case?
Yeah,
I think given McAulif's position is still so solvent, he can easily outrun here.
You pick between McAuliffe or Darcy, and McAuliffe is more valuable.
Okay, so the logic there is that you don't need both of them as counterweights to Conrad.
Yes.
So pick one, and McAuliffe can actually harm Conrad more directly, and you can gain more off of Italy. That's the logic. All right, fall of 1906. Let's continue. Patrick, tell us about it.
We see Dan exercise much more restraint than us on the panel would have recommended, as he does not do anything to Darcy, does not kick him out of Caen, just protects Romania, helps him get through, protect against the French army in Tyrolia, doesn't take Berlin either or Sweden, so he's not picking Darcy over McAuliffe either. He's just keeping both of them on side, and that's paying dividends at least for now. Meanwhile, very interesting development. As Conrad moves south to establish a stalemate position against Italy, or at least attempt to, McAuliffe slips into Burgundy behind. So that is going to be a real killer for Conrad's position. And now, with that development, now that McAuliffe has gotten that crucial dagger between the ribs, so to speak, that this might be the point where Dan will see Darcy as the bigger competition for the top, and thus have a better argument to stab. And the stab has gotten easier than it was last year because all the armies moved away from him. Serbia's empty now, so he can take that with just 2 units without worrying about a retreat to Rum. It's just getting better for Dan Lester.
Ed,
And McAuliffe. It's getting good for McAuliffe also. This getting into Burgundy and Munich. Oh my God. Because Burgundy had to cover. And notice that Piedmont didn't move. Right? That goes to Darcy. Yeah, this is all sort of coordinated between. I mean, Conrad can't win if he's fighting Darcy, McAuliffe, and Dan. He cannot win. But yeah, it's great for Dan.
Yeah.
The whole thing is great for Dan. McAllis too.
What do we make of Norway holding here rather than supporting either Barents into Norwegian or Helgoland into North?
I think I think Dan is positioning himself as, by not making any permanent strides towards French centers, he's positioning himself as, hey, McAuliffe is the big problem for your position right now. I'm still happy to just turn and partition him with you instead of committing to fighting over England.
I don't like it.
Why not?
I'd like to have some purchase power over French centers, because really, what can Conrad do if he took it? Like, nothing. If anything, maybe the reason for not doing it is you want to leave the fleet there as opposed to having Conrad pivot, maybe rebuild. But I would have been in Norwegian Sea in a heartbeat. But what have I've said this a million times about Dan this game. Like, he's proven me wrong each time. He knows what he's doing.
Brandon, your thoughts on 1906?
Yeah, that jab that we were talking about from Dan on Darcy. Even though we all said that he should have done it then, I think Micah's unit was pretty important. If either Darcy or Dan were to use her, I think the safer play was just to eliminate that variable and keep Darcy on side. Darcy's like, cool, we've got an alliance. He then moves against Conrad. Now Micah, the variable is gone. Darcy's moved. Dan's position is looking a little sweeter. So,
what do you think Dan thinks about this Warsaw army never moving? Like, I mean, that tells me McAllis isn't like in Janissary mode. That he's there for something.
Yep.
After 6 years of play on this top board, we are for first place between Russia, Italy, and France. That is Conrad Woodring, Dan Lester, and Darcy Morris. And Dan Lester has the tiebreak, I believe, and then Darcy comes next, and then Conrad is last. So McAuliffe Camaridis hanging in there, just a couple centers back, but those are the only four players left in this game because the other three have been eliminated. All right, let's push forward here. So let's see what happens in the winter here. Only one decision to be made. Darcy Morris could go either way, right? And the answer is a fleet in Naples. All right, spring of 1907.
There's the stab.
That was inevitable.
Brandon?
I think he's lost. Go ahead, Patrick.
Oh, I see him moving. Maybe you can't hear us right now. Okay, let's go over this then. Dan takes Con with the fleet, as he really should here. So good job there. Takes Serbia the correct way from Budapest, and even gets Trieste to go up into Tyrolia, so he doesn't have to worry about that guess in the fall. And France retreats into Munich, so he also entangles France with Germany even more at the same time. Oh my gosh, what a wonderful play for Dan. Simply amazing. Cinema. Other than that, lots of red arrows in the Med around Iberia, as you'd expect, because Conrad moved everything down there that he needed to defend. Conrad also loses Belgium, lets McAuliffe walk into Paris. So no surprise, really, that he's angrier at Darcy, who sort of stabbed him in the back, as opposed to McAuliffe, who he's just been, fighting with for a while. Less of a stab, more of a outright war there. And then Dan does try to support himself to Norwegian Sea this time, but McAuliffe does not cut north, which is sort of interesting in its own right. And Warsaw holds again, which Ed will be happy to see because it makes the game more interesting.
Okay, so you the panel gets the hoped for stab of Russia on Italy. Did this come at the right time? Brandon, will go with you.
Yeah, like we were sort of saying before, I think it came at the right time. Like there was opportunity for it before, but while Micah was alive, it was risky. So when someone's on one center, they're going to go with the option of survival. And if Dan had have stabbed Darcy while Micah was still alive, then Micah and Darcy might have worked against him. So yeah, I think he's played this very well, especially with supporting Trieste to Tyrolia. That's pretty critical. And yeah, like Jason Gray saying in the comments, Greece is gone as well. So Serbia, Greece, Con, and Smyrna.
So it's a 4 dot.
Yeah, but he only has 2 places to build, all right? Because Moscow can't leave.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah.
Is this game over?
Yes. He's going to be on 13 after this, and Darcy's position is completely shot, and McAuliffe is still not really budging that much, and he's got a French Munich deal to deal with now because he can't kick that out unless Darcy helps him, which he might. To be fair, we'll see.
What could McAuliffe possibly do other than?
Yeah, even if they kick it out, it goes to Berlin.
Can't even help Conrad into Norway. There's no, you know, it's going to have Munich slingshot into. I mean, he's sitting in Belgium and Paris. Conrad's not leaving Munich. I mean, the game's I think it's over.
Fall of 1907.
Boom.
Okay.
Brandon, to you.
Yeah. Conrad gets into Belgium. Yeah, nothing else really moves. Even if Munich had have been popped, it would have just retreated to kill Berlin. McAuliffe goes for some positioning. Warsaw does try and move. Unfortunately, doesn't get anywhere. Vienna holds. Didn't have to do anything. And yeah, we see Serbia, Greece, Con, and Smyrna all going up for Dan. And then Darcy pulls a couple of fleets back to try and have some say about it. So if this continues on, maybe he can get one back, maybe, but Dan's cheering.
I mean,
Jason Gray taking the time to remind us that Darcy has said before that Dan Lester is an overrated player.
He has. Interesting.
Yeah.
I do want to defend Darcy, even though he has said that before. Just a few days ago, he was defending Dan as a solid player to some of the other ANU subordinates he has.
Dan does not need the defense of a 19-year-old. Okay, he just you know.
I'm sure Darcy would wash his feet if he was given the chance. So that's great.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is just great play by Dan.
Yeah, and it does feel like it feels like Conrad retreating here. I mean, could the board even mount an opposition if they wanted to?
Nah.
At this point. All right, winter 19 sees two more armies go down, -4 from Darcy. So all of the Western units. So I guess there is, at least a possible pretense here of being annoying.
Can he throw? It's gonna, I guess Tunis. Maybe Marseille can get to Venice.
Actually, yeah, he can. He can throw. Darcy can throw 2 centers. The question is, what's McAuliffe going to do at this point? Because I'm still not convinced he's going to join in on any kind of plan. If he joins in on the plan to stop Dan and maybe is willing to give something to Conrad, then maybe. But Dan hasn't done anything to him, so.
I don't think Darcy will throw, or I really, really hope Darcy doesn't throw. Throwing seems to be a thing that's happening a lot, and I think it's rather gross. But
he doesn't have enough to throw. He doesn't have enough to throw.
He doesn't have enough, but I hope he wouldn't do it anyway.
You do kind of wonder, all right, let's say Conrad hadn't retreated to Munich or had left Munich here, and had kept the fleets up north, tried to work something out with McAuliffe. Was it even possible at this moment?
I'm sure it is. I mean, tactically it is, but diplomatically, I don't see it.
Yeah.
I mean, Conrad's going to be what? I got to go down 2, or I got to go. I got to lose Belgium, Paris, and walk out of Munich. I mean, it's just one of these diplomatic things. I don't think there was an easy answer.
Yeah, and plus there's only 2 game years left, right? So it's maybe there's different conversations that could be had if it's an untimed game. But with only 2 years left, no one's catching Dan Lester here. All right, let's see if this game actually does end on the next turn, and the answer is yes. So, Dan Lester, the back-to-back UK national champion, came in with, you know, the weight of the crown on his head, did not stop him from outpacing everybody. Let's give a congratulations, first of all, to Dan Lester.
Amazing job, Dan.
All right, this was a top board that had lots of twists and turns, but in the end actually felt more straightforward than it probably actually was. Interested to hear from you all what you think was the key to Dan's victory. And Ed, I'm going to start with you first. Yeah, how did Dan win this? What was the key to victory?
He had a lot of friends, and he was really weak. Right, he was really weak in the South. He could have been, if AI had kept together, Dan could have been toast. But he cultivated those friendships. I mean, I go back to that turn where I think Vienna, Budapest, Serbia, and Trieste held. It was like I think it's earlier than that, way earlier, before he turned. And that was keep going. There. You know, he can only do that because he's got these great relationships. You know, that people didn't see him as the threat. So he did it that way. And the other thing, which is, I mean, diplomacy, I know they say is there's no luck involved in diplomacy. And I think that's a little false, or at least on how you define luck. Because his luck was, I think, Conrad going to Ruhr and English Channel after England, or as he was killing England, which McAuliffe viewed as a stab. And essentially, the northern position was rock solid for them, and it allowed McAuliffe to sort of tip the scales in a top board towards Dan. And that's so much of what a top board is about. It is not having the most centers in the middle of the game. It's about having them at the end. And the way you get there is by having friends. And he had Darcy as a friend when he needed him. He had McAuliffe as a friend. And never really under any serious attack. I mean, did he lose any of his units in this entire game other than Sweden by force? I think he lost Warsaw by agreement and didn't lose another center. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, Patrick,
the key to this game was Dan played what's traditionally thought of as a pretty risky type of game for Russia, which is the kill witches game. Because in that kind of game, you're working as part of two different triple alliances at once, right? FGR, AAR. You're at risk of getting squeezed out of gains in both, which he had to navigate here. And of course, there's the uncertainty that others will have, especially Germany and Austria, of whose side are you really on once the witches are dead. And Dan solved that problem by just convincing everybody that he was on their side and that they should move first and that they'll be okay because he'll work with them. And somehow Micah bought it when she went into the attack on Darcy, and Conrad bought it when he went into the attack on McAuliffe. And that's really the lesson that players should take from this game, I think, which is when you're heading into the mid game in this board state, trying to play this type of game, make sure you know where Russia is at, and you know that they are committing much more to working with you than Dan had to here. Because if you don't know where Russia is, then he's probably behind you with a knife. And we saw that with multiple times with several different players here. And as a result, because he never had to choose between FG or AI, because both of those alliances just broke down in a way that helped him, he forced that difficult choice that Russia usually has to make on other people. And that really gave him all the options, and that's what let him navigate exactly where he needed to go to get all these centers.
Brandon, what are your thoughts?
Definitely. Like I liked the point that was made about Sweden being the only thing that Dan sort of lost by force, with Warsaw being agreed. He just kept everyone's focus elsewhere. And that takes a lot of effort, takes a lot of talking, and you have to do a lot of work to not be noticed. yeah, he did a excellent job of that here, because he never really had to fight anyone. Had it really nice in the south, had it really nice in the north. Just yeah, chucked a few supports here or there, and then made the jump when he had to. So
Getting
yeah, it was very well done.
Getting Darcy to move on multiple successive turns west is the winning. Other than McAuliffe helping, is the winning. Darcy had to know, or has to learn, that where can Dan grow? And Darcy was so strong, couldn't have been really messed with there. Could have been messed with a little bit, but not to the extent he was if he hadn't done that. It's easy to say in hindsight, but one thing I would tell diplomacy players is think where my ally can grow. Because if your ally has a hard path ahead of them, or in this case, like they're going to grow through you, and you have to always be alert to that possibility. That's when stabs happen.
Yeah, for sure.
If you don't know what's for dinner, it's probably you. So make sure someone else is on the plate.
And the genius of letting him into con. Oh, you're going to get another build. I'm going to, the stuff like that. Oh, it's just so good.
All right. Well, it's interesting to actually maybe take a step back here, think about Conrad's game here, because Conrad played boldly as well. I think I like the point that Patrick made about Dan playing a risky game here. Open north, and did the Armenian fist bump, and then sort of turned that into an AIR. So a little spread out, managed to get away with it for a while. Conrad also took some big risks here. Is it worth taking a moment to think about why it didn't work out for Conrad? Was there a moment where you think Conrad made the wrong choice?
Absolutely. I think he just didn't quite execute the stab on McAuliffe in the way that he needed to. He didn't time it correctly. And so McAuliffe was never truly threatened by him on a serious level. He just made him angry. He took that position that was so great that got him most of Bernard's centers. And he that
right there.
And he didn't
actually before too.
We can keep it here for now. Let's not jump around too much. But yeah, my point is, like, he got himself into this great position that got him so much control over England, and then he overplayed that hand a bit. And also of note is the misorder this fall turn as well. Like, once he was committed, this misorder that didn't get him North Sea and fall 0-4 cost him so many headaches later. And I think that's another thing. Conrad played a much more tactical game that was all about tempo and getting into the right places at the right times and then rolling that momentum forward. And he didn't play it perfectly. He played it about 95% perfectly, I would say, even if I would have stabbed a little bit at a different time. But Dan played a diplomatic game 100% perfectly. And that's what it takes to win a top board.
Conrad's game. Yeah. Sorry. Conrad, you can almost look at them as sort of twin peaks in what happened here. Dan waited for others to make the move first, Micah to go against Darcy or Conrad to go against McAuliffe, and then pounced at the opportunity. Conrad tried to make his own luck here. He has a decision point in spring 1904. The decision is, am I going to swing south? Am I going to help McAuliffe grow in Edinburgh, maybe enable him against Russia? He did not know what was going to happen with McAuliffe. Is he fighting, if you're allied with Germany, you got to give Germany a chance to grow, and you want Germany to fight Russia here. Instead he decided, well, I think I'm good enough to attack Germany. It just turned out, as Patrick pointed out, he wasn't in the best position to do so. And obviously that was the difference maker.
Yeah. Was there, am I remembering it correctly, Burgundy went to Ruhr and Gascony held?
In the next turn, no. This was the full attack.
Gascony did follow it up, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
There was sort of a half move earlier, I think, in spring 03.
This was the spring Spring '04 was the first time we saw some discord between them, and that was North Atlantic supporting Norwegian to hold, indication that they weren't on the same page.
Yeah, this is when we talked about why didn't Gascony go to Burgundy instead of Picardy. But yeah, it was Italy insurance, and then once he saw Italy was engaged, he went full in. So that was still good.
And then I suppose McCallus, his game was sort of hampered by the play of the two around him. Is that true, or can you guys think of anything he might have done differently?
Honestly, maybe there's something that Ed can point out or Brandon, but I feel like he was a victim of circumstance in this game in a lot of ways, just because of how it worked out with Bernard overcommitting in the north and then leaving his back door so wide open to Conrad, surrendering that advantage early. Not quite to the same extent as Micah. She was really just blown over for reasons that are honestly rather questionable. But yeah, McCallus as well. I feel a bit bad for the luck he had here.
One might argue that McCallus building Fleet Berlin was a long-term signal to Conrad that was not positive. But McCallus, it always felt like his units were just a little out of place, and he did what he could given the circumstances that he had. But yeah, it was more. I don't know. It's hard to argue that he could have done better. But it just never. He never really could get it going, and then Conrad obviously forced his hand and ended his game.
All right, and then last year, Darcy was the other major player here. So things definitely. Darcy was very coy up until this point about keeping his units in the east. This is the moment in spring of 1906 when he sends units west. So Brandon, we'll come to you because you're the Darcy commentator for us. What would you have liked to have seen Darcy do differently from this point on?
I would have liked Smyrna to go to Ankh. I'm not sure if he was worried about Con going to Ankh and Black going to Con. But if Smyrna had have gone to Ankh, it would have bounced the whole thing back. And he wouldn't have had the play on Smyrna that he did in the fall, or like later on. But yeah, even here, I guess there's a bit that he felt he had to do to keep Dan on side, so maybe he was hoping for something else. But yeah, like Dan's not really gonna get anything anywhere else. He can get 1 or 2 away from McCallus, but why is he gonna annoy McCallus? McCallus isn't a threat, and McCallus is already tilted at Conrad. Yeah, it's about recognizing that where Dan was going to grow, and Dan had a lot of growth through him. So I don't exactly know what the tactical moves would have been to try and hold something back. Maybe repositioning his armies and just sending his fleets west. Maybe that was enough, but maybe Dan was smart enough in this position to get Darcy just to send everything he did back, and make Darcy feel like he had to do it or else. So, even though the or else happened anyway.
Ed or Patrick, do you have thoughts?
Yeah, I have thoughts. If I'm right here and I'm Darcy, I'm moving to Aegean. I'm not moving west. I don't think I can get anything off of France. I've got 4 game years, I guess 6, 7, 8, 9 left. And the message to Dan is like, I cannot negotiate with a boot on my throat. I'm just going to defend myself. I'm not attacking you. I'm not going to set myself up for an attack on you, but I'm going to defend myself, and you're going to have to go after McCallus if you want extra centers. I strongly believe that is the move.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, because there was a point maybe just after this or something where they all tied for 9, or was Darcy always just that one behind? Either way, him and Dan are neck and neck, or Dan had the slight lead. Darcy has to spend a lot of time and a lot of moves getting over to the west to go against Conrad. Where's Dan moving? Where's Dan going to be moving his bits while Darcy's doing that? He had nowhere to move at all. So
Yeah.
Go
I'm
back
still-
to DBN. Oh, go ahead, Patrick.
I noted it at the time, and I'm still a bit surprised that Darcy rolled over the issue of Vienna here, because I mentioned at the time, if Darcy takes Vienna and gets that as his next dot, he can hold that. You know, it's a part of a defensive framework. If he gets Khan, that thing's flapping in the breeze. Forget it. That's in Dan's pocket, and it's just going to strengthen his position, which is already better than yours at the moment because of his diplomatic options in the north. So I think that needed to be much more of a sticking point for Darcy before he sent armies west. That's the main thing I would point to as a way he could have prevented the stab a little better, at the very least. Maybe it wouldn't have helped him top, but it would have helped him make a game of it.
I think sometimes being Italy, and Brandon, of course, you've won, if not two, but at least one top board that I remember is Italy. You gotta hang in there. You got, like, I go back to Peter McNamara DBNI finals season 1, where he just wasn't going to go west ever. His unit, you know, and I think Italy sometimes. I know that you're not the analyst, Brandon, but as a person who's done so well with Italy, I actually think Darcy had a chance here, but I think he needed to solidify his position. What do you think about it? About how to play Italy? I'm not saying Darcy specifically, but like what to do.
Oh, in general, Italy wins in the East. I think there are reasons to send units west, but in general, there's a lot more dots accessible to you in the East as Italy. This is actually a case where I think some units should go west, because Conrad is in danger of running away with the game. I think that's where you have to sort of carefully analyze the position and see how many units really need to go over, because you don't need to knock Conrad completely down. You just have to keep him from running away with the game. But I'm with Patrick here that like the most important diplomatic task here is to get Dan Lester to withdraw units from against you. And if he's not going to, then you just cannot send too many units west. You have to. It has to be something that you're doing in tandem. Otherwise, I mean, look, in fall of 1906, like there's actually a stab opportunity here for Darcy on Dan, right? So I think what you have to do if you're Darcy here in the spring of 1906 is you have to put conditions that force Dan to show his hand. And if he doesn't, then in fall of 1906, you retaliate. So that's what I would do here. But in general, the general principle is that Italy wins in the East. All right. If we don't have anything else to say, why don't we finish off with just rounding back to Dan Lester, and just sort of celebrate what a remarkable, largely diplomatic win this was. I think you guys have done a nice job of outlining what his keys to success were here. And number one is the name of the game: diplomacy. Got everyone else to fight each other rather than fight him, and he was, more or less the consensus choice at the end to win it. So congratulations, Dan Lester, on a second consecutive UK national championship. Let's see how you evade the target on the back next year. I think that will bring to a close our coverage of the UK National Championship 2025.
Do we have the standings to see the other positions?
I did not code that. No, I have not coded the. I can show you the games though. I do have those loaded. Why don't we do that?
Yeah, how about we flash through those?
All right, so here was the top board number 2. We had, let's see. Oh, right, just coded this up to show it this way. Here's how it ended up. If I can show the map. This ended with, let's see, with Spiros.
Dan's son winning.
Yeah.
Nate, the Lester.
Thank you. Looking at the wrong column.
At this point, we might as well just make them the Dukes of Warrington with these kinds of results.
They got the double. They got the double.
Both as Russia too.
Yeah. Both as Russia.
This doesn't really look like a top board though. This is an era that just went really, really far, like a league game. So really cool variety.
Yeah, with Austria and Italy sort of conceding that Russia outpaced them. That's amazing. The Lesters did the double. So congratulations to Nathan Lester for topping the middle board, and then top board number 3 ended up as follows. Let's see if I can call
Come on,
it right
Isaac.
this time. Let's see. This ends with Graham Dent topping as Russia again. So Russia did
What?
the triple. That's incredible.
Wow.
That's wild.
Oh,
Yeah.
gosh.
This one looks like a top of the world alliance. Let's flip back through and see if that is actually how it played out. Yeah,
With Turkey playing a very unique role, I must say.
Turkey and Brest.
How did he get to Brest? How did he get to Brest in
1904.
I've never seen that.
Quickly, that's how.
1904.
Did he just get through Ionian? He just went through Ionian with Italian help? Why? That's odd. That's cool. That's really cool.
Yeah, it looks like there were some initial fisticuffs between England and Russia, but then they got on the same page, and
He literally got there at the soonest possible turn that a Turkish fleet could get there.
that's great. And yeah, and then looks like Graham just sort of took little dots here and there, probably probably with agreement.
And notably, the Turkish split attention meant that he was easily boxed in by not just Russia, but also Austria.
That's really funny.
So.
Wow. All right. So 3 Russias, 3 top boards, 3 Russias. I do board, but congratulations to Graham Dent and Nathan Lester and Dan Lester for.
Oh boy, Brandon's internet really wants him to stop now.
I went out again, didn't I?
Yep.
All right, congratulations to Graham Dent, Nathan Lester, and Dan Lester for topping the 3 top boards. Congratulations to Bradley Grace for running a successful tournament, a second consecutive successful UK National Championship. I want to thank the 3 of you, Patrick Jacobson, Ed Sullivan, and Brandon Austin, for joining me on this broadcast. And I especially want to thank all of you out there watching and listening. Please like and subscribe. Please like this video and subscribe to our channel. I think we are 2,000 subscribers are in sight for us, so it'd be great to get there at some point soon. It was a pleasure to serve today with all 3 of you. I'll give you a chance to say goodnight, starting with Brandon Austin, for whom I think the sun has just risen.
Yeah, sun's up, so my day's about to begin, and I'll have a good day. But I really appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I really liked the games. There was a lot of fun in them, and it's good being able to review a tournament with such big names as well. It was really cool.
Patrick.
Yeah, I think I was really interested to see how the meta of this tournament evolved compared to last year. Last year, I think it was a lot more homogenous. The West was almost exclusively FGs. England just did absolutely horribly. The East was, I think, similar with another alliance. And this year, we just got so many different things. In the early stages, it looked like a lot of ATs, a lot of EFs. Then we saw Germany doing a little better in some, Italy doing a little better. And then at the end, that big surge from Russia just coming through with its diplomatic benefits on the top boards. So just a ton to see here today from a ton of great players, and this tournament's looking really healthy for future years. So it's a real testament to Bradley and the work he puts in.
And Ed.
I don't do well at top boards. And I'm really appreciative of DBN letting me comment on this tournament and game in particular, this top board, because I think it was a masterclass on how to win a top board. I don't have enough words to describe how well Dan played it. I'd like to say I called it, which I did, predicted it, but the guy knew how to play a top board. And if Dan Lester was a commentator and he comes on, he speaks even more than I do, but his language is much more flowery and prosaic, and he would have better words than I have. But it was an honor watching him work and play, and there were really good players on that board. So I'm going to go back and watch this game again. This isn't one just to forget. This is how I mean, a lot of things. At one point, I called him Army Moscow Blunder. It wasn't a blunder; it was perfect. He played perfectly, and he is a deserving 2-time winner. He's a deserving 2-time WDC winner. And just one last shout out to the UK hobby in general. To have as many boards as they did is quite impressive. I remember, no offense to Bradley's face-to-face win at ManorCon, which had 11 people or whatever it was, and that was just 2 or 3 years ago. I mean, Bradley and the hobby have done an amazing job. And so it's very, very impressive for me to watch. And thank you for letting me be a part of it.
Thank all three of you for joining me. This has been a really fun watch. Dan has only won one WDC, by the way. I think,
okay. Only one.
Yeah. I mean, he just seems like he's
Could have fooled us.
seems like the kind of person who has won more. But there's always next year. I want to give a shout out for the next big tournament on the North American face-to-face scene. That is Weasel Moot, which is coming up in just 2 weeks. And that is the North American DipCon, or the North American Diplomacy Championship. Here is a QR code that you can use to go to the NADF Discord server, and you can find out there how to register. But please come. We're closing in on 9 boards worth of registrants, and we're very excited to see how big we can get. With that, I'm going to say goodnight to all of you out there in Diplomacy Land. In the immortal words of Siobhan Nolan, stay safe and stab well.